Chapter 1 Wedding. All of her warm, salty tears would have easily filled the antique, crystal flutes meant for bubbling with California's best, chilled champagne. The guest list at Rachel's wedding was packed with old money and Fortune 500 heirs and heiresses, and their wealthy parents seeking business alignments to build wealth for their families and their offspring. They would celebrate her arranged wedding with endless toasts of their champagne, not her tears. They would spend the entire social affair strategically mixing and mingling, seeking the same types of financially successful unions for their sons and daughters. Love was never a consideration. It was always about increasing wealth with a business deal marriage to last forever. For anyone else, it would have been one of the best days of her life. For her, it was just another expectation that she was expected to accept and fulfill without complaint or question. It was the continuation of a role she had to play. She sat on her enormous bed in her room in her father's luxurious seaside mansion for the last time. She took out her journal and began to write her heart out. If the pages had mouths, they would be screaming her anger, lamenting her sadness, uttering her prayer for a different outcome, and crying out with her plea for strength and guidance. With each touch of her pen to her page, she sought solace. It has been quite a while since my mother passed when I was 19. Since then I have fallen in and out of love and chased my dreams for the life I wanted. This is not it. She shut the book and locked it. She had found new strength with each word. She dried her tears and packed her bag. If she went through with this wedding, she would be trading one jailer for another. This would come first with her domineering father and then, to replace him, with Kurt, a cold, rude, possessive groom who was ready to enter their new marriage with several mistresses already. She had met Kurt 3 times before she became engaged to be his wife. First, he was in attendance at her father's annual winter ball, a high society affair that she was expected to host in her mother's absence. On that initial meeting, he was aloof and seemed to busy himself with making political alliances and standing with the old boys network her father was part of. Though she had tried to engage him in conversation, he was more focused on drinking whiskey, smoking cigars, and ogling the scantily clad women that circled the ballroom. At their second meeting, he was invited to a state dinner at the White House and asked her to be his escort. He took her to Washington, D.C. on his private jet, and hardly uttered 10 words the entire flight from California. What could have been an opportunity to get to know him better, transformed into a reason to dislike him even more. She felt like she was to be at his service the entire time, the glittering accessory demonstrating how profoundly rich and politically connected he was. Rachel managed to enjoy the actual event as much as she could, grateful that they would not be spending the night, lest he got any ideas about what her companionship included. She was not one of his mistresses, after all. She was from old money, with social breeding and political clout, while he was new money made on his grandfather's international teddy bear fortune. He was trying to distance himself as a ruthless young hotshot, but lacking in the expected social graces necessary to gain entry within the truly wealthy circles he needed access to in order to take his wealth to the next level. For that he would need a bigger, deeper, and more stable alliance. That was where Rachel fit into his plan. On their third encounter, his arrival was preceded with her father having a meeting with her. "Rachel, that nice young man you met, Kurt, has asked me for your hand in marriage. He is coming to dinner tonight to propose to you. You will accept. Your marriage will be the key to a very lucrative merger of the wealth of our 2 families, and give us even more financial security for generations to come. You will act pleased with the engagement and be happy with the relationship. Make it work. Understand?" That was how he treated her since her mama died. He barked commands at her and she was expected to comply without questions, complaints, or attitude. This was how he treated his employees and now also his daughter. A marriage of convenience for Rachel was no small matter. She was 21 and this would be for the rest of her life. The expectations were clear, including those around children. Kurt arrived and was brief but upbeat. His proposal lacked romance or charm. "So I think you know why I'm here. I think June will be the best time for the ceremony." He gave her the box with a beautiful and expensive-looking engagement ring, from one of the world's biggest and best diamond brokers. It was her mama's ring, given to Kurt by her father. After she looked at it and put it on her own hand, and nodded in agreement, her father and her new fiancé excused themselves to sign some paperwork regarding mergers and acquisitions of their individual wealth and soon-to-be collective holdings. They would celebrate the deal, their engagement, leaving her alone. She had packed a few personal items, including a portrait of her mother, and of course her journal. She didn't bother leaving a note. Instead, she carefully placed her engagement ring on her dresser. Chapter 2. Los Angeles. The wedding was set to take place in the Hamptons, the summer spot for New York City's elite wealthy, and where her family had a summer home. Rachel's father would realize that Rachel was gone at the same instant her plane was touching the tarmac in Los Angeles, where her family had another home and several lucrative businesses. Caterers, florists, musicians and dozens of staff had descended on the mansion, unprepared to deal with the missing bride. Money had been no object, but a wedding without a bride, no matter how little money mattered, was not a part of her father's plan. He needed to present a blissfully happy couple, and their merged business interests before the stock market opened on Monday. He was livid when he found the ring on her dresser. Immediately he called her. "Where are you, young lady? I need you. Here. Now. What on earth is the meaning of all of this? What's going on?" "Daddy, please calm down," she pleaded. "Calm down? I have a right to be angry. It looks like you walked out on the wedding. What should I tell Kurt?" "Kurt? You're worried about Kurt? If he means that much to you, then you marry him. I'm quite sure that he won't even notice the difference as long as a fat check is part of the agreement and he gets to keep his mistresses. We'll be the laughingstock of New York society. How could you pull something like this? Do you know what impact your flight of fancy has had on our two families?" "Me? Okay. Do you mean financially or personally?" she continued. "Can't you see that what's good for business might not be good for me? I know deep down you must care something about me. But this is not the way to do it." After a long, quiet pause, Rachel was not even sure that he had heard any part of her explanation in this bicoastal argument. "Daddy? Do you understand? Can you hear me? This is getting nowhere. I'm going to pursue my own life in LA. When you can stop yelling and threatening me with your selfish ultimata, we can try to talk again. Goodbye." "Rachel. Rachel. Rachel. I'll cut you off, that's right, no inheritance, no allowance, and none of the little perks you enjoy thanks to my wealth. We'll see how long your independence lasts. Don't you hang up that phone on me, missy. Don't you think for a minute that—" "Rachel?" Rachel had left the domestic area of the airport for the international section. She had used her honeymoon ticket to get to LA, so she had some time before father put the pieces together, the largest one being her absence from her wedding. She looked at the different international flights coming in and going out and decided to go on a private honeymoon. This is not what she thought she would be doing in her life ever. From her point of view, this was necessary immediately to reclaim, rest and restore health and sanity. But where? She had limited foreign language skills and planned to make it a long-term stay, maybe even permanent, if she continued to feel the way she felt right now. "Mama, show me the way," she sighed, whispering this prayer for hope and help. Over the intercom, an airline headed to the United Kingdom announced the international flight to England would be boarding within the hour. She hit the ATM and took out as much cash as she could to buy a ticket. She was also prepared for anything with her up-to-date passport. Acting boldly and bravely as an assertion of freedom from two tyrannical men and demonstrating her own power, she bought a ticket. She moved in a blur from the ticket counter through security, and finally to the gate and onto the plane. Now she could breathe. She did not miss or care about Kurt, not as much as her father did anyway. Once she got to England, she would get settled and let her father know she was all right. That should give her a few days of peace. Who knows? Maybe he would have even calmed down. Just before the plane closed the doors for boarding, a devilishly handsome man got on. He was impossible not to notice, tall, dark and handsome, with a thick mane of coiled hair. He was pushing his way around trying to find his seat and room for his carry-on suitcase, backpack, hanging garment bag and bag of fast food goodies. He accidentally hit her with his suitcase as he was trying to put it in a space above head that was already almost full. Ow! Part of his baggage hit Rachel in the head. "There's no more room for you. Try another bin." Without acknowledging having accidentally struck her or apologizing for it, he gruffly said, "You're in my seat," and kept trying to force his luggage where it would not fit. She fished for her boarding pass in her purse. "I think you are mistaken and I'll prove it in a minute," she said, elevating her volume but not yet losing her cool. The sooner the better. He clearly did not care about the typical politeness airline passengers in first class usually extended one another. "Really? Well, you can take your oversized, assaulting bag with you and stuff it right where." Meanwhile, one of the airline stewards first overheard, then observed the exchange between them. He came over and resolved it before any more unnecessary rudeness from the young man became a catalyst in fueling the verbal exchange or the confrontation between himself and the young woman. Instead of making a compromise for more comfort for his long and lanky frame, the gentleman's boarding pass indicated that he would have the middle seat while Rachel would have the aisle. Once it was decided that Rachel was victorious and he was settled in loser in international airline court, she flashed him a bright smile to rub his nose in it. He tried to ignore her and just put his headphones on and blared his music. Loud and even more obnoxious, it was definitely not what she would have chosen. Nevertheless, this rude man came prepared with a soundtrack for blocking her out as much as possible for the rest of their forced time together. There was no need for a further social exchange of any small talk between them or another confrontation. She ordered a champagne cocktail to celebrate her newfound freedom. It was first class and comfortable after all, and she was going to try to enjoy this flight. After a couple of drinks, she put aside her thoughts of the wedding, her father's threats, or the rude but gorgeous man, and slept the whole flight. When she arrived in London, she was fresh from slumber and ready for adventure, feeling more alive than she had since the engagement occurred and the wedding planning began. Honeymoon for one, please, she thought to herself, and destined for adventure alone. Chapter 3: Clovelly. Once the plane landed, Rachel was faced with lots of decisions attacking her for response and resolution all at once. A mix of anxiety and excitement stirred inside her. She was without a plan, but she knew that she needed one. She had left the country. The first matter before her was where she should go next. By the time she collected her bags from baggage claim and exchanged her dollars for pounds, she considered starting over in London, which presented many opportunities if she decided she wanted to stay there. But she didn't. Her father had businesses and offices all over the world. Once he learned that she was not in LA after all, he would just strategically start contacting his different international offices from Berlin to Baghdad and Beijing. Nothing was beyond his control. He would coolly go about checking with his international security personnel. Then he would actively engage them in searching for his daughter, the crazy runaway bride. If he was still as angry as he was when she talked with him on the phone, then she definitely did not have any plans for returning to deal with a tighter rein of his control over her life. Finding her would not be too difficult for her father. Her phone calls and her credit card use could be tracked and she could be located. She was not a child, however, but an adult woman. Her father could not force her to do anything, no matter how rich, strong, and politically powerful he was. Everything so far had been done on calculated whims. England was the same way. She hired a taxi and was on her way to a small seaside village where her late mother had lived briefly. She told her about her life growing up in different countries, then traveling on her own in her early 20s, a much happier time for her, or so it seemed. She loved hearing those stories of her late mother's life abroad, the daughter of a diplomat, before she met and married her father. Her stories revealed a side of her late mother that she had not often seen as a part of their family life. She was a buffer in the small family dynamic of three. Her main goal was to secure a stable future and endless opportunities for her daughter, the apple of her eye. Rachel told the taxi driver to take her to Clovelly. Just as she was sitting back, about to enjoy the ride and forget about her problems, her phone started to ring. "Great," she said with sarcasm. It was Kurt. "Yes. I thought you had more brains and critical thinking skills, being college educated and all that. I guess I thought that common sense was also part of the package. I was wrong." Kurt's tone was sharp and disdainful. No wonder he and her father got along so famously. They both had managed to master the art of how to talk down to a person. No response was possible that would rescue them from being berated by either man. They felt like they were walking on eggshells, just about to break at any time and for any reason, whether within or beyond their immediate control. Before she could respond to his first comments, he cut her off and supplied another put down. "Are you aware that this is an international call? That we had 842 guests here to celebrate our happy union, and we had to turn them away because of your capricious act? You are quite a handful, girl." "I'm a handful," she replied angrily. "You don't know me. You don't know the first thing about me. I'm just a messy part of the deal. I'm someone you have to put up with but not placate, right, Kurt? Well, you left a lot of people behind. We had to tell them something, so your father and I decided to say that you were..." "That I was what? Spill it." "That you were out of medication. There were several doctors in attendance and they helped the guests at the reception to accept and accommodate the regrettable situation with as much ease as possible. They considered that the sheer number of guests might have been too much excitement for you. We were able to spin it to our advantage. So now you have an ace. It wasn't enough to take my inheritance away for not marrying you. It wasn't enough that you lost points with my father. And it wasn't enough that I fled our wedding, leaving you at the altar. You needed ultimate control, a wild card, where you can have me institutionalized at your will and get my father to sign off on it." Nice, Kurt. Nice. There was nothing to go back to and no way of returning without a serious loss. A loss of wealth, independence, and support had all been yielded to a total stranger over a business agreement that her father, her only blood relative, had agreed to without hesitation. "If I know my father well, he provided an escape clause for you of some sort? It's about more than just the money, Rachel." "Yeah, I know. Don't even try to pretend like you care about me in any way. That's all about image. The image of a happy, united front with a multi-billion-dollar, multinational deal as the backstory. You are a supreme A. Go slither back under the rock where you came from, Kurt. With that she ended the call, not waiting for another lie from her past and putative groom. On the way from London to Clovelly, Kurt called her 57 times and left 19 voicemail messages. Upon her arrival, she looked at the sea and looked at her phone. Bringing her closer to other hateful and angry individuals in her life was not what she wanted right now. That was not her idea of marrying well. Escaping exchanging vows and undoing a marriage of convenience became her roundabout way of achieving that success on her own terms. She refused to be considered as the family problem to be managed and kept under control. In Clovelly, she could learn more about what her late mother liked about this village now clearly full of tourist delights. She could learn how to live like average, everyday people, a good although novel experience for her. The first priorities were finding a job and a place to stay. She had converted enough American dollars to British pounds at the airport to last for a while. She had to be careful to use cash instead of her credit card from here on out so she could bury her tracks. After her long international journey, she was tired and hungry. She looked into spending the night at a bed and breakfast that was within her current means and her last luxury. After using her phone to read more about the village, and ignore the unfortunate yet very real possibility more communication from the two men in her life at this point, she turned off her phone and threw it in the sea. Good riddance. Can you track me now? Chapter 4. New Home. The next day after a good night's sleep and a hearty breakfast, Rachel set off to find an apartment. When she mentioned that she was going apartment hunting, the owner of the bed and breakfast suggested finding where she would like to live first, and looking for lawn signs advertising to renters. It was a pretty informal process. She walked the cobbled streets until she found 2 points of interest. A bakery/cafe with heavenly smells emanating from it, and a lovely cottage with a room for rent sign on the lawn. She reminded herself that her first priority was to find long-term lodging, not a tasty pastry and a cup of joe. That would be her celebration treat for finding a place to live. She knocked on the door, not even sure if anyone was at home in the middle of a weekday. At the same moment she was about to turn around and walk away, the door opened and a kind-faced, Earth Mother-looking woman wearing gardening gloves and a wide-brimmed hat appeared. "Hello," Rachel said. "I saw your sign on the lawn for a room to rent. I'm interested and You are American," were the woman's first words to Rachel. "Yes, I am." She wasn't quite sure if that was a good or a bad thing in the prospective landlady's eyes. "And altogether lovely. Please come in. Excuse my appearance and my manners. My name is Beatrice," she said, taking off a gardening glove and extending her right hand to Rachel. "Thanks, Miss Beatrice. I'm Rachel." Once inside, the two ladies had bottomless cups of tea and numerous slices of fresh, warm zucchini bread while talking endlessly about everything except for the room. They got along well and Rachel believed that she could share a living space with this kind woman, if she offered. "Is the room still available?" she prompted Miss Beatrice with a change of subject. "Would you really like to see the room? It's upstairs and very sparsely decorated. Bed, bureau, desk, chair, lamp and closet, plus a private full bathroom and separate back entrance. You don't seem like you've come with too much baggage, but you can never tell with some. Shall we take a look?" It was everything she needed and wanted. True, she had been used to much more at her father's mansion, but billionaire mansions and English country cottages needed not have a lot in common for her to be comfortable. As long as she had the basics, she knew she would be fine. When Rachel saw it, she instantly knew that she had found the perfect place. She instantly understood why her mother thought this was such a special village. A sweet place in the world. The people and the environment so far were winning her over. "What were you thinking of paying in terms of rent? What do you think is fair?" "It is a very nice house." How about £2,500 sterling a month?" Rachel did not know if that was a good amount for rent or not. Offering an amount at least would get the discussion going. It would also demonstrate that she was seriously interested in the room. "Well, I think we can work something out that will be agreeable to both of us. Come, dear, you still had some tea in your cup." Either this lady was super nice or a figment of her imagination, and she was about to wake up profoundly disappointed. "I have some savings, but I really need a job to make ends meet," Rachel confided in Miss Beatrice. "I'm looking to make a long-term commitment." "That's wonderful. Why, that's a positive step in the right direction. Are you seeing anyone now that would agree to that?" "The commitment? Oh no, I didn't mean a romantic relationship. I was referring to how long I would stay in the room. But in answer to your question, no, I am not currently seeing anyone." "Ah, I must have misunderstood. I have a grandson about your age and I think you two would be good for each other. But first things first. I'll rent you the room. Really? That's great. I have a friend who runs the local bakery in town. Her name's Faye. She's been looking for an extra pair of hands to take on a more committed role. That way she can spend more time running and marketing the business. Whatever she pays you, if she hires you, you can pay me 30% for lodging. Does that sound okay? Yes. Sounds more than okay. Sounds amazing. Thank you, Ms. Beatrice. Rachel leaned over and hugged her new landlady. It is just Beatrice or Grandma. No MS. Or any other titles are necessary. Okay, Beatrice. Great, dear. We'll work on getting you from Beatrice to Grandma. She winked at Rachel. Beatrice wrapped the rest of the zucchini bread for her new tenant to take with her in case she needed a late-night snack. I'll have a month-to-month lease ready for you to sign when you move in. When would you like to move in, dear? After the job offer. Good. That's fine. I'll call Faye and let her know to expect you sometime tomorrow. I'll tell her that we talked and in my humble opinion you are a good egg. Thanks, Ms. Just Beatrice. I'm so pleased that you'll be in the house. Youthful companionship is my antidote for growing older with grace. I've found that to be true in my 75 years of living. I try to surround myself with young people and grow and eat lots of vegetables, of course. Ha! After embracing Beatrice and saying good night, Rachel walked back to the bed and breakfast thinking about everything that had happened in such a short time, and how one significant relationship could make an extraordinary difference. She felt like she had grown wiser and understood her mother's love for this village a little better after today. She was too excited to eat a proper dinner. She would feast on zucchini bread if she got hungry later. Her problems were at the bottom of the sea. Her destiny was all around her and she felt peace and promise, hope and help. She had everything she needed from the universe and she was deeply grateful, falling asleep wondering what new blessings the next day would bring. Chapter 5 New Job. Rachel had never had a job before, but she had been around and observing working people her whole life. She didn't think it could be that hard if so many people could do it. She was a little nervous about meeting Faye, the bakery owner. If Beatrice, her new landlady, recommended this job to her, there had to be goodness in it. She wanted to make a good first impression, so she planned to get there early after borrowing a bike from the bed and breakfast. Now she could just breathe, mentally prepare for any questions the owner might ask, and take in all the quick changes that she was making without stressing out. She had no idea what Faye looked like either, but the bakery was not crowded, so she waited in line to speak with the cashier. One thing she could not hide was her American accent, which drew attention to her immediately. Hi, I am here to meet with Miss Faye. With Faye about a job. My name is Rachel. Why hello Rachel. You're Beatrice's friend, right? I'm Faye. I've been expecting you. Let me ring up these customers and after more people clear out we'll have a chat. Okay. Great. Rachel took a seat and wondered if there was something she could be doing to help out, or make a good impression. She was torn between going behind the bakery counter and serving up the freshly baked sweet goodies whose aroma pervaded the place and staying seated, ignoring all that Faye could use assistance with, leaving her to struggle alone while she remained detached, uninvolved and watched. Should I or shouldn't I? She watched and wondered from her prime seat to all that needed to be done as the customer seemed to multiply with the minutes that passed. When 30 minutes had passed since she first made contact with Faye, she decided she should. If it worked out, then Faye would see how invaluable Rachel was. The big fear facing jumping in and helping out was that she was more accustomed to being served than serving. Her gut feeling was that it could not be too hard. Plus, Faye definitely needed her help. She was taking buns out of the oven, wrapping up the assorted baked goods, pouring up the tea and coffee orders, and running the cash register. She was a one-woman show and her audience was running out of patience while they waited. How about if I wrap the pastries and pour up the tea while you run the cash register and prepare any specialty beverages? Thank you, honey. You are a lifesaver. And I don't need to have any long interview with you. You're hired. Grab an apron, tie your hair back and put on some gloves. For a long while it was just the two of them against the world. But after the morning rush the shop traffic slowed down enough for her new boss to breathe. If we could have that kind of traffic every morning, I'd be pleased as punch. The problem is, customer interest is growing. Yet I don't have any help so that I can meet or even anticipate the needs. Those needs are growing quickly, almost beyond my capacity right now. I'm almost at wit's end and may have to turn down some of the larger or special event jobs. You came here just in time, honey. What a happy problem, Rachel said with a smile. Yes, I guess it is. We have about half an hour before the coffee break customers come in. Let's get to know each other better while we do some recovery and preparation duties. Oh, I almost forgot, do you have open availability? Or can you only work certain hours? I currently have no other commitments. Not even a puppy. Use me when and how you need me. I'm at your service, she lightly answered, adding a curtsy at the end of her response. Ha! A sense of humor too. I like that, honey. You'll need to not take yourself too seriously here. You've got that Yankee spirit and spunk, that's for sure. They restocked, baked, brewed, swept, and managed the earlier crowd's financially positive effect on the cash register, while chatting it up. 30 minutes later, the crowd was back and ready again to buy more food and drink. They made a good team. I usually close after 4 o'clock tea, but now that you're here, maybe we could stay open to capture the younger folks looking for a spot to pop in to hang out with their various devices and virtual social lives. Okay. I'm up for almost anything. It sounds like a great idea, Faye. You'll be my right and left arms. I'm already relying on you and indebted to you, and your interview just became your first day on the job. I'm not overwhelming you, am I, honey? Not at all. This is great. Better than I ever could have imagined. I need a job like this for more than financial reasons. Really? Do tell. That is, if you are willing to share some of your story. It won't go any further if you want me to know. And you trust me with your secret. Not even to Beatrice, and we've been friends since childhood. Okay. Thanks. She felt had to invent a little white lie to keep the conversation going and put any further discussion of personal details at rest. Well, I'm American, but when I lost my mother, my father, and my fiancé all within the space of 3 months, I decided that I needed a change of scenery, and a way to put all of the familiar behind me. Everything I encountered seemed to remind me of my loss. I just had to get away. So I packed up and left. And now I'm here. How long do you plan on staying, if I'm not digging too deep? Longer than a tourist. I'm looking for a place that I could call my new home. The way I see it, Clovelly has lots to offer. Small and friendly. I'd like to be a part of the parish, not an outsider. Well, you hit pay dirt, honey, because I can show you around town and help you to get in good with the locals. There may only be 400 of us, but we're a kind, tight-knit bunch. You won't find folks any finer. Welcome. On behalf of Clovelly, I welcome you. She did not know why she lied, but it had just enough reality spun through it to actually make her tear up. She hugged Faye and just held on for what seemed like a long time while the sense of loss of people and an vanishing hope passed through her. She missed her late mother and the father and fiancé she wished that she had in the lie she just told. There, honey. It is going to be all right. It'll be dark soon and a challenge riding the bicycle. I hope you weren't planning on moving into Beatrice's place with just that as your only form of transportation, were you? Actually, yes, I was. I only have a small suitcase in my backpack. Not much. I remember those days. So young and life was full of promise. If you can wait until I close up shop, I'll take you back to the bed and breakfast to collect your things, and then we'll head to Beatrice's place. I have a bike rack on the back of my vehicle. We can drop it off at the rental place on the way. Thank you in advance for all of your help, Faye. If it weren't for you and Beatrice, then I don't know what I'd do. Honey, you're gonna make me tear up too. They hugged, closed up, and set out for making Rachel's dreams of a new life a reality in progress. Chapter 6. First job. Rachel had almost managed to put her old life behind her, especially including her wedding. She had found a place to live and landed a job. That is, what was becoming old news to her was still of world interest. However, it was hard to take a surprise reminder about that old life when she looked at an article in a left-behind British tabloid about the rich and famous. Billionaires and Teddy Bear King postpone merger marriage. The headline read. Postponed. She was intrigued and grateful. Her old life was now world news, but without her in it. She cautioned herself about seeking truth or comfort from a tabloid and threw it away. Good morning. Beatrice greeted her with the warmth and cheer of spring sunshine when Rachel came downstairs to the kitchen. Are you hungry? Or do you just want some cold cereal for a real-life American-style breakfast? She shook her head no to all of it and left for work. Faye beat Rachel's arrival to open the cafe by mere moments. Once the doors were unlocked, alarm off, and lights on, she beckoned to her. Rachel, I'm going to teach you the business. I've decided. I never had children and as a result no grandchildren, but from here on out I adopt you. You are my protégé. The day's lesson from Faye was on smiling as a greeting and an easy, although not effortless, silent form of customer service. I don't know what you are going through, honey, but you have to learn to check your feelings at the door in this business. Some are kind customers who tip generously and some are so rude you want to slap some sense into them, but they all have money to spend. We want them to spend as much as possible and as often as possible here. Clear. Crystal, Rachel replied coolly. Several times during the day she noticed Faye checking on her from a distance and smiling with pleasure at her protégé. No one needed to know the truth about who Rachel was and where she had come from. Her private boarding school and Ivy League education, and always being the one served instead of the one doing the serving. Her new life defied explanation or preparation, given her background and pedigree. But it was hers. She was not lowering herself. She was starting over. Today, once the breakfast rush was over, Faye checked in to see how Rachel thought she was doing on customer service. Okay. I'm doing okay. Good. Only you decide how much of yourself you agree to let them see or have access to. No one hurts you unless you let them do so. Control the experience, don't be controlled. Smile. Okay, enough pep talk, granddaughter. Let's have a quick tea break before they take theirs, okay? Rachel decided that Faye and Beatrice were great fairy godmothers in her new adventure. To stay strong and independent from her father's money and connections and the trust fund her late mother had left her, she would take each day, one day at a time, so as not to get overwhelmed. Warm, freshly baked bread, farmer's butter, and locally sourced honey with Darjeeling tea hit the spot, especially since she skipped breakfast with Beatrice. Thank you, Faye. The rest of the day zoomed by filled with smiles and service. Here and now, she was the agent, the protagonist, the creator in her story. She would not take the gift of building a new life lightly. She resolved that she would make it on her own based on who she was becoming or not at all because of who she used to be. Faye was impressed with Rachel's knack for customer service and trusted her with the shop. So far Rachel had only worked as Faye's helper, and shone in this role. If she continued to work this well in the more technical aspects of the job, like operating the cash register and easy baking, then Faye could take a much-needed day off. The next day was better because her confidence was increasing in her new normal, as bakery/cafe associate. Good morning, honey. Faye greeted Rachel, who was waiting to be let into the shop. Good morning. You'll have to remind me to get you a set of keys and go over the security system. The code is simple. It's sweet. Rachel smiled. Today, I'm going to train you on some of the more challenging aspects of the shop. Depending on how quickly you can learn and do them will dictate when I can leave you alone in the shop, responsible for the daily operations. Rachel was worried. She had never worked before. She was unsure if she could make the cash register sing as she rang up orders or multitask, so that she could stay on top of ongoing baking tasks. I want you to have that time. You deserve it. But I don't know if I can swing things smoothly on my own. Don't you worry. By the end of the day, both of us will have had a jolt of self-confidence. Believe me, my confidence in you will grow and yours in your new role will increase with more experience, especially after dealing with the demands of the shop when it is busy. I will then give you the title of assistant manager and a small raise. How about that? Wow, Rachel gushed. But I've never actually. Never what, honey? I've never worked in a bakery before. She left it at that. Another truth artfully shared to cover up a more significant omission. That's okay. I'm sure you'll pick it up in no time. It's not like you never worked before. Faye laughed out loud at the thought. Go ahead and grab an apron and I'll take you through everything that should happen in a regular day. OMG, OMG, OMG. Rachel was not sure if she could be a trainable employee/assistant manager and quick enough study in this new fast-paced world of hot tea and breakfast biscuits. Rachel was encountering the limits and challenges of working for a living beyond the fairy tale characteristics of her new life in Clovelly. She first fell in love with this village when it came to carving out her independence, but the white lies and dangerous omissions she told were causing that life to crumble before her eyes. If only she could find a way to strengthen this insecure foundation. Her new responsibilities based on the expectations of others were filling in the cracks of her untruths. Any discomfort she felt at this moment was her own fault. She was overwhelmed purely due to her minimizing what she had not done or allowing assumptions about what she skillfully failed to say. Okay, she called from the back of the shop where the washer and dryer churned out cleanliness to maintain the quality service linens that set this bakery/cafe apart from some more substantial, industrial, multinational, similar businesses. You look ready for action, honey. Here's your job description to review and read and some other onboarding paperwork you can complete later once you get back to your room. Smile. It's not rocket science. How did she ever think she was going to work in a bakery and just be responsible for smiling and shadowing but never actually baking or ringing up a sale? How foolish she was and how frightened she was becoming. That day of working helped Rachel progress from awful to acceptable and almost finished with awesome. Almost. But she was still the new girl. At least one customer was dissatisfied and made it known at the top of her voice to the owner. Her name was Jane Jones. She was hard to miss or forget. The young lady was determined to find fault and complain about her experience in the shop at the hands of the new girl, who mashed her raspberry and cheese-filled donut by carelessly setting a piping hot cup of Earl Grey tea on top of instead of next to it without properly or securely sealing the top, leading to a stage 1 mess all over her jacket, laptop bag, and the inside of her tote bag-sized purse. Faye, how can you expect me to go to my meeting with all of this mess? Why ever would you hire someone whose only skill is ineptitude? Did she get some BS degree in incompetence? I at least want an apology and a promise never to let it happen again. I come here every single day of the week and on the weekends. I spend about as much time as a part-time screw-up like her does, and I could have done it better. This isn't right. Everyone makes mistakes. Rachel mumbled, no longer able to contain her anger or withhold her tongue and temper. After she served and rang up the last customer, Rachel marched from behind the counter where the cash register was to confront this disgruntled lady. Ma'am, I could not help but overhear that you were speaking to the manager about the lack of quality of service you felt I gave you. I apologize and would like to know what we can do to properly ensure that we don't lose you as a valued customer, and make it up to you today. I am new and still learning. I do not feel that you should talk to anyone that way, and especially about something as minor as my error. Everyone makes mistakes. But you are the customer, a loyal one, and I want you to know I am here to help serve you, but not to be your cafe servant or bakery slave. Rachel was surprised she was able to stand up for herself like that. Jane had never been spoken to like that. She responded with a more humble request after Rachel's slight, very public humiliation of her. She probably expected to shame and hurt Rachel. And Rachel, although new to the world of work, was sure that addressing a customer the way she had talked to this woman was probably not the benchmark for the kind of customer service Faye had in mind or the woman had come to expect with her nasty attitude and, until then, her unchecked rude remarks. Black tea and a new pastry, she responded in a small quiet voice, following a few painfully silent moments after the confrontation. Pardon, Rachel said to her, her voice volume increasing with her self-confidence level rising. Black tea and a new pastry, please. Okay. She left her to refill her order but never took her eyes off of Jane, a 20-something attorney at law. Here you go. I put some extra cloth napkins in the bag. Just bring them back the next time you pop in. Again, apologies. Faye and Rachel waited until the pit bull turned Chihuahua silently left the store, and then once alone together, with the morning rush and uncharacteristic customer rudeness well behind them, they gave each other high fives. Then the bakery vigilante and the advocate owner quietly returned to work with smiles on their faces and pride in their. Chapter 7, In My Bed. There's only one first time, Rachel thought to herself, and she had had hers working in a bakery in England. Now broken into the world of work, she could look forward to some me time after her shift. You did a great job today. I was so proud of my adopted granddaughter. You also handled that Jane Jones situation with the calm and cool of the ripest of cucumbers, honey. You can sleep in tomorrow and come in later. You deserve it. We'll have a strategic planning session about how to transition from solely a daytime place to an after-hours hangout also, and still earn a profit. Oh wow, Faye. Thanks for your compliments and for this job. It is exactly what the doctor ordered. Thanks for coming along at just the right moment as well. Are you sure you'll be all right alone tomorrow? Definitely, honey. I did it before you came and I can do it if you are not here. Arthur, Beatrice's grandson, helped me out in the past, on school breaks and around the holidays. He is a nice young man, just not really good with customer service. It's always either too busy or when it's not busy, I'm still busy catering, baking, marketing. I wear so many hats. Demand for us is high and I don't want to have the kind of new business growing pains that makes us unable to meet that demand or have extended hours. Get some rest. After today you earned it and then some, honorable. She bid her boss goodbye with a kiss on each cheek and left to explore the village of Clovelly. Although her plan was to go as far as her feet would take her. Her feet were tired from standing on them all day, and using muscles she did not even know she had. She walked a few paces through the village shops, ignored her aching feet and muscles, and skipped the errands in favor of a look around a quaint little dress shop. In her former life she would have spent not only her time but also her money. She would not have been walking either. She would have had the driver place her shopping bags and boxes from boutiques and elite shops in the trunk of an expensive imported sedan, one of her father's town cars that was at her disposal. Her packaged, couture treasures were often purchases only to be worn once and afterward usually found their way to the back of her closet. Now shopping was limited by her worker's wage, food and lodging budget, and competed with lower back pain and her general fatigue from smiling while talking about nothing and anticipating, then putting the needs of others before her own. She wasn't exactly shallow, but she wasn't exactly deep either. Beatrice might be enjoying her alone time by the time she got back home, so she planned to use the back separate entrance after getting a Wednesday night pub special of shepherd's pie and some amber lager. This meal, although she had never had it before, was delicious, savory, comfort food after being around sweets all day long. She would have stayed longer since it was karaoke night, but given the choice between belting one out and bedding down, tonight she opted for the latter. She splurged for a taxi ride home to her rented room. I am okay. I have enough. All is well, she said quietly to herself as a necessary affirmation to deal with so much change in so short a period of time. She tried to imagine any of her fellow debutante, society girlfriends doing the same thing, but she couldn't. Just like them before being forced into a merger marriage, as the tabloid called it, she did not see the need to do something that big. Never before was she so excited to return anywhere in her entire life. She climbed the back stairs and unlocked the door to her rented room. A peaceful paradise with few distractions, not even a hint of modernity like cable or a phone. The lights in the rest of the house were out. Beatrice was probably asleep. Rachel was too tired to hang up any of her dresses, so she made a beeline for the bathroom to brush her teeth, shower to soothe her working woman's aches and pains, and change into her nightgown. As she brushed her teeth, she reminisced about her late mother. She wondered if her mom would be proud of her for making a go of things on her own, getting long-term lodging and a stable job, even though she was of more than sufficient means never to have to want or need to do either. She thought about what was waiting for her back in the States, and how the rudest person she had met so far was no match for her father or Kurt. She was ready to sleep at least 9 hours. She was not completely acclimated to her new time zone, and was glad to have a late shift the next day for the first time. She lit the lavender candle she saw in the bathroom with a book of matches she found next to it from the same pub where she enjoyed a lovely dinner and local atmosphere. She used the scented light source to see her way back to her room, and give herself a shot of aromatherapy ensuring a peaceful night's sleep. She got into a full bed of 2 twin mattresses pushed together, for her pleasure and comfort, she imagined, and then leapt straight out while screaming for help. A man suddenly sat up, his chest bare, his cotton boxer shorts on full display. Bloody. Chapter 8. Who are you? Get up and get out. Who are you and what are you doing in my bed? She grabbed a pillow and hit him over the head. Your bed? Who are you to tell me to get out? This house belongs to my grandmother, including the bed. I know that I have a right to be here and have the key. So who are you? Grandmother? Just get out. Now. I am renting the room from Beatrice, she added with more pillow hits. Hey, stop. It's more my business than yours. Just let me get dressed and I'll be out of here. The sooner the better. She tossed the pillow back on the bed. If you don't believe me, just go downstairs and wake my grandmother just so you can have peace of mind if you must. Or you could take my word for it, let me leave and sort everything out in the morning. He hopped about, putting on his pants, then slipped his hoodie over his head. It was not fast enough for Rachel. It also did not sit well with her that some man, no matter what relationship he supposedly had with Beatrice, had the key to her room. All she wanted to do was rest and she came home and had to deal with this mess. His voice was angry and confused, but also somehow familiar, and with a surprising American lilt. Help me find my other sock, he grumbled, more awake than before but still rude. Help you? What do you think this is? Who do you think I am? I'm neither your nanny or your maid. Find your own dim end sock, Rachel shouted back. You do realize, miss, he said calmly, trying to look around for it while addressing Rachel at the same time, that the faster I find that sock, the faster I am out of here? Grandmother. Rachel wondered to herself, now enlisted in the search for the stranger's sock. He could be lying. He could be a madman. He could be here to rob, rape, and kill her. A million thoughts went through her head, none of them grounded in reality or experience. Prove yourself. Prove your identity, she demanded. Okay, fine. I guess I have ID around here somewhere. Where's my wallet? Great, she said sarcastically. It seems like you've misplaced everything except for the key to my room. It was my room before it was yours and I helped Grandma convert it to a rentable space. But that's not important. Just help me and I'll be out of your hair, Mississippi. You should not be making demands of me. You know that if you cannot prove your identity, I could call the cops and have you escorted out. Go ahead and call the constables. They should have a good laugh at your expense. My grandma is on the community council, and they know her and me and have since before I was born. You would be the one having to prove identity in the wee hours of the morning. I bet you wouldn't like that too much, would you? Look, I'm tired. I just want to go to bed. Can't we find a way to coexist until you find all your stuff and leave? Agreed. he said, more relaxed and a little less abrupt than before. They looked under the bed, the sheets, and everywhere on the floor and around the sparse furniture. As they searched together on this united sock search mission, she couldn't get over how gorgeous he was. His thick, coiled, almost curly hair and café au lait complexion revealed that he might be biracial. His tall, muscular build, perfect for playing rugby or rowing crew, made him very easy on the eyes. Wait a minute, his voice breaking up her reverie. I think I found something. It was a pair of her gray knit, patterned tights that must have slipped behind the dresser while she was unpacking and putting her things away. Those are mine, she said, quickly moving to rescue them from him with a quick snatch. For the first time she caught him almost cracking a smile. I'll check the bathroom, brushing past her abruptly. He must have just had a shower before she arrived. She could smell the scent of sandalwood, one of the guest soap selections, coming from him. She had not noticed it earlier. It was faint but powerfully enticing. She was still tired from her shift and looked forward to sleeping herself. Obviously, the young man was having an effect on her, 1 week after being a runaway bride. No matter what she did or how she tried to find the sock and get him out of the room, she just could not place him, however. There was something about him and his voice that stuck with her. The plane, she exclaimed. We sat next to each other on the plane from the States. He was underwhelmed. Okay? Any luck with the sock or the wallet? Don't you remember? She obviously had not made an impact of any sort on him. Not really, but I travel a lot, so that is not saying much. Now where did I take them off? Are you sure you looked under the bed? I think I'll check one more time. Just think, all of this effort for a sock. That sock has precious sentimental value. Just look for it, please. Once again Rachel had managed to get on his bad side. She promised herself not to say anything further and to just look for the sock, then be free of this man. Should she ask for his key? Or was that even within her rights or her role as one of his grandmother's tenants? Here's the wallet. I must have put it in my shoes. And I believe, yes, the sock is pushed down to the toe of the left shoe. Wonderful. Okay, thanks for your help. Sorry about the inconvenience. He put on his leather jacket and easily left her without so much as a goodbye. Chapter 9. He's yours? Rachel woke up early even though she went to bed later than she wanted. She decided to check out the rude young man's claim of being Beatrice's grandson by cashing in the implied rain check for breakfast with his supposed grandmother. Beatrice must have either read Rachel's mind or communicated with her grandson, but breakfast was waiting for her as if she had planned it in advance. Beatrice greeted her with a big warm hug. Sit down, dear, everything is almost ready. I went by a recipe on one of those online recipe pages. I hope it hits the spot. It did. Beatrice had prepared a spread of blueberry muffins, black tea, fruit salad, yogurt, eggs, and bacon. If I went by what my grandson likes to eat, I would have only prepared coffee and toast done on both sides. She giggled at her own joke and invited Rachel to sit down. Rachel had a big appetite this morning and the breakfast was delicious. Afterward, she helped Beatrice with the dishes and shared the high points of the exchange she had last night in her room. I think I might have met your grandson last night. Really, dear, do tell. He is so hard to keep up with. Seems like he is always traveling. You know, the room you are staying in used to be his. We built it so that he could have privacy to study law but always be close by his grandma. It worked for him and me. That explains a lot, like the minimalist decor and his having a key. I forgot to communicate to him that the room was rented, so he should stay with me in the main part of the house. Oopsie. I apologize, dear. Nothing too bad transpired, I hope. I found him in my bed when I got home and it turned out we had been on the same plane to England from the States. Oh my goodness. I wanted you two to meet, but I did not intend for it to be quite so shocking. Well, at least you had an icebreaker. Rachel decided it was better to leave out the disappointing details about how rude her grandson was to her, and left it at having met. With all of the excitement, however, I failed to get his name. Arthur, dear. He has had a hard time of it. His mom was American like you, and she recently passed away after a long fight with cancer. His dad was my son. They had a wonderful love story until things ran their course, so to speak. His mom went back to America when she got sick and left Arthur with his dad to raise him to be a man. He felt like she abandoned him in his teen years just when he felt he needed her most. But when do you not need a mom's influence? Well, we'll talk more later about that story. Here comes Mr. Sunshine now. Grandma, I have some errands to run in town. Do you need anything? Why, that's so considerate, my dear sweet boy. I'm fine, but I'm sure Rachel would appreciate a ride into town instead of taking a bus or a bicycle. Supposed to rain. Be a gent, love, and transport her. Yes. Okay, Grandma. Mr. Sunshine was quickly transforming into Mr. Storm Cloud with his grandmother's new tenant. Shall we leave in 10 minutes, miss? My name is Rachel, not Mississippi. I was thinking of going to the library before my shift. Can you drop me off there? Fine, Rachel. Rachel smiled her thanks to Beatrice for anticipating her need. I was planning on staying late and studying there, so I'm not sure how our schedules will coordinate in terms of getting back. Make it work, grandson, as a special favor to me. We want Rachel to feel welcome, don't we? Yes, ma'am. Rachel noted what a perfect young gentleman he was with his grandmother. It was a night and day's difference between that sweetness and the angry verbal exchange he had with Rachel last night. No wonder he was studying law. Ready when you are, Rachel said as sweetly as she could. Fine, Rachel, he repeated, his special etiquette mantra, as kindly as he could muster. Arthur grabbed his laptop case and backpack and held the main door of the house open to her as any true gentleman would. He unlocked the car doors remotely and held the car door open until she was safely inside and seat belted up. Then he revealed the Arthur she had met on the plane and in the rented room. Arthur the Shoal. Don't think for a minute that I am doing any of this for you. I am doing it for my grandmother, who means the world to me. We live at the same place, so we have to get along, but I am not your taxi for hire and we are not friends. Got it? Got it, she repeated like a reprimanded child being put in her place. She agreed on the boundaries he was setting on their relationship from the outset. She had no choice. He started the car and headed toward town. She stared out the window sadly with tears in her eyes and in silence for the rest of the trip into town. Would she ever be treated well by any man? Even just a friend or associate? She thought of her dad, Kurt, and now even a stranger like Arthur. All of them seemed to hate her. She decided that she would be all business from here on out and not try to make friends, especially with any members of the opposite sex. Chapter 10 New Life. She did not miss her old wealth in her new life. She would just consider it and the trade-offs of the old life with the freedom to do and be as she chose. She allowed herself to feel the loss, then let the thought pass. She had a routine and duties that made her part of the community: bakery and fae, new dress on payday, library before work on late workdays, pub for shepherd's pie and karaoke after work for dinner on early workdays, and on her day off, cleaning her Spartan room and doing her laundry after a full breakfast and catch-up conversation with Beatrice. 90% of her life was good, and that percentage was almost good enough. She liked the structure and the rhythm of it. Within a matter of months, she knew everyone, thanks to working at the bakery and hanging out at the pub, and most of all getting the okay and vetting from her two fairy godmothers of Beatrice and Faye. And everyone knew her, and almost everyone accepted her new presence in the village except maybe for one, Arthur. By the time that her 1 month, her personal timetable of trying it out had told, she discovered that she did not want to leave. Work led to wellness for her, and she would not trade the simple town and the mostly good people who lived in it except maybe for one, Arthur. The only predictable thing about him was that he was always rude whenever he bumped into her. Deliberately or accidentally did not matter to Rachel, since he never apologized for his ongoing general negativity and bad mood. Try as she might, she could not achieve a perfect score of acclamation. It was impossible at all costs to avoid Arthur, to whom she doubted she could ever become acclimated. They were both in the same house. They were both connected to Beatrice socially. They both lived in the same small town. They both frequented the same spots in town, and had a similar disciplined schedule and routine at home. It seemed like Arthur was everywhere she was and inescapable. If it wasn't at home, then it was at the library. If it wasn't at the bakery, then it was at the pub. Plus, thanks to Beatrice, they became daily carpool comrades and once-a-week brunch mates at her table. Faye was in cahoots with Beatrice and made sure that Rachel was the one who waited on him whenever he came to the bakery for coffee and donuts. The only way they would see each other anymore would be if they were married, God forbid. Beatrice, I see what you are trying to do with Arthur and me, and it just won't work. They had finished sharing a meal together, and Rachel used the downtime before doing the dishes together as the opportune time to confront Beatrice about her intentions for her and her grandson. What's that, dear? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. What do you think I'm doing? Playing a combination of senior citizen senility, hearing loss, and naivete. You're trying to throw us together and match us up. We're just too different. Plus he can't stand me. That's the major barrier. Well, if that's true, and I'm not saying whether it is or whether it isn't, how do you feel about him? Okay. I think he is without a doubt the rudest person I've ever met. He takes pleasure, it seems, in being mean to me. And if any bad fortune came to me, I truly believe that he would sing and dance and hope for even more rottenness to occur to me. You still did not answer my question. You just said he was rude. How do you feel about him? I have absolutely no opinion of him. Tell the complete truth. Tell me how you felt when you first saw him on the plane, or discovered him half-naked sleeping in your bed. Gorgeous. Rachel spoke in a small, almost inaudible voice. Pardon me, dear. I could not hear you. Arthur is simply gorgeous. Rachel stood up and said at the top of her voice. Then, be it fate, luck, or coincidence, Arthur walked through the door at the very instant she was screaming his name. Well, if we ever had nothing to talk about in this house, using outside voices when inside should be forbidden, he said, directed to Rachel, given that I am studying for the New York and California bar exams and need peace and quiet. After that he grabbed a muffin and a piece of bacon from the breakfast cart, then disappeared. The two ladies knew he was going to bury himself in the books for an hour in time for him to join the live stream bar review classes from America. Beatrice and Rachel waited for him to depart and then burst out laughing. See, Beatrice, he's oblivious. He definitely has his eyes on the prize, dear. Arthur did not have time for a relationship while studying for back-to-back bar exams, but once he was admitted to the practice of law in 2 states and in England, he would be a force to be reckoned with and probably looking for someone to settle down and share it all with. Maybe they were too different after all. Rachel was well educated, but not seeking out a high-powered career. She had money from both sides of her family. She was rich. Other than that, she did not think about earning lots of money like many young professionals did, especially in America. She did not think of earning money as important either until she had to have a way to support herself without her father being able to trace her tapping into her trust fund and bring her back to America. Gorgeous and smart but rude. Rachel amended her response to Beatrice in a neutral, more quiet tone. The first 2 qualities do not outweigh the last, so I'll have to pass on Arthur and focus. Chapter 11, His Old Life. Rachel did not like the idea of anyone not liking her, but she did not feel like she could confront Arthur. She decided to do the next best thing and ask his grandma. Beatrice, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but I don't think Arthur likes me. What makes you say that, dear? He's always been cordial. That's just it. When you're around, he's cordial. When it's just us commuting or even going back to when we were on the plane or in the rented room, he is rude and abrupt. I've begun to wonder if I did something to make him angry. Has he mentioned anything to you? No, dear. There might be one thing, but it's outside your control. What? What is it? Just tell me and I'll change it or do it, whatever it takes. Well, dear, you are American. From the sound of things, so is he. No. He was born here when his parents were still together. But his late mother was American. I do believe that is why. They had a complex relationship at the end. He took a year off of law school to live stateside and take care of her when she was diagnosed with cancer. He never agreed with the choice to leave him behind in England with his father. Even though that was my son, I tend to agree. Really? Truly. My son just sent him to boarding schools or military schools. Arthur did not seem to fit in anywhere. My son never spent the quality time that his ex-wife hoped he would with their son in his teen years. Frankly, I believe that he just was not up to the task of child rearing during those difficult teen years, especially not as a single father. I see. Also, although both his parents loved him dearly, Arthur's biracial heritage was a challenge for his father. My son could teach him how to be British, but he could not teach him how to be black. Arthur did not feel accepted by either community in the UK. He always felt that things would have been better for him in the USA. But this is just my theory, dear. Do you think this is why he is geared toward passing the bar in 2 states, and not using his legal skills here? Perhaps. He'd probably need to join a firm in London. Clovelly might be too small to support the services of an Oxford-educated barrister. And his father? Where is he? Unfortunately, he died in an auto accident the night before Arthur was supposed to graduate law school. It hit Arthur hard, I know. Maybe he feels like he had 2 parents that did not understand him? Maybe he feels like he never had the chance to make things right with either of them before he lost them both? I can't say for sure, but if he seems angry at you, he may be angry because you remind him of his mom and the cultural upbringing he didn't have. Oh no, what can I do? I don't think you can do much more than you are already doing. This is something he has to work through on his own. It is his cross to bear. Try not to take it personally. Okay. Noted. Oh my, we've talked all morning and afternoon and now it is almost time for tea. Would you care to help me out in the kitchen, dear? One last thing. Yes, dear. What was your son's name? I did not mention it, did I? No, you didn't, and I thought it was a little odd. It was Arthur as well. I did not want to confuse you. My grandson is a 3rd. We called him Trey in the family while he was growing up, but after both of his parents passed, he wanted to be called Arthur. Your guess is as good as mine for why. Perhaps it is as a memorial of his father, and those who went before him with that name. After tea, Rachel and Beatrice worked in the garden together, exchanging light pleasantries and enjoying the sunshine. The late afternoon rain brought them inside just in time to greet Arthur when he came home from the library to find the both of them covered in dirt. "Hello, grandson," she said while giving him a big hug. "Did you eat yet, Arthur?" "Not yet, ma'am. I guess I lost track of time at the library. I opened and closed the place, Grandma." "That's my boy. You'll pass those bar exams without any trouble." "Oh, Grandma," he said, a little shy after the compliment. "I am a wee bit biased, but if I can't brag about my grandson, then who can I brag about?" He went over and kissed her on a dirt-free spot on the cheek, ignoring Rachel. "I'll get cleaned up and supper will be ready in half an hour. Did you greet Rachel, Arthur?" "No," he said coolly. "Hello." Even though she now knew the backstory to his rudeness, it did not make her feel any less slighted by him. She could not change her heritage and neither could he. "Do you need any help, Beatrice? I can bring some salad greens in from the garden if you want, now that the rain has stopped." "That would be a great idea. I'm going up to my room. I can get some more studying in before it is time to eat." "Sounds like a plan, Arthur." Rachel tried to soften him up before he left. "Well, you have to take a break sometime. I doubt you'd know anything about it. My entire ability to work in my profession rests on these tests. There's more to it than just baking overpriced bread and sweets." Then he left them both. "See, Beatrice, nothing I say is good enough." She gave Rachel a hug and patted her on the back. "Let's make the best dinner ever, dear. A man's heart is through his stomach, as the saying goes. If that is true, then I'll have to cook 3 meals a day for 365 days straight just to get the smallest acknowledgement from Arthur." She wondered why she had not yet given up hope on Arthur. Maybe it was the way he made her heart race when he looked not at, but through her. Maybe it was his momentary detours from rudeness when he talked with his grandma. Rachel and Beatrice were a natural fit that felt like family, so Rachel decided that she would keep trying, in hopes of at least 1/10 of the same rapport someday with Arthur. Chapter 12. Confrontation. Rachel liked the idea and the feel of working, but it was not without its occasional problems. Mostly these came in the form of customer service. She got along well with almost everyone who came to the bakery except for one woman, Jane, a young, up-and-coming lawyer who had graduated a year ahead of Arthur at Oxford. Jane was in her mid-20s, a corporate lawyer with one of the biggest, most powerful firms in London, and always had a negative attitude, a bad disposition, and was never satisfied. Rachel would tell herself that this would be the ideal match for Arthur, since they both were so angry and mean in most of their interactions with her. "Mississippi. Mississippi, miss." Jane was trying to get Rachel's attention. Rachel was alone at the bakery during the coffee hour, and she had her hands full with customers. "I'll be with you in 1 minute, Rachel replied. All she needed was another one of Jane's criticisms while she was doing her best to be baker and cashier, and desperately trying to prove herself in her new role of assistant manager. People like that did not like being told that they had to wait, and believed that they were entitled to special privileges as far as customer service was concerned. Jane was no different. "What I have to say to you will take less than the 1 minute you are asking me to wait." "Fine." Rachel wiped her flour-dusted hands after she rang up the last person in line, and went to see what the young lawyer was upset about this time. "Listen up, miss, because I don't intend to have to repeat myself. Stay away from Arthur or you'll regret it." "What? Ma'am, really believe me that you have nothing to worry about. We've known each other since we were children. You're not from around here, so I doubt you know our long personal history. Don't you dare think I haven't noticed him dropping you off and picking you up. Don't think that I don't know that you share the same roof. Answer me yes, ma'am, if you can understand and have no personal intentions or aspirations regarding Arthur other than as house guest. Answer me, it. "Yes, ma'am." Rachel had trouble responding to the threat of this young woman, who apparently had been eyeing Arthur for a long time. If Faye had been here, Rachel believed that there was no way Jane would have dared to talk to her like a bully. "Good. I believe we now understand each other." With that, she turned her back to Rachel and exited the bakery, red-bottomed pumps punctuating her departure as she moved quickly, and with purpose across the wooden floor. Her smile was one of satisfaction, the kind of victory she was used to getting from those professionals or personal rivals who challenged her in any way. Jane was about 25 years old, tall and slender, yet curvaceous, and had steel-gray eyes and long, straight, jet-black hair. She was the kind of person who gave lawyers a bad name. One thing that became clearer with each interaction they had, she believed that she had to instill fear to get her way. The main problem was that she wanted her way all the time. If she knew who my father was, she would have been the one left tearing up and quaking in her boots, Rachel said under her breath after the lady slammed the door behind her when she left the shop. She knew that she wasn't a threat to Jane's relationship to Arthur, but thinking about him choosing this rude lawyer over her made her sad. On paper, the two lawyers belonged together. Jane and Arthur were everything together that a match between Rachel and Arthur was not. They were a power couple in the making. They shared the same profession, education, social background, upbringing, and intellectual class. She was considered to be beneath people like that, a novel experience for her now that she had no access to her father's multinational, multi-billion-dollar fortune. Rachel and Jane were in different leagues. Arthur had never given Rachel a second thought the few times they literally bumped into each other. The lack of consideration of her and the choice of someone like Jane made Rachel wonder why she ever thought she could ever dream or believe that he could ever be interested in someone like her. Rachel had no claims on him, yet envisioning him with Jane, this lawyer lady, this bully of a beast, left her profoundly disappointed and slightly depressed without an acceptable explanation after knowing him a little over a month. Rachel thought if he would choose her the way she was now, that he was not superficial. Considering his choice of Jane instead, forced Rachel reconsider the real possibility that Jane and Arthur had more values in common than Rachel wanted to believe. Faye and Beatrice walked in the bakery as if on cue. "Honey, what's wrong?" "Yes, you have hurt and pain written all over your face." Rachel turned her back to them for a moment to wipe the now flowing, yet silent tears with her apron. In her effort to mask her emotions by wiping her tears away, she had left traces of flour all over her face. Come, can't be all that bad. I left you alone and the bakery didn't burn down. That's a bonus, Faye said with a wink, trying to change Rachel's tears into laughter. Poor sweet one, why don't you take your morning break and freshen up? Maybe even go for a walk to the park up the street to clear your head. Dealing with customers all day can be draining. It'll be all right, I promise. Beatrice hugged her and Faye nodded her approval of the late morning break. The first thing she did was take off her apron and throw it dismissively on a chair. Then she walked briskly out and into the rest of her new small world of Clovelly, feeling defeated and thinking that her new choice of home had betrayed. Chapter 13 Fight Me. When she wasn't working at the bakery, she was struggling in a similar way with routine chores at her new home. The only difference was the size of and reason for the audience. At the bakery she faced her inexperience with everyday tasks and any mistakes she made the customers just wrote it off because she was a new employee, probably still in training, and usually got the order or the change due right eventually. At home, she was subject to Arthur's keen observance and sharp derision for sport. He loved to argue and Rachel would not be immune from his cutting remarks. He considered it to be a personality flaw that happened to make him perfectly suited to his professional calling. Okay, he said to her one day watching her trying to mop the kitchen floor. When you are done with struggling, just let me know and I'll take care of the task myself. The instant he uttered the words he knew he was wrong. He knew he had made a hurtful comment. He saw how what he said had broken her spirit. He did not know how to soften the after effects of his verbal blow. Whatever victory he had gained was not worth how awful he felt after he said it. Why did he feel the constant need to take his confusing feelings he had for her and transfer them back to her so negatively? What did he seek to prove? This was not law school, this was everyday life. This was not a courtroom, this was the kitchen. Almost instantly her posture slumped and she looked down, tears welling up in her eyes. She wanted to be anywhere except there in that kitchen with him. As she was processing the sting of pain from his negative comment, she accidentally knocked the mop and the full bucket over and dirty, soapy water spilled everywhere. She could only imagine what cutting remark he would have for her after that. She left the kitchen as fast as she could, not waiting around to find out and initially slipping and sliding on the spill when she made her exit. She did not want to give him the satisfaction that he had made her cry. It was bad enough that he had made her run. Beatrice was in the other room listening to her grandson's ongoing, though slightly less negative attitude towards Rachel, but she wasn't quite sure if she should interfere now or wait until he was alone and give him a stern talking to. She waited to see how far he planned to go, or if he would stop his verbal attack of their house guest. She decided not to wait for the conversation to get more negative, and was about to rush in and give him hell when she saw a blur of Rachel running past her, defeated by her grandson and brought to tears by his brutal comments. You know, young man, you're not too old for me to put you across my knees and whip your bottom until you are crying out in pain for me to stop. She is just a girl trying to find her place in the world. She did not ask you for your perspective on how she cleaned the floor or ask you to do it better than she did. Can't you see, Arthur? You are doing nothing but making it harder on her. She has never been mean to you. No, ma'am. How dare you speak to anyone like that? Is that how your mother and father or I raised you? How dare you, young man? You make me ashamed to be your grandma. Now get out of here. I don't want to see your face for a while. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. You most definitely should be. And your next words of apology should be for Rachel. Rachel. He barely knew her. He thought he wanted to know her better. But his rudeness and cruel words were getting in the way. As he drove to the pub, his harsh comments repeated over and over again in his head, on a constant loop, making him more aware of how bad what he said really was. Why did he always manage to hurt this girl? He did not want to admit it, but he was slowly realizing that maybe she was getting under his skin. If someone as lovely as Rachel would even entertain giving him a second thought, he had successfully shut down all possibility of that ever happening with his signature meanness that marked every encounter he ever had with her. She was a beauty with her bronze-colored skin, almost black eyes and thick dark hair. But he could not consider an attraction to her, or anyone for that matter, until he passed the 2 bar exams in the States. It would not be fair. The way he treated Rachel was proof of that. From his first impression to his last and most recent in the kitchen, he was demonstrating a side of himself to her that no one should have to see. The necessary amount of time and devotion to preparing to pass clearly brought out the worst in him. He studied and studied, fearing that all of his effort might not be enough. He was no good to anyone at this point. He wished the whole thing was over. If only he had met her after he had passed both exams. It was no excuse, but his long hours of preparation, day after day, made him unsuitable company for almost anyone. Except, of course, his grandma, who knew how to handle him at his best and his worst. Once he was gone, Beatrice made her way up the stairs to Rachel's room and knocked. Are you okay, Rachel? She could hear her sobbing through the door. I think I need some alone time for a while. Thank you, but I just need to process all of the changes I've made so fast in the past couple of weeks. Is it all right to take my dinner up here in my room? I'll bring dinner up when it's done. Take good care of yourself tonight. Rachel curled up on her bed like a wounded kitten, and let her tears flow and her thoughts drift back to considering if there was a happily ever after for her in this quaint little fairy tale village at all. She might not have the answer to that, but one thing she knew was that she never wanted to speak with beastly Arthur again. Chapter 14 I Owe You. Arthur proved that he could follow directions and sat in the pub drinking beer by the pitcher, waiting for a call from his grandmother. The longer he waited in adult time out, the more opportunity he had to reflect on how rude he had been. He did not know why. He just knew that whenever he was around her alone he felt inclined to verbally attack her. Come on, Grandma, call, he said to himself after an hour of waiting and more pitchers of beer than he could remember. He was getting anxious and very concerned. Several hours later, and after his progression from beer to whiskey then to gin, his grandmother told him that he could come back, but Rachel did not want to talk to him or her, for that matter. I don't think you realize how deeply you hurt her. She's up there in her room probably wondering if she'll stay or go. Go. Yes, leave and go back to the States. Whatever drove her away from America to Clevelly must have been a huge hurt. But trust me, what you said and how you said it to her must have been far worse. I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. At first I was just teasing. Then things just got out of control, and the teasing became less playful and more. More what? More cruel. I had no reason to treat her that way, I know, but I only did it because I could, which makes it so much worse on my part. For her also. You literally ripped her to shreds and stripped her of any self-confidence or self-esteem that she had rebuilt since she came here. There was a long silent pause, then he confessed, I think I like her, he said slowly, realizing that possibility for the first time after the words came out of his mouth. Really? Perhaps. First things first. I've got to get her to want to see me or at least listen to me to deliver a proper apology. Do you have her mobile number? No, and I wouldn't give it to you even if I did. That would be a breach of the trust between us, not only as landlady and tenant, but would destroy our blossoming friendship. I don't even know if she has a phone. No, sir, you got yourself into this, you must get yourself out of it. Okay. You talked your way into it. Just talk your way out of it. He took his grandmother's advice about stopping for flowers first. He knew nothing about flowers, so he bought 24 long-stemmed red roses with a plan in mind. He had helped with the steps as well as the room itself and remembered there were around 23 steps from the ground to the door of the separate entrance. More than a little tipsy, he ripped the packaging off the exquisite flowers and tried to put a rose on each step, leaving him with one to give to her as a peace offering. This has to work, he prayed. Once outside of her door, he felt paralyzed by nerves. No one had ever had this kind of power over him. He counted to 10 and then knocked. Rachel, he called out, it's Arthur. I'd like to. Go away, She cut him off mid-sentence. Please listen, Rachel. She blasted music from her clock radio to drown out anything he said. Good, bad, or otherwise in between. She was fed up of believing false promises. They served no purpose other than to let her down. Once on that path to disappointment, more tears were not too far behind. He did not blame her for not wanting to listen to him after his earlier verbal attack. Look, I get it. You're upset and you have every right to be. Just please open the door just a crack, please, Rachel. I'm so sorry. I want to apologize. I know I'm probably the last person on earth you want to talk to. But if you won't listen, then how can I apologize? That got Rachel's attention. She turned off the radio and unlocked the door all the way up to the chain. By leaving it on, she left the slightest little crack open sufficient for him to beg her pardon, and gave her the equal ability and power to shut him out of the room and her future. It also gave him the slightest little glimmer of hope with no guarantees that any of this would go his way. She was the bigger person of the two and maybe with a little luck she would listen to his apology if nothing else. Her acceptance of it, however, would take a miracle. He pushed his last long-stemmed red rose, now wilting in his sweaty hand, through the door crack, watching several petals fall from her hand to the ground on top of her feet. Yet another thing in worse shape thanks to my touch, huh, Rachel? His tone was a gentle whisper, wanting more than a crack for communication but encouraged by it as opposed to nothing nonetheless. He kept talking, not waiting for any other further invitation to start speaking or a signal to stop. She looked him straight in the eyes from her side of the door. His eyes were red due to liquor. Hers were red from too many tears. What do you want from me anyway? I'm just an incompetent servant, not even worth your time or politeness. Please. I'm sorry, please come out or let me in. I take it all back. I was playing around and then said many things I shouldn't have. I'm not perfect, but I'm enough of a man to face up to his mistakes and beg for a second chance with you. As friends. After he said his final word, she slammed the door shut. He turned to go down the steps a broken man when he heard the entire door creak open and saw the lights come on. She noticed the flowers, then gave a lingering look in his direction. Did you do all of this? The roses on the steps? I did. Did Beatrice tell you to do this? No, I came up with it myself. I'll climb all 23 steps on my bare knees pierced by their thorns, if that would prove how sorry I am and if you would just accept my apology, Rachel. I'm begging you. Please? How I treated you was reprehensible. Why is this so important to you? I'm a nobody, remember? Or at least that's the way you treated me. Not as a guest in your home or your parish or your country for that matter. Why should I bother to give you another chance? That's all I've given you and you've gone from bad to worse, punishing me for things outside my control. Rachel, I want to wipe the slate clean. Amnesty. You reek of beer and cheap liquor. How do I know you won't have forgotten any or all of this when you get up hungover tomorrow and begin chastising me all over again? Emptied of answers but full of alcohol, the ultimate truth serum, Arthur sighed, then said, You don't. He paused, then concluded. But I do know I don't want to think of spending a future without you in it. He successfully made his way all the way down the 23 steps, and was turning to go to the rest of the house when she shouted, I accept your apology. Chapter 15. Friends? It was uncharacteristic for Arthur to care much, if at all, about the feelings of strangers. But there was something about Rachel that was different. Something about her got under his skin. She was upsetting all of his strong until now unchallenged beliefs. She had worked her way into his life at the least desirable time, while he was busy and stressed out studying for 2 American bar exams. The New York and California tests were known for being difficult, with many law graduates failing on the first try. He had neither the time or the inclination to deal with women right now. They just complicate matters, he thought. The next morning Arthur was slightly hungover but very keenly aware of what had happened the night before. He remembered that he had apologized to Rachel. To keep on the good side of his grandmother, he wanted to make sure that things were better between them, not just for a night, but going forward indefinitely. He pulled himself together and went to knock on Rachel's door. Rachel, it's Arthur. I know it's early, but do you have a minute? She heard his voice and wondered, knowing him, if he was there to take back his apology. She would not put it past him. Yes, she said, already half exasperated by his usually negative attitude toward her. She opened the door but did not let him in. Please make it a quick one. I need to get to work. About last night. Here it comes, she thought, the rescission of his apology. She summoned her courage and her public mask and got ready for a verbal battle with him before her day had officially begun. Look, Arthur, I think that if you came to... He cut her off mid-sentence. I was drunk last night and wanted to make sure that I was clear. I am not only asking for your forgiveness and acceptance of my apology, but for a truce. We got off on the wrong foot, that's all. A truce? A truce. Okay. She was surprised but willing to try to get along better with him as an almost housemate and a possible associate, or even someday perhaps as a friend. I can accept that. Thanks for following up. Oh, I'm in no condition to drive right now. He looked her up and down and saw how well put together she was today for going to work at the bakery. Are you good with getting to town on your own? Definitely. I planned on going to the pub for dinner after work anyway, so I might walk there and back. It's a nice day out. Good. Well, have a good day. Likewise. On the walk into town, she reflected on the whole Arthur situation. Well, he certainly is full of surprises, she thought. Before she got to the bakery, she had a million thoughts about him and the power of a strong female presence, like his grandmother, on a grown man. She believed that the idea for the apology came 100% from her, not from him. She entered the bakery and greeted Faye. Every alarm at the store was going off in sweet. The code was not working. Oh no, they'll be here in a minute and charge me for setting the alarm off. Plus there are 100 voicemails on the catering line. Word is getting out about our sweet treats. Good day, Honorable. Strap on your armor. It looks like it's going to be one of those days. Faye was right. The entire day sped by. Their busy times were busier and their downtimes were non-existent as they spent that time responding to voicemail and filling orders. Rachel felt she earned her pub night after a day at work like that. She was grateful for the general amiable disposition of the customers and the success of the bakery, which meant job security for her in Clovelly. When they closed up, Rachel invited Faye to come with her for dinner at the pub, but the workday had worn her out. You're in your 20s but I'm in my 70s. Running a business like this takes its toll when you reach my age, honey. Have fun beating the men off with a stick. I meant to tell you how nice you look today. Hopefully someone other than me will appreciate that tonight, she said with a wink. I may be the first, but I bet there will be plenty of others at the pub tonight who will be eager to do the same. When she reached the pub, it was packed. It was ladies' night and there was live music by a local band. She grabbed a seat in a booth and took a few moments to catch her breath after her whirlwind workday. 10-cent wings would have made it perfect, but their fish and chips special on a Friday night would hit the spot just as well. Someone must have left behind a tabloid on her table. While she was waiting for her server, she decided to look through it to pass the time. Sure enough, on the top right-hand corner was a photograph of her fiancé, flanked by several exotic-looking, nubile females and partying on a cross-continent train. So my future husband is partying his way across Europe. Thank God I was a runaway bride and missed the boat with that one. Phew, she breathed a sign of relief. As the night went on, a man sent her 3 drinks. She acknowledged his generosity each time with a smile. She asked the server if he knew anything about him. Well, sweetie, if he was gay and sent me drinks, I'd be all over him by now, as fine as he is. Don't you worry. You can handle it tonight, girl. You look too fierce to be alone. Let me introduce you. The closer the man came, the more nervous she became. He was so good-looking. She felt out of place and uncertain. More than a little shy at the prospect of meeting such a handsome man, she decided to ignore her feelings of being a fish out of water and dive in. Chapter 16. A new friend? Rachel, this is Henry. Henry, this is Rachel. Rachel is new and works at the bakery. Henry's family was one of the original ones in the village many generations ago. Hi, Henry. Nice to meet you. Please have a seat. Henry sat next to Rachel, blocking her exit. He positioned himself in the booth with his face frozen in a smile and his hands in his lap under the table. I remember the first time you came to the pub. I wanted to send you a drink and talk to you then, but I'm an introvert. It took me a couple of drinks just to get up the nerve to send you one, not to mention 3. He giggled nervously. He reached into his inner jacket pocket and pulled out a white handkerchief to wipe his noticeably sweaty hands, forehead and upper lip. Would you like a dessert? I see you already finished your meal. How about some ice cream? Let me guess. I bet you like chocolate. He giggled nervously. His nervous giggle was neither cute, amusing, or infectious. He had none of the attributes that she considered attractive. He was not her type. She kept her silence with her arms folded across her chest and avoided eye contact, looking down and hoping he would read her body language that she was not interested in him. Rachel wished she could escape. To escape from the booth, he had to let her out. But how? You don't like these drinks I sent over? You have not sipped from any of them. Would you like something different? Beer, wine, whiskey, me. She took a sip too from each one to be polite and smiled. She searched her brain for a way out of this uncomfortable situation. Just when she was about to excuse herself to freshen up in the ladies' room and make a run for it, he made an attempt to involve her in his monologue. How about dinner tomorrow night? He put his arm around her, resting his sweat-covered armpit against her shoulder. Not at the pub, but to a restaurant with table linen and cloth napkins, fine silver, crystal and high-quality food like spaghetti. No thank you, I'll have to pass, but thanks. Really? You have to eat, so why don't we make an occasion of it? Dinner and a show at the movie theater, and afterwards a ride on my paddle boat around the lake. As tempting as that sounds, I have to say no. Why not? I sent you 3 drinks. Just tell me how much they costed and we'll be square. I can't stay out for dinner at all. I'm on the early shift, and in the bakery world, early means 3 a.m. Sorry. When are you off work again? I'm not sure. I might be needed for overtime. I'll let you know. Okay. What's your number? I don't have a phone. Incredible. I know, I'll swing by the bakery and pick you up and we'll leave from there. You're going to love their food. No, thank you all the same. Give me a break, I'm trying to get to know you after expressing interest with the drinks, but you won't give me an inch of leeway. I pay and everything. Just come out to dinner with me tomorrow. Please. I'll be less nervous by then, I promise. They have a bar at this restaurant, so I ought to be fine. She was defeated. He had successfully worn her down. The only escape from the booth with him in it would be to agree to the date, leap over him while pushing the table over using her superhuman strength garnered from her individual polite sips of the 3 mixed drinks he sent, and then bolt, getting the heck out of there and leaving this sweaty man far behind her. Realistically, she considered that he knew that she worked at the bakery, so he could come to her place of work and make things very uncomfortable for her, putting her in an awkward position. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. She struggled to say these 5 words and agreed to spending even more time with him, time that she dreaded spending, and time that she would never get back. Almost instantly she thought of Arthur. They were in no way dating or romantically coupled, yet she felt guilty. She felt like going out with Henry would be like cheating on Arthur. Not Kurt, her fiancé, but Arthur, a young man she only met a month ago, and due to her living situation in this small parish. Would this be what a relationship with Henry be like? Being worn down until she agreed to whatever he wanted in order to get him to leave her alone? First the initial date, then a kiss, then more dates and more kisses, his whining and begging until she agreed to his proposal to marry him, too quickly followed by a horrible honeymoon, then a miserable marriage with unappetizing sex after forever forced yes, ultimately followed by a lifetime spent with someone she never even loved or wanted. I almost forgot to ask Henry. Rachel leaned in and cautiously spoke, not wanting to be thought of as interested in him in any way. What do you do for a living? I'm in sales. No wonder, he's a professional. He was practiced at wearing people down until they were stuck with some product or service that they didn't want or need. If only he would use his superpower for good and not for evil or personal gain. Henry had sold her on a date, and now Rachel was stuck with him, a man that she neither wanted or needed, bound for a date that she could not get out of. Chapter 17, Date Night. Rachel could not believe that she let Henry guilt her into a dinner date. She wished she had a friend who would call her on her cell phone with a fake emergency 15 minutes into the date, so that she could get out of it. Then she would permanently block his number and avoid him in town, like the plague whenever she was at the pub. No such luck. Her only 2 friends were Beatrice and Faye. She felt like this was not a favor she could request of a septuagenarian landlady or a manager, even though she had neither before. Henry came to pick Rachel up by the end of the day so that he would have time to park and walk up the stairs to her private entrance. Oh, how she wished it was someone else, anyone else, especially even Arthur. 3 knocks at the door and there he was in his full glory. A light gray polyester suit and a Kelly green tie with a handful of carnations, oddly resembling those that grew in Beatrice's flower garden. He could have brought her some radishes from the vegetable garden too, if produce was the way to a woman's heart. She guessed this was the best he could do in an effort to impress her with something women were supposed to respond positively to when going on a date. Hello, Henry. She greeted him in a quasi-monotone with a flat effect. She was not even looking forward to however long this date would last before the meal was over, and they would have a reason to depart. She made sure she had taxi fare so she would not have to bear the awkwardness of him dropping her off. He smiled a yellow-toothed grin and presented her with the familiar pilfered bouquet. Thanks. I'll put these in water. She had a glass of water on her desk and stuffed the entirety of them in it. She forced a smile of appreciation, grabbed her purse and descended the stairs with her date. It's spaghetti night at the restaurant, he said, in an effort to start a conversation. She guessed in-person social occasions had different requirements than the telemarketing he did to earn a living. His nervous laughter and begging she remembered from the pub were absent as they rode along in silence. He seemed so proud to have a date that he did not seem to mind the lack of conversation. Finally they reached the restaurant. He opened her door for her not out of chivalry, but because it was an old car and without his help she could not get out. She noted this in case in the future she wanted to get out before he was ready to release her while dropping her off. Once seated, she was sure he would start to talk. "Order whatever you like," he said. "Anything that is a dinner special for Thursday would be fine." There was only one item listed on the daily dinner specials, and it was spaghetti served with a salad of plain iceberg lettuce and 2 pieces of garlic bread. Meatballs, grated cheese, and salad dressing were extra. "Okay, thanks," she replied dismally. She looked around the restaurant noting the exits, wondering how easy it would be to get a cab. Had this been the level she had sunk into? A bargain dinner date with a man she had no interest in? While looking around she saw Arthur seated with Jane. Seeing the two of them together caught her by surprise and even made her feel a little jealous. She looked like she was on a date, he did not. She had taken off her jacket, intensified her makeup for night, and let down her long black hair. He looked like his mind was still in his law books studying for the bar. He wore jeans and a hoodie and an expensive pair of sneakers. Rachel felt hurt. Thinking of Arthur and Jane as a couple made her want to leave the restaurant even more. Trying to escape from that situation at least for a bit and get some fresh air, Rachel excused herself from Henry in order to freshen up in the ladies' room. But midway away from the table, she met Arthur headed for the bar. "Hello, Rachel. What are you doing here?" "I'm with Henry." Her pride did not dare allow her to admit that it was a date. "You?" "I'm hanging out with Jane. Just a study break, really. She talks so much about herself. I just needed a break from the original break." He chuckled. "Believe me, I understand," she confided. "I was kind of coerced into this date with Henry from the pub. Yeah, I should have warned you about him if I had known your plans. He can be a real leech off of a person's kindness. His MO is to guilt you into a social situation then say nothing and go Dutch on the bill. Not exactly a ladies' man. You can do better. I'll introduce you to some of my public school and university mates sometime." Really? She was relieved for so many reasons. Most of all to know that he was not interested in Jane. This represented a total change in how Arthur had acted towards her before. Maybe this was how the two of them would interact as friends. Despite the transition from rude to friendly, she wished she was the one out with Arthur and not Jane. "Really?" he affirmed. "Oh great, I've been away from the table for a while and never made it to the bar. And I never made it to the ladies' room. Oh well, I doubt my time away would matter much with Jane's self-absorption anyway." They both smiled at being on bad dates and wanting to leave. If Arthur had asked Rachel to leave with him that very moment, she would have. As it was, this was probably her best opportunity to escape, but she thought better of it, engaged as she was in this opportunity to be with Arthur. She looked over at Henry at their table. Henry looks relieved not to have to talk. He and Jane should pair up. She could do all the talking and he could sit in silence except for the occasional nervous giggle. And she could pay if they ordered non-dinner specials. Both of them erupted into laughter. "Shall we have a drink or two to bad dates before we return to them?" Arthur flashed a devilish grin at Rachel. "Absolutely." Chapter 18 Bad Dates. "How did you wind up with Jane?" "Almost the same way you wound up with Henry, except I grew up with her. So, I've had almost a lifetime of her and her attitude even from an early age." "How so?" "Our parents were college friends. They were always pushing us together. I guess they hoped that we would wind up together." "Well, aren't you? Or why didn't you?" "We're not. She is too self-centered for me in the long term, but as a friend to hang out with, it takes my mind off of my legal studies to see the kind of life I could have wound up living. Kind of like a cheat day on a very restricted diet. She indulges in entertaining her fantasy of us becoming a power couple, and I get her off of my back from nagging me to go out together. To quote a friend, you can do better. Much better." Arthur laughed. "I like small-town life and she prefers London. That's another point of discord. More like a deal-breaker. I love Clovelly." "Then why are you preparing for bar exams stateside? New York and California aren't even in the United Kingdom." "Ah yes, the big question. My grandmother is terrified that I'll go to the States and practice law there. But that is not the reason. That was never my intent. I have dreams that make the ability to be licensed in the States necessary. Such as? I'd like to set up a boutique law firm in Clovelly specializing in international trademarks and copyrights. The ability to be able to practice in New York and California is necessary to be competitive and lucrative. So much popular culture is exported from the US, and those two places are the loci. Also, my grandmother is getting up in age, and I'd like to be near the only family I have left. Wow, that's awesome. Rachel almost shared that her father has huge mansions in New York City and Los Angeles, but caught herself. Jane and I both spent 2 summers clerking in the same multinational megafirm. I learned what I could and determined I could be more professionally and personally rewarded on my own. She stayed with the firm for the security, power, and prestige. That's Jane. I have more of an entrepreneurial spirit and basic business sense. That's me. What about you and the lean green tie-wearing machine? Rachel laughed. Like I said before, I felt guilty and backed into a corner by Henry. Plus he is too quiet and shy. That turns into this very annoying nervous laughter he lets out when he is in a new social situation. Trust me, he has no romance, no seduction skills, and no game to get with a woman like me. And what kind of woman is that? Arthur asked Rachel flirtatiously. Rachel smiled coquettishly, then tapped her glass for a refill. I like more of a challenge, touching him lightly on the nose with her index finger. See what you miss out on by being rude. All the little details and none of big benefits, she said in her sexiest voice with a wink, in an attempt to make a joke. Okay. I thought the apology was accepted. It was, but the raw memories remain. Touché. Tell me more about the law firm, she said, sipping on her second drink. Well, after I pass both, I'd like to move out of my grandmother's house and get a storefront with a 2-floor apartment for me and 4 other apartments above it that I could rent out. He elaborated. I can work from home and remotely with technology being what it is and things happening in the global marketplace. She leaned in to hear him better at the bar and noticed how close they actually were. She could smell his cologne, and if she wanted to, she could reach out and touch him again lightly on the arm, if she felt like making a bold move. Arthur continued. But 2 bar exams are plenty to keep me busy at the library and at home, burning the midnight oil. She caught him focusing his attention on her lips, then looking her up and down and lingering on her legs. She was getting flustered and excited. The electricity between them was undeniable. Instead of connecting with him by gently touching him, she made a safe comment, supportive but not flirtatious. That's brilliant, Arthur. Thanks. What about you? She almost gushed that she wanted to be his wife and the mother of his children, but instead said, I just like to find my place in the world. I have a good liberal arts education but no idea what to do with it next. Thus the bakery. Right, thus the bakery. I did get a promotion. Do tell. I'm the assistant manager, she said with pride. And Faye pseudo-adopted me as her heir to run and own it. Business is booming. We can barely handle all of the demand we have now. Soon we'll be open extended hours and be fully available to catering. I've never had a job. Almost blowing her cover. Like this. There's no power and prestige, but I definitely have purpose and place in this community. I like small town life here too, and despite the occasional Henry, it suits me fine. She could not escape how Arthur was making her feel. It was new but sensual. Although they were at the bar, they were both focused on each other. The entire world seemed to disappear from view. Arthur's glance was locked in at her lips. It was a different way for him to relate to Rachel, but she seemed open to his physical closeness and sexual advances. Was it possible to have intimacy in a bar full of people? It felt like a magnet was drawing them together, closer and closer, until both found themselves leaning in for a kiss. Chapter 19. See you. Arthur leaned in and was about to kiss Rachel, when all of a sudden both their dates appeared and separated them. Our food's been here for a while, said Henry. You've got enough money to pay for your special, right? What took so long to get me a glass of wine anyway? Jane asked Arthur. Did you become distracted and lose your way? She sensed that something was going on between Arthur and Rachel, and her impatience with him became anger towards her. The charm had broken. The magic had ended. Both Rachel and Arthur exchanged glances of profound regret and slight embarrassment as they were led back to the dates they had escaped from. They had shared an almost something special only to return to settle on a definite and ordinary mediocrity. For those few moments at the bar, they escaped a lack of compatibility with their bad dates, and got a taste of what the truly magnificent world of their togetherness after Arthur's still fresh apology could be like. Back at the table with Henry and Rachel, the earlier silence between the two was replaced by the swinish sounds of him slurping down his lukewarm spaghetti, and the unappetizing vision of him mopping up the remaining sauce with both slices of bread that came with the spaghetti special. By the time she returned, he had already consumed his plain iceberg lettuce salad. Once he finished his meal he seemed content. For him, this was an acceptable night out with a woman. He noticed a few spaghetti sauce spots on his long and thick, removable Kelly green tie. He used it as a napkin, having forgotten that his napkin had safely made it to his lap earlier. After he dabbed at his mouth, then clipped it back. As though that was not enough, he began to loudly suck his teeth, then use a toothpick at the table to eliminate the remainder of his meal from his teeth while still seated at the table. What a winner! Rachel thought. On the other side of the restaurant where Arthur and Jane were seated, things did not seem much better. A few times when she was able to make eye contact, she shot Arthur a couple of knowing glances, and he responded in kind. The loud and ongoing sound of Henry's subsequent burps, and the very unpleasant odor of his farts brought her focus back on her disappointing date as what made for the worst date ever. I think they serve fish and chips for Friday night special. Are you free tomorrow? No. Let me be clear. I'm not interested. Not in a second date with you tomorrow or any other day. Why not? Rachel could tell by his tone that he was about to use guilt and begging just like he did at the pub, what she now thought of as his telemarketer technique. She had experienced him twice and did not wish to do so any more ever again. In this case, the third time would not be the charm, but the third strike and he would be out of the game. Why wait when she was certain now that they were not a love match? She did not want to lead him on or suffer any further. She remembered what Arthur said at the bar. She could do better. She knew this was true, and if given half the chance, she would leap at the chance to do better indeed with Arthur. I'm simply not interested in you in that way. I'm going to catch a taxi home. But I brought you to this nice restaurant. It could become our place. Not if I'm not here with you. Then it's just your place. Alone. The last word alone seemed to rub him the wrong way and set him off. He stood up and started to make a scene. You are a selfish BT. I brought you here for a date. I thought you wanted me. All you seem to want to do is break my heart. Why did you accept the drinks that I bought you at the pub? You knew what you were getting into. How dare you treat me like this? I groomed for you. He continued to make a scene by escalating his drama and raising his voice while standing on his chair and ranting and raving, continuing to verbally attack her before the entire audience of the restaurant. By this point the manager came over to the table and asked if there was anything he could do. Rachel responded with a request for a taxi cab home as Henry continued from on high to lambaste Rachel and draw the negative attention of the other couples in the restaurant who were now trying to tune him out and make the best of their own versions of their abysmal Thursday date night. Miss, your taxi has arrived. The manager came back to tell her. He had a message for her obnoxious dinner companion too. Sir, there are complaints about your behavior. If you continue to disturb the other guests at the restaurant in this or any other negative manner, I'll have to escort you out and ban you from ever returning to this fine establishment. Don't make me call the constables. The manager excused her bill, and she thanked the manager for the unique restaurant experience. By the time she left, a busboy and a waiter were trying to bring an out-of-control Henry down from standing on the top of the chair to stepping down the floor. She left the restaurant happy to finally escape Henry, but disappointed that the kiss failed to happen between her and Arthur. All of the patrons were focused on Henry, but she noticed that there was one pair of eyes on her. Arthur. Chapter 20. A walk in the park. Arthur wanted to make sure Rachel was okay, but Jane stopped him. Looking at her was one thing, but talking about his concern for her welfare with Jane was impossible. Jane had started to see Rachel as a rival in her romantic pursuit of Arthur. His volunteering to reach out to Rachel did not disabuse Jane of that notion. One thing that Rachel loved about Clovelly was all of the public green spaces. Each neighborhood had its own park. Even though the residents lived in beautiful homes with amazing gardens, like Beatrice, residents often walked, ran, and sat in local parks. After several weeks as a resident, she started to do the same. While she was looking for a bench during her lunch break, she bumped into Arthur. Although they both lived at Beatrice's house and usually carpooled together into and out of town, they never saw each other at other times. Arthur spent all of his time studying and Rachel kept busy in her new role of assistant manager at the bakery. If romance was going to take root between them, it would have to take place during rush hour or in the park on a nice day. Rachel. Hey, thank goodness you are okay. Is everything all right? Hi Arthur. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Of course. Seemed pretty awful in there. I wanted to check on you but Jane. I totally understand. No further explanation necessary. I made it home safe and sound. Fancy seeing you here. I needed to get out of the library for a bit. The concepts were just clouding my head over, and I wasn't having success absorbing any of it. Finding you in one of the parks of Clovelly is like finding a four-leaf clover. Lucky. Rachel smiled then patted a vacant space next to her on the park bench. Is the bakery closed during lunch hour? No. Faye gave me a long lunch break away from the store if I work a split shift. Yes, I see. I remember you mentioning the new extended hours. Giving bigger coffee chains a run for their money. Huh. Something like that. I could use a change of scenery after 8 hours in the public library. Maybe I'll stop by and grab a strong cup of coffee, and extend my study hours at the bakery then drive you home. I would love that. I don't want to put you out or anything. You've been so generous with enabling me to get by without my own car. No problem, it's my pleasure. Plus, I'd imagine you'd be too tired to walk after being on your feet all day long. Yeah, thanks. We both know that you've got to save your taxi fund for your dating life, he said, taking a playful jab at her after the dating fiasco she had with Henry. I've definitely closed the book on that one. They both had brown bagged it. Lunch for Arthur was an apple, some walnuts and some carrot sticks with hummus. What are you, a horse? All you're missing is a bowl of oats. I had that before I left the house this morning, he chuckled. I don't like to eat too heavy when I'm studying. It puts me to sleep. The postprandial drop, huh? You got it. I barely have time for sleep as it is being so busy with studying. I really enjoyed our conversation at the restaurant the other night. Yeah, me too. Too bad Jane has her claws in you, or I'd really give you a run for your money. I'd like to see that. They laughed at the joke, but there was some truth in their responses. Jane is more like a sister than a girlfriend, Arthur clarified. I give you the go-ahead, remove her claws and stick your own in. Rachel was unsure of how to respond to the flirty comment that Arthur just made. She changed the subject to mask her shyness. You don't talk much about that childhood in Clovelly. Who knows, you're a few years older than me, but my late mom was here around that time before my parents met and married and returned stateside. Our moms might have briefly known each other. Arthur's entire demeanor changed when Rachel started talking about late moms. He became colder but cordial. I doubt it. My mom did not hang out with many Black Americans. She tried to pass. Pass what? Rachel asked. Pass for white. It was one of the reasons that she married my father. She hoped for a boy to secure her future financially, but it needed to be a light-skinned boy to take his name as the third. She gave him an heir to his multi-generational fortune, but a biracial baby was not enough to keep them together. Although I am very light-skinned, my facial features and hair texture are more African-looking than Caucasian. A waste of his seed, she used to say. I'm sorry your mom felt like she had to do it, but she probably did it, because she wanted to give you a better life. Do you condone that kind of BS reasoning too? His brow furrowed and his voice got louder and angrier. This was the Arthur that Rachel remembered and was used to. I did not mean to touch a sore nerve. She reached out to touch his arm. No one means to, he said, snatching his arm away from her touch. It's just ignorance about what it's like to be biracial in the UK versus in the USA, Arthur stated with a matter-of-fact tone. She couldn't pass or fit in with a son with African-looking features no matter how light, and she left me here with my very white and very British father while she went to have a better life on American soil. Karma got her with cancer, he continued. But I, the son she abandoned, was the one she looked to for care in the end. I wanted a family with a mom and dad who loved each other and me, but I got sent away to prep school because my dad didn't want the burden of raising a biracial teenager, even if I was his son. You have no idea what I suffered here. He concluded, then just sat still on the bench for a few minutes to collect himself. I'm sorry, Arthur. I don't need your uninformed pity. I think I'll head back to the library. I may stop by the bakery after the library closes, but don't count on me for a ride, just in case I don't make it. He left her behind on the bench in the park to spend the rest of her lunch by herself. She spent her time thinking over how she could have known how else to respond. This man she was getting to know was in so much pain. She did not want to make it worse by bringing up a past he sought to bury or being a reminder of the kind of acceptance he wanted but was denied as a man of color, biracial and bicultural. Chapter 21. His backstory. Rachel came back to the bakery after her extended break with a disgruntled expression on her face. She did not look rested and ready to work the extended hours that she had agreed to. Faye noticed at once. Honey, are you all right? I gave you an extended break to sweeten your disposition, not sour it. You look like you just lost your best friend. What gives? Faye inquired. I went to the park and had lunch with Arthur. Oh, that sounds nice. I always liked that young man. So why the long face? It started off well but ended abruptly after I mentioned his late mom. Oh my. Yes, that is a sore spot with him. I guess. It was just so great at first, going back and forth with light conversation. I don't understand. Let me preface this by saying he had a complex relationship with his parents, but especially with his mother, Faye began. I didn't know that was a subject that we couldn't discuss. He had a very hard time of it growing up with divorced parents on 2 different continents. Sometimes I think it's better for the family if the parents separate. All of that negativity can't be in the best interest of the child. That's all I meant when I told him that his mom left him behind with his father in order to give him a better life. Public prep school education, career guidance, and a male figure's advice and help in becoming a man. That's a mature and enlightened view. Unfortunately, little Arthur did not see it that way. He wanted his parents to be in love and stay together, providing a stable family unit, not bouncing him around from boarding school to boarding school in the United Kingdom, or pushed off on some unknown and unwilling relative of his mom's in the States. Everyone whose parents divorce wants that. He's not different because of that. Perhaps not. His parents' divorce was nasty, however. He lived with his mom in North America for a few months at a time, then with his dad in the United Kingdom for a few months at a time, and back and forth. There was no stability until he came to live with his grandmother during his months off from school. Faye paused. His parents fought about every aspect of the divorce, using child custody as the ultimate way to hurt the other. They failed to focus on Arthur, and they were hurting him most of all. He was my little helper at the bakery during his time with Beatrice for the school holidays. He worked hard and put himself entirely into every task he took on. Working in the bakery gave him stability. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on school holidays, he knew where he had to be. Even then he had a good strong work ethic. He did not mention that when I told him I was promoted to assistant manager, Rachel shared. It was a hard time. His father's work as a corporate attorney in London did not lend itself to child rearing, and all the travel he had to do was not good for Arthur. It uprooted him time after time. After an unsuccessful year of traveling across Europe with a nanny and a private tutor in hopes of his dad making him into a man, his father put him in boarding school without discussion. And his mom? She was trying to find herself back in the States, and that was code for pursuing a new man with deeper pockets. But usually when she had little Arthur, no matter for how long or how short the duration, she would leave him with some member of her family in Georgia, her family's home base, or with anyone she could push him onto for an extended time. She was not that particular. Faye's face looked very sad after she told this part of Arthur's story. He often wondered why they fought for custody if neither one wanted to spend the time or make the commitment to raise him past the age of 12. He never felt wanted or loved. Personally, I don't think they were cut out to be parents. That calling takes real self-sacrifice, Faye concluded. True. I had no idea. Even though he hated it and won't admit it, boarding school made him the intellect and hard worker that he is today. That and his time with Beatrice. Ah, okay, that explains a lot. The deference to her discipline, and not seeing time spent in boarding schools across Europe as a better life, like I said to him about his mom's choice. I don't know what he would have been like if Beatrice had not been there providing the personal touch when school was not in session. Boarding school and Beatrice turned him around. But there are boarding schools in America. Then he could have spent time with the mom he feels abandoned him. He could have been closer to her. Yes, honey, but she did not get enough child support to make that possible. Also, if he stayed with his American mom instead of with his British dad, Big Arthur was going to fight to reduce all of her alimony and keep her tied up in family court for years just to hurt her. Neither one of them was thinking about Trace. Little Arthur. He was their pawn within their divorce, then the custody battles, and within their fractured family several years thereafter. Rachel chimed in. Parenting is a lifelong job, not only up until the teen years or up through college. I lost my mom when I was about to start my senior year in college and I was 19. I still miss and need her until this day. Not everyone has that luxury of having a mom as long as they'd like to, honey, or they'd set the default on forever if blessed with a good mom. Not everyone has a good mom either. The afternoon break patrons started filtering into the bakery, expecting their tea, so the chunky and informative conversation with Faye about Arthur's backstory had to be put on pause. Her processing of it, however, did not. She reached for a pastry, she thought about Arthur. She brewed tea, she thought about Arthur. She rung up an order on the cash register, she thought about Arthur. She swept the floor, she thought about Arthur. He was a challenge, and now that she knew more about him and how he grew up, she understood more. Because she understood did not mean that she would tolerate his sometimes brooding, rude attitude toward her. It only meant that she would have more patience when he turned from Dr. Jekyll to Mr. Hyde. She was no counselor or therapist. She was not skilled in helping him with reconciling his past with his present. She worked through her longer workday of never-ending bakery tasks, hoping that he would stop by after the library closed. No matter how busy things got, her thoughts continuously drifted to wondering which aspect of his personality was the better kisser, and when the next opportunity would present itself for her to find out. Chapter 22. Be mine. The problem with working in the public, like at the bakery, was sometimes the easy access the members of the public had to you. The jingle bells on the door rang and in came Henry. He was holding flowers, a heart-shaped box of assorted chocolate candies, a small jewelry box, and a super huge teddy bear. Henry, I have no time for this. If you are not buying anything but came to see me and try to woo me, I need you to leave. I am working. Hear me out, hear me out. I need you. I bought you these expressions of my affection, so you have to take me back. That's what the lady at the florist said. She said these purchases were a guarantee for romance. I don't care what you are expecting from me because of these trinkets. But you are not the one for me, and I wish you would end your romantic pursuit of me. You have crossed the line by coming to my job. Anyway, I have a boyfriend. All's fair in love and war, and this was starting to develop rapidly into the latter. No, you don't. You're just saying that to make me leave. If you're so smart and you think you know so much about me after 2 public outings, including my couple status, then you would know that I don't want you, I'll never want you, and I don't want you here at my job. She paused, hoping her words would sink in, act as a catalyst, and motivate him to give up trying to make a romance between them where there was none. She hoped he would finally leave the bakery and leave her alone in the future. He did not. She could see this pest was not going to be so easy to eradicate. What's your boyfriend's name? What's he like? Well, he's tall, dark, and handsome. He's an Oxford-educated lawyer. He's on his way here to pick me up after work. And he's crazy jealous, so you better leave or he'll pummel you until you are reduced to slithering out of here on your belly, a broken and bloody mess. Off you go. Leave now before you regret it. You still didn't answer all of my questions. What's his name? If you have a boyfriend, you would know his name. You don't have a name because you don't have a boyfriend. Trace. His name is Trace. All of those qualities were true of Trace now, Arthur, except for the jealous boyfriend part. It was a matter of peace of mind. She felt she could embellish a little for the greater good of getting him out of her place of employment. She did not want to say or do anything that would lead Henry on from here on out. She was praying hard for Arthur to stop by after the library closed. The harder she prayed, the worse and more vocal Henry became. Why did he have to glom onto her anyway? Was it because she was probably the newest woman to this small village in ages? Look at what I brought to you, bought and paid for with my own money. Jewelry, chocolate, flowers, and a plush stuffed bear. Can I at least put this locket with my picture inside of it around your neck? No, no, no. No, you can't, and no, you won't. Please leave. She shouted loudly. No. I'm not leaving until I see him with my own eyes. You are all alone. No customers except for me. You have to serve me until closing. I'll have a cup of Darjeeling tea, Mississippi. He was right, she was alone, and as long as he was a customer he had a right to be served and a right to be there. But he did not have the right to her company as though she was a patron. She was working, and she would make sure that she cleaned every inch of the bakery to avoid him, and make sure that she kept busy working until closing. When she finished her chore she would start taking inventory, all to send a negative message to this clueless pain in the A. If he still would not leave at closing, then that became a matter for the police to escort him off the premises and for her to consider getting a temporary restraining order to block his borderline stalking. She cleaned her heart out, and unless he ordered something she ignored him. Unfortunately for her, he had money to burn tonight. First Darjeeling, then Rooibos, then Oolong, and now Orange Pico. At least he was not nursing each drink. 4 hours and 4 teas later, it was still the two of them. Rachel's hope faded as closing time was almost there, and the prospect of spending any amount time with Henry after the store closed was a personal crisis that was looming. She walked over to the front door to lock it, but as she pulled it closed, she felt a force on the other side pushing back. It was Arthur, aka Trace. She had never been so happy to see anyone before in her entire life. She let him in, and getting on her tiptoes, Rachel wrapped her arms around Arthur's neck and pulled him in for a passionate. Chapter 23. Easy Favor. Oh Trace, I'm so happy to see you, she said. I was starting to think that you would never get here before closing time. She hugged him and whispered in his ear. You are Trace, my boyfriend. Please play along. He whispered back, a little weak in the knees after that earthquaking kiss she had planted on him. Faye asked me to check in on you. I'll follow your lead. Henry had to acknowledge that there was a boyfriend, but he wasn't happy about it. He sat the teddy bear in one of the chairs with the heart-shaped box on the table before him, and put the locket around the teddy bear's neck. Lastly, He put the flowers under one of the big teddy bear's arms. Please excuse me. My name is Henry. He fixed his glasses and asked, Don't I know you from somewhere? Trace. I am Trace and I am here to pick up my girlfriend, Rachel. All three of them were surprised, but Henry was also very upset. He turned his anger to Rachel in an effort to get clarification, and maybe also some support for how their relationship had progressed over the past few days. Where was he? At the pub when I bought you drinks, when I sat with you and invited you on a date, when I took you out to dinner for a genuine Italian meal? Rachel had no idea what to do or say at that point. She had not planned things out past the passionate kiss. Afterwards, she had her own challenges coming back down to earth. Thank God Trace, her boyfriend, was a master at thinking on his feet. I was working. I travel a lot for work. I was working out of town. Thank goodness I can trust my girl to do nothing that would ever be construed as cheating. She told me about you each time when we had our nightly pillow talk via FaceTime. You must be the older gentleman she befriended. She mentioned how lonely you seemed and how she agreed to keep you company as a neighborly good deed and as a newcomer to Clovelly. Yes, Trace. He's the one. She had no intention of dating you. She had me. I do hope that you didn't get the wrong idea. Trace extended his hand to shake Henry's. Trace continued. How old are you anyway, 30? If you knew my Rachel, then you would know that she never could be romantically interested in an older gent. Especially that much older. I'm 25 and she's 21 and it took some convincing on my part to get her just to go out on a date with me. Trace chuckled as he held and squeezed Rachel's hand. Henry took off his soda bottle-thick glasses and cleaned them with his handkerchief. He looked at both of them once without the glasses and then again with the glasses on. He shook his head in disbelief. I don't believe that for 1 minute. Why did she come out with me? How come she didn't tell me about you? I'm confused. Sir, I'm back in town for the long run now. I am so grateful that you both were able to be a little less lonely together. Sorry about any misunderstanding. What a shame that you mistook her kindness for something more. It's getting late. Try to get home safe and sound. At that Arthur walked him out and held the door open for him to go. Murmur humph, Henry grumbled as he left the bakery, not sure what happened, but already back alone in his little world and out of their hair. After Henry left, the teddy bear was the only customer left in the bakery. Rachel locked the door right away and hugged Arthur, now released from the role of Trace for a day. Thank you. I don't know how to repay you. I could have talked to him until I was blue in the face and he never would have left me alone. Thank you so much. Hey, I was happy to help. But really it was my pleasure, believe me. You pled my case with zeal and won my freedom from an infinite number of future disastrous dates with him. You know that he's a gossiper at the pub. Poor soul, he's a disabled war veteran. By this time tomorrow, however, everyone in town will know that we're dating. That's small town living for you. In his defense, something this exciting doesn't happen every day. Then there'll be the questions about when we are going to get married, have kids. The list goes on. Arthur smiled. Well, I'm game if you are, Rachel beamed. I had no idea that he would be so challenging to detach from. I was just being friendly, believe me. Oh yes, definitely. But look at it from his point of view. For people in this village, you and now us, we are big news. Someone new in town marks possibility, even hope. Again, thank you so much. I owe you for the favor. And again, it was an easy favor to perform. Believe me when I say that the pleasure was all mine. I did not mind a bit. I don't know if you know it or not, but you are quite the kisser. You practically knocked me off my feet with that solid shot of amazing affection. And then calling me Trace, a name that only family and old friends call me. It was a pleasant experience. Really? Really? That kiss was so convincing that it alone could have turned a jury of my peers in my favor. They both realized that they were holding hands and smiled at each other. Rachel gently squeezed Arthur's hand, then he released it and pulled her in to hug her tightly. Rachel did not want him to ever let her go, but they could not stay in the bakery all night with the lights on. I've got to turn off the lights and lock up Arthur. She knew if she stayed in this position with Arthur much longer, another kiss would be the start of so much more. Are you able to give me a ride home? Yes, I am. I mean, earlier you said. Rachel. I know what I said, and once again I am asking your forgiveness if you'll accept my apology. I hate that I am always apologizing, but here I am again doing just that. You are fantastic and I can be a real jerk when it comes to talking about my parents and how life played out after their divorce. Let me make it up to you by taking you out, here or to London or anywhere. There aren't many choices for fine dining in Clovelly that you haven't already experienced. Nope. Bakery, pub and restaurant. That's the extent of my fine dining experiences here. We'll just have to date to keep up appearances. There is one place that is on the edge of town that I doubt you have tried or even noticed. It's a bit of a hole in the wall, but the food is excellent and it stays open late. Sounds great, Arthur. I'm looking forward to it. But what will my boyfriend Trace say? They laughed on the outside, but inside they were both concerned about pretending to be a couple. They were just starting to have real feelings for each other. A pretend relationship could confuse them. Separating the real from the pretend could leave them with a mess. Or worse, one or both of them could get hurt in the end. Chapter 24, Spending Time. It was her day off and the part she was looking forward to most was a date with Arthur. She wanted to knock his socks off, so she booked a hair and nail salon appointment, and a spa day. If she had access to her parents' wealth, the cost of these pampering and self-care treats would have been less than a drop in the bucket. On her bakery pay, it represented almost 2 weeks' wages. She took the intercity bus and set off on her adventure in search of transforming into a beauty. All 3 appointments would take up 6 hours, but she really wanted to make a big impression on him. On the way home she decided on her wardrobe. A diaphanous dress of gold from the boutique in Clovelly. She applied her makeup with care, and then waited for his knock and his shock at her total preparation for a date with him. Then at 6 on the dot he arrived. "Rachel." He spoke as though his breath was being taken away. "You are so gorgeous." "Wow." "Thank you, Arthur. You look quite handsome yourself. Aren't we a pair?" Gone were the hoodie, jeans, and sneakers he wore for a night out with Jane. "Yes, we are," he replied, then responded with a kiss on each of her soft, powdered cheeks. "I have something for you. Give me your hand, please." He kissed her hand and then clasped a corsage around her wrist. She kissed him with a quick peck on his mouth in gratitude. "Are you ready?" "Yes, sir." "Then prepare to be wowed, Clovelly style." She smiled and gave him her hand so they could start the date together with something as simple as walking down the stairs together. He opened her car door and helped her in. When both were situated and seatbelt, he leaned over and kissed her on the cheek again. The corsage and the gentlemanly gesture of opening the car door for her were both nice touches to add to the reality of their pretend date. If she was truly being wooed, this would have been a wonderful start to the date. "In case I forget to tell you later, I had a wonderful time, Arthur. And in case I forget to tell you later, this is the best day I have had in a long time. Maybe ever, Rachel." With that exchange of pre-date gratitudes, they took off, on their way to align themselves with destiny. They started their date with the anxieties of a new couple on their first date, but quickly transitioned to the joy and familiarity of a lifelong, seasoned couple renewing their promises to love one another forever, and always to keep the romance alive. He was right, it was a hole in the wall, but it was the place to be. Younger people around their age were enjoying food and fun. There was also live music. After a short wait for the table, once they were seated, Rachel reached across the table and squeezed Arthur's hand. Each table had candles and fresh flowers. "The glow of the candlelight flatters you, Rachel." "Ah, you are so sweet." "Thank you." The two of them discovered each other through words and flirtatious touches above and beneath the table. When the food came, they took turns feeding each other so they could sample the other's dish. If he did not have her attraction at the corsage or the meal, the dessert definitely sealed the deal. Chocolate was her passion, and one of the desserts on the tray was chocolate mousse pie. He was scoring bonus points all over the place with this date. Every action seemed honest and true, so much so that the lines between real and pretend were becoming blurred in Rachel's eyes. They were so busy having fun in each other's company, that when they looked up at the end of their meal after their 3rd cup of coffee, they realized that the band stopped playing and the house lights were on. It was midnight and they had shut the restaurant down, but nobody forced them out. There was no longer an audience to perform for. What kept them there after the restaurant had closed? None of this was necessary, but they were enjoying playing in the land of make-believe, and completely caught up in the ruse. They didn't have to say it in the midst of all of the pretending, but they were really falling in love. When they reached the car, Arthur said, "I know it's after midnight, but is there any place Cinderella has to be tonight? I missed the last pumpkin coach headed for home in Clovelly. Could you please give me a ride?" "Princess, you got it." Forever was what their time felt like, and neither one wanted the evening to end. However, there was something each of them was holding back. For her, it was her vast wealth and engagement, and Arthur's mercurial temperament. For him, it was wanting to stay in the village, pursue his goals as a solo global legal practitioner, and take care of his grandma until she passed away, returning the care she showed him when he needed it most. He also needed to know more about Rachel's background. Was she hiding something? For both of them, their private commitments to family seemed decades away. Time was all they had and needed, but it was a gift of grace, Not a limit for them that night when everything seemed new and delightful as young love can be. They were focused on the passion of the present moment. Right there. Right then. Right now. They stayed in his car exchanging a lifetime of experiences through endless conversation, discovering in the other more than a best friend or a casual lover, and more like a partner. A few tender moments were their refuge from the imminent reality full of duties and obligations that would send him back to the library and her to the bakery in mere moments. But comfort for the two came in stages, delivering an unspoken yet undefined blessing, easily translated from the new day's sunshine into their smiles and afterglow of sensuality before they were separated. It was so perfect. But was this all real or just to keep up appearance? Chapter 25 Suspicions. There was no doubt that what started out as fake was now becoming real for Arthur. It took him almost an hour at the library to come down from cloud 9. He tried to stop thinking about Rachel and spend more time thinking about the bar review materials he was supposed to be studying, but without success so far. She's driving me to distraction, he thought, remembering all the highlights of their for appearances only date night. Just as he pulled out his laptop to look at his legal outlines, he could not resist looking her up online. Falling for her now did not erase his healthy curiosity that she was not exactly the average girl next door type. If she is rich, then that wealth must have an online presence somewhere, he reasoned. Let's find out exactly who this young lady is. He tried search after search of her using different search engines. 1 hour, then 2, and finally 3 hours passed and there was no webpage, image, blog, or any other social media connection that he could find. Arthur thought it was odd not to find anything, and that made him not merely curious but suspicious. She's either so well off that her wealth could buy her complete anonymity, or she's making up the entire story in order to have a more interesting experience abroad. He slammed his laptop shut, upset that he had spent so much irretrievable, invaluable study time on finding out more about his pseudo-girlfriend and the things she had not told him yet. He also felt bad that he did not trust what she said, but was even more suspicious of what she failed to say. Maybe it was due to his legal training, but if she had something to hide by omission, he would find out what it was sooner or later as they got to know each other better, no matter what the pretense or how challenging she would make it for him for whatever her reasons. He decided that he'd go on a walk to clear his head. He had no specific destination in mind, but he found himself at the bakery 10 minutes later. He popped his head in and saw Faye at the cash register. "Hey stranger, long time no see." He went over and gave her a friendly kiss on the cheek. "Yeah, Miss Faye. The law is a jealous mistress, so they say. Something tells me that you're not just here on a coffee break." He smiled then looked away, trying not to be too transparent. "I wanted to say hello to your assistant manager. She's working a split shift today, bless her heart. She has truly been a godsend. And helpful, oh so helpful, just like you were when you would come by and help out. I'm not seeking an employment reference, I was on a break, out and about, and thought I'd say hi. I was in the neighborhood." "Right, Arthur. Please tell me that you will be better at representing your clients in a more convincing and truthful manner. We wouldn't want Oxford University to take your diploma back. After 800 years there could always be a first time." She winked at him. Okay. I might as well get a coffee since I'm here." "Of course." Service with a smile. "Mine, not hers." "Oh well. The next time, perhaps." He wasn't sure if he should take it to go or sit and wait to see her. He didn't have the luxury of time to be able to wait another few hours trying to study at the loud bakery or even skip studying altogether and be actively engaged in expectant waiting alone. He decided he would take it to go, to get back to the library and his pre-Rachel commitment to passing the 2 bar exams on his first try. He stopped past the park on his way back to the library. He was hoping to catch a glimpse of her eating lunch but had no such luck. Once back at the library, refreshed from the walk and re-energized by his cup of strong, fresh, coffeehouse coffee, he sat down to study. He was finally able to get started on the materials on evidence and abandon his fruitless search for the lovely Rachel. "Hello, patrons," he heard from the librarian on the loudspeaker. "What now?" he said to himself. "The library will be closing early today for staff development. We apologize for any inconvenience." Staff development? He wondered, wanting to scream at the top of his lungs. "I'm the only patron. I'm completely self-sufficient and satisfied being left alone to study. And they feel they need staff development? For what?" He angrily packed up his materials and chalked it all up to a day of progress lost with his studies. Today it was not meant to be, no matter how disciplined he tried to be. He headed home to spend some time with his grandma before locking himself away in his bedroom for a long night studying. No date, either fake or real, tonight to look forward to, unfortunately. He smelled the zucchini chocolate chip bread from outside before he entered the house. He said. Someone's been baking. You're right about that, grandson, but this time it wasn't me. It was Rachel, and you just missed her. Not in the cards today, he mumbled and hugged his grandma's neck. What's that, sweets? Oh, nothing, Grandma. I don't mean to be rude, but I have gotten absolutely nothing of merit done today. To study, he said, betrayed for the first time by anxiety related to his ambitious goal. That's fine. I understand. Remember not to forget the wee little ones who knew you way back when, she said and then grinned at him. You are unforgettable for so many reasons, Grandma. It looks like I'm not the only one who is unforgettable, she responded. That's pure hearsay and you can't believe it without going directly to the source, he teased her, then ran up the stairs 2 steps at a time. I just did, she called up after. Chapter 26. New equipment. Oh no, Faye exclaimed. It's broken. One of my ovens is broken. I've been trying to keep it going as long as possible, but it won't work anymore. She was upset and disappointed. Can you order it? Rachel suggested. You can, but that would take weeks and I can't run the bakery with one oven down. We've been pushing what we've got as much as possible as it is. I'd have to take a day and go to London, that is if they have it or not. She concluded in utter exasperation. I see. I could go if you want. That would be wonderful, honey. I'll see if I can borrow Arthur's car. Just tell him his second grandma needs a favor, and I'm sure he'll either loan it to you or take you in it himself. Faye was right. He agreed despite knowing that a trip to London and back would mean another lost day of studying, but an adventure with Rachel seemed much more exciting at that point in his life, so he didn't hesitate to take her. They left early the next morning. Thanks for agreeing to do this, Arthur. It's hard to refuse to help Faye, isn't it? Yeah. Arthur was not a morning person and this was becoming evident. They rode there in silence, each in their own world. Rachel made a few half-hearted attempts at conversation, but it was not until they arrived in the heart of London after what seemed like endless rush-hour traffic that he came to life. Both of them had skipped breakfast in order to get an early start. She was feeling hungry and thought he might also want to eat. She offered to treat Arthur to brunch for the good deeds, the use of his time and the gift of service with his car. She asked him if he could recommend a place. When I was studying at Oxford, there was a place in London we students would go to. They had a fantastic curry. I think it's very close to here and they might be open this early, although they mainly cater to a lunchtime crowd. Great. Let's go. He was much more upbeat once he had eaten. He offered to show her the sights of the city on their way to get the replacement part. He drove with one arm around the back of her neck. Have you ever been to London, Rachel? I have. I rode through it to get to Clovelly in my cab from the airport. Does that count? She was getting better and better at her little omissions and white lies that she told to preserve her identity in the role of Rachel, fearless young American woman abroad. The secret to her lies was their believability. She also never embellished with detailed answers to people's questions. She gave them the answer that they were expecting or its exact opposite and then either changed the subject or remained silent while they talked about themselves, most people's favorite subject. This was true in most cases, although not all. Arthur was proving to be the exception to the rule, asking ongoing follow-up questions and coming close to treating their conversations about her background like a deposition or worse, the cross-examination of a hostile witness. He was learning to notice when she was going to change the subject, and this time he changed it right back. At one point while on their journey he seemed so vexed by her efforts to steer the conversation away from herself that he pulled over and shouted, "Why on earth are you making it so hard for me to get to know you? What are you hiding?" He demanded, instantly withdrawing his arm from around her, flashing angry eyes, along with erupting into a loud tenor voice with a deeply critical tone. There it was. He wanted to know her. But which her did he want or could he handle? The billion-dollar heiress or the shop girl? The engaged young woman or the runaway bride? The whole truth of her past or all of the lies that she had carefully placed at the foundation of their relationship? As she got to know him better, she still could not predict when he would explode into one of his fits of anger. Did he deserve her truth or were constructed omissions satisfactory for someone with his anger management issues that he seemed to keep on reserve just for being rude to her? That was the biggest thing holding her back from moving forward with him to a real boyfriend-girlfriend relationship from a fake one with a friendship foundation. He would get angry, explode, then apologize. Was this behavior cycle something that she wanted to condone? Why are you assuming that I'm hiding something anyway? There you go again. What? Are you predetermining how I am allowed to respond to you too? Is that fair or even polite? But you've proven over and over again that politeness is not something you care about as far as your interactions with me are concerned. Since you are so full of questions, why do you demand that I trust you with all of my baggage when I can't consistently rely on you not to be mean to me with your eloquence and your Oxford education? Did they teach you to belittle people as part of your course of study there? She realized that she was no better than him with the tone and temper she was using to defend herself in her efforts to hurt him. Okay, Rachel, he said, pulling the car over to the side so both of them could calm down from their heated exchange of words. It's clear to me that you are going to avoid my questions by responding to my questions with a question. You're going to keep the focus on me to keep the focus off you. I'm not moving this car until you answer my question. Rachel, who are you? I'm the same woman you were rude to on the plane, that you startled by sleeping in my bed, that you apologized to at your grandma's, and that you kissed in the bakery. But most of all, I am the same woman that thought she was starting to feel real feelings for you on a fake date. Is that real enough for you? She said, with her eyes tearing up and her voice wavering. Chapter 27 London Boy. Are you going to show me some of the sights of the city or not? Rachel asked Arthur. It had taken them over 4 hours to get to the city. He realized that he had not meant to, but he had done it again. He had hurt her feelings. He believed he was genuinely starting to feel for this young woman, however. If only he could stifle his rudeness and abrupt manner. If only he could feel that letting this beautiful woman into his life would benefit, not hurt him. If only he could figure out why he directed his anger towards her. He did not feel like he could be the best possible tour guide, but he did love the city. The more places they went, the more comfortable he felt. The more comfortable he felt, the more even-tempered he remained. This was the friend zone, and he was able to navigate these waters better than the more real and romantic uncharted territory with Rachel. He combined national landmarks with some of his old haunts from his school days. He liked seeing the city through her eyes and developing a new appreciation for it. They both felt that they could spare the time before picking up the part for Faye. By the time they were done sightseeing, he had made his own discovery. Rachel seemed more comfortable in London than he would have assumed of the average girl next door. It was almost as though she had been there before. It was an odd realization, but he brushed it aside and headed for the restaurant supply store. Most Americans would need an adjustment period to get used to the hustle and bustle of London. You seem to take it in stride. Is it me, or are you a secret globetrotter? Arthur teased her. Right. You found me out. I am really a globetrotter and a spy. I'm so undercover right now that you'd need a top security clearance for me to tell you why I am working at a bakery in Clovelly. It's all very complicated, very, very complicated secret stuff, she teased back. Rachel had let her guard down and decided to put all of their negative interactions aside, so that she could enjoy being with Arthur in these precious London moments. She found Arthur to be a delightful tour guide. He seemed to be letting his guard down as well. She saw her family's townhouse that her father would stay in when doing business there. She played off her familiarity with that nicer part of the city, and left herself in Arthur's capable hands. We are finding our comfort level with each other on this little trip, don't you think? Rachel said as they sped through the city streets. Yes, I noticed. Feels good. Maybe we needed a field trip as part of our fake relationship, Arthur commented, trying to keep things light. I think our real relationship needed it as well, she bravely countered. They smiled at each other and continued on their journey. When they reached the store, they wandered the aisles looking for their tiny part among thousands and thousands of tiny parts. No wonder Faye was so exasperated over it. The store had one associate and he was always busy. Maybe all bakery-related establishments operated on the same principle of 10 jobs for every one person. After a lack of luck finding it on their own, they waited until the store associate had a free moment, with Rachel and Arthur making small talk in the meantime. Thanks for sacrificing your study time to come into London with me. This is fun. My pleasure, Rachel. I felt it was the least I could do with all I put you through. I'm glad you are having fun. Next to Clovelly, which is my hometown, I feel like London is my home city. It is quite a change from small-town life. True. London is my mind, but Clovelly is my heart, Arthur shared. Exactly. Tickles me that there is one store like this with all of these parts. But I could only imagine it in London. How so? She was about to share a story about a similar adventure she had gone on with her mom and dad in London, when she was a little girl, and tried to play it off. I just meant, like with all big cities like this, there are usually businesses that cater to the nuts and bolts of other businesses. Everything has its place. She was safe. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. I never thought of it that way. London seems to have more than others. It's a supplier and a headquarters for many businesses. I love hearing your analyses, Rachel said. quickly trying to change the subject. Ah, trust me, yours are just as interesting. At that very instant, when she felt that he was about to get deeper than she cared to while chatting with him, their wait was over and the store associate was available to help them. The associate was familiar with the part, oddly enough, and easily found it in that store, where there was a place for any and all things restaurant-related. Rachel was grateful for the interruption. Thank you. This definitely looks like a match, but so did all of the others. But it has the same serial number, right? It would have taken us ages to find it, she said. Yes. Thanks, Arthur said, shaking the store associate's hand. We've been in the city for a long while and should probably head back before traffic gets too heavy, Rachel suggested. True. But I think if we stay in the city for an early supper, we'll kill two birds with one stone, eating and getting to know each other better, hopefully in an amicable way. Plus we'll escape rush hour. Why don't you text Faye on my phone and let her know we found it? It'll put her mind at rest from worry. Let her know she'll have it first thing in the morning once we are back in town. Okay, Rachel said to Arthur. Then, turning her attention to the associate, she said, You can bill it to the store's account, she said, giving him the store's account number. As soon as they left, Rachel's eye captured something and her heart stopped beating when she saw someone that she never would have imagined, and she saw someone she had almost stopped thinking about. Chapter 28 Hide. It was more of an emotional reaction to the fear of seeing her father on a London street than just logical thoughts or any preconceived plan. What came next was like a smooth dance between them where Arthur was quickly roped into playing the role of her boyfriend again without prior consultation but complete with convincing public displays of affection. The magic key was a kiss between them that would protect Rachel from the critical eyes of anyone she knew or feared. She initiated a quick series of simple steps and turns after exiting the shop to stop them, and engage them both in performing the role of a young, loving couple. Within a matter of seconds she pulled Arthur in for a kiss. All she thought about initially was to hide her face on the London street a few moments after she recognized her father but before he recognized her. The feelings that the kiss released would either be a quiet confirmation or a rejection, but she was willing to take the risk. It was worth it. The kiss thrilled her as much as the first one between them. Both were surprises. This time there was an element of danger. She had to hide her face from her father, and kissing Arthur was her first thought. Their lips stayed locked for enough time for her father to pass them by without doing a double take of recognition of his estranged daughter. His American accent stood out as it got louder and louder, then faded away as he walked away, and she could assume that he had disappeared into the hustle and bustle of the city crowd. She was safe from being found by him or found out by Arthur. The kiss ended. They returned to the world previously on pause, that they were a part of even as it had continued to pass them by. They blended in without suspicion. They were a part of it all and no one was the wiser. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then her glance met with his. They had shared a romantic moment, but both of them had different reactions to the experience. From her perspective, the plan worked. She had come too far for too long to be spotted by the one man whose power and influence could bring her to her knees and cause her lose it all. She had a job, a home, and was becoming a part of the community. She did not want to lose any of what she was building for herself in Clovelly, including the new, often strange relationship with Arthur. From Arthur's perspective, he was filled with a complicated combination of emotions. Most of all, he was confused. He did not know if this was part of the fake relationship. If so, they were not in Clovelly and were without a reason to pretend. The lines were getting blurred. He wanted clarification. What was real and what was fake now? Most of all, he wanted to know why Rachel kissed him, especially if she did not have to. Wow, what was that all about? Arthur asked her. We are in London, there's no need to pretend here. I know. It was nothing. Nothing? That kiss curled my toes, it was so passionate. It was no ordinary kiss, Rachel. What made you do that? Nothing. You never know who might be looking. Keep him guessing, you know? But there's no them that we know here. We're in a huge city, not our little parish. There's no one to fool. Can't it just be a kiss for a kiss's sake? We had a victory and found the part. You drove me here and gave me a tour. We're having a nice day. All of those are reasons for a friendly kiss in my book. No big deal. Everything does not need a reason, counselor. Okay, she said, a bit exasperated. Now that the danger was gone, she could see that her actions could be misinterpreted by Arthur. I know we have experienced all of those things, he said, trying not to come across as rude or mean. But that was not just a friendly peck on the lips. It was exciting, long, and wonderful. Afterward you tell me that you didn't mean anything by it. It was also shocking and confusing. Will you always just kiss me like that? Was it pretend for you? If you can't answer my questions, then it feels like you are playing with my feelings to suit yourself, but not considering how I might feel about all the lies, not even as an afterthought. The same way you played with mine on and after our public date in Clovelly? A lot of what you did or said could not be observed by any audience, but you seem more comfortable pretending to like me and date me than actually consistently treating me like you do. Over and over again you are rude to me and I politely excuse it and forgive you. Then I do one positive thing, one spontaneous thing that you cannot rationalize and you rake me over the coals about it. If that's the way you respond to a mere kiss, I won't repeat it, don't worry. You can rest assured that I'll think twice before. No, if there's ever a next time. They walked toward the parking lot, each locked in a world of their own thoughts. The peace following forgiveness, then a verbal argument, silent anger, then forgiveness again. This had become their unhealthy interaction pattern. Although she had not been in or exposed to many happy relationships, it seemed like a lot of work to go through, analyzing everything, arguing about a constantly shifting foundation in order to wind up on hopefully common ground. Do you still want to get an early supper, or do I have to rationalize that for you too? Rachel asked him, still very angry and upset. She did not mean to lead him on, but she didn't think when she acted. It was either that or her father taking her back to that horrendous life she was about to have if she married Kurt. Yeah, let's go. Who knows? You might passionately kiss me again for no reason and expect me to play it off. He joked, trying to lift the mood for a change. He could now see how it was when his bad temper took over in their conversations. This time he was at the other end of the line. Don't count on it, Arthur. Not anytime soon. I can promise you that. They rode in silence, each wishing things had gone in a different direction after their second kiss, and both hoping that there would be another in their future together. Sooner not. Chapter 29 London Getaway. Minutes later they arrived at the restaurant. Arthur turned the car off and they sat in silence together for a while. Each thought about how to break the silence and how to get past this latest argument. Is it healthy to argue all the time? It does not feel good when we do, Rachel said, carefully testing the waters of communication on the pink elephant topic they were avoiding discussing. I don't know. Part of me says yes and part says no. I've never met anyone like you. That's not an excuse, just information. What do you mean? Arthur put his right hand on top of her left hand in the car. Someone so complicated, someone so challenging to get to know. Is there something you'd like to ask me about in particular? Everything. Nothing. Something. Like that. I'm confused. What are we doing? Wait and see doesn't set too easily with you, I guess, huh, Arthur? No, it doesn't, he replied. The only thing I can compare this to, whatever we're doing, is my parents' relationship, she said. Yeah, me too. But for me that was not the healthiest template and it is painful to talk about. Well, maybe we could take cautious steps and see how far we get together. Sounds like a plan. He squeezed her hand gently. Once inside the restaurant, the savory smells and the enticing ambience made them forget why they were fighting in the first place. He pulled her chair out for her and pushed her in. Order whatever you like. My treat. Okay, great. Let's start with an appetizer, Rachel said with enthusiasm. Let's start with my apology. I guess I'm just not used to not having to defend myself at every turn to such a young woman as yourself. Forgive me. He looked into her eyes while kissing her hand. Wait. Is this for real or for show? She said, gently taking her kissed hand back from his grasp. It is as real as we both want to make it. What does that mean? I'd like to get to know you better. We don't need to pretend if what we have is real. By getting to know each other better, maybe we'll find out who we are together. Okay, word man, make it plain. Is this a real date? Yes. Is that plain enough for you? Definitely. That's a good start. Defining things up front would prevent future fights, she hoped. Why don't you start? I shared some about my parents the last time we had a long chat. I'm like a sponge, eager to soak up everything you say. You have my full attention, Arthur said, leaning back in his chair with the air of expectation. Well, I guess by telling you a little bit about myself, I'll get to them. Possible. Go right ahead. I'm adopted. I identify as African American, but my adopted parents were both white. My mom died when I was 19. I never looked for my birth parents. Oh, he responded, continuing to give Rachel his full attention as he leaned forward. Before my mom died, my mom and dad seemed to have a storybook romance. They were the king and queen of the castle, and I, their only child, was the princess. Once she passed away, everything changed. Okay. My father became less accessible and less patient. I can understand that. We have that in common. He threw himself into his career and dating. He seemed to feel that at age 19, I was an adult and did not need more parenting, which he was not equipped or inclined to do. He saw that as my late mother's role, and without her to do it, it was abandoned. I did not like him that much once all of those changes started happening. That dislike grew, she continued, looking downward in dismay. Incredible. Our dads had a lot in common except my parents divorced and were separated by continents, using me to hurt the other, and your parents' relationship ended with your mother's death. Exactly. Rachel was not exactly lying. The facts were basically the same, but she just left out the part of the privilege she had access to with a father who was a billionaire and a mother who was an heiress. I'm sorry you lost your mom when you were so young. When my mom got sick, then passed away, I was in my 20s but not much older than you. There is never a good time to lose a parent, is there? No, Arthur, there isn't, she agreed, tearing up at the thought of her. You remind me so much of my mom, both culturally and in your behavior, the good and the bad, when we are fighting and when things are good between us. Is that a good thing? Rachel asked. I'm not sure, but it explains a lot. Would you argue with her the way you have with me? Unfortunately, sometimes. Okay, often, yes. We had a dysfunctional family. Whose wasn't? Trust me, I never thought of my parents or me as living a fairy tale lifestyle. Although I hated being shipped off to boarding school, it gave me a break from their cross-continental tug-of-war custody battles for the summers and the holidays. Wow, that sounds horrible. The funny thing is that they would fight so hard to get me, but when each had custody they pushed me off on others. I have nothing negative to say about those others, but it hurt not to be truly wanted on some level. For my dad that involved my living with my grandma and working in Faye's bakery. For my mom that meant my living with some distant relative she could pay to take me while she job hopped and man shopped. That must have been horrible for you too. Quite. They ate their soup and salad, peacefully processing the information they received about the other. They tried to put the pieces together and understand what experiences made them who they each were. Rachel finished first and resumed talking. I hope this marks a turning point for us. I hope we can treat each other better. I am not going to hurt you by leaving you if you let me in. Just promise me that you're not going to look for every chance you get to hurt me with your words, and involve me with your eloquent arguments or put-downs. Agreed. They finished their meal in good spirits. On their way back to Arthur's car, Rachel saw a newspaper stand on the opposite side of the street. Making the excuse of wanting to get some breath mints, she checked out the tabloids. Sure enough, one that reported on American gossip carried a story about Kurt and her upcoming wedding. Although she was not named, she didn't dare buy it and subject herself to increased scrutiny from Arthur, after they had come to such a groundbreaking point in their relationship with each other. But deep down, she knew that if they were really going to make things work between them, her lies could get in the way someday. But she did not want to think about that night. Chapter 30. Back home. It was not intentional, but the next day, once they were back home in Clovelly, they appeared together more but innocently. They carpooled daily to and from town. He kept her company at the bakery when she worked the night shift. They hung out together at the pub. This did not escape the notice of the key few that made up their small world. Beatrice, Faye, or Jane. It did not take long before Jane made her feelings of disapproval to Rachel at the bakery. Mississippi. Mississippi. A word, please, Mississippi. Rachel dreaded being summoned by Jane. It was never positive and always annoying. Yes, ma'am. Jane pulled her to the side by grabbing onto Rachel's sleeve at the elbow. Mississippi. I've already told you to stay away from Arthur. I don't know what your intentions are toward him, but he doesn't need to get tied up with some random American girl who is here for a fortnight and gone soon after, if you understand what I'm saying. He needs to settle down and marry a good British woman. You two have been seen everywhere together and people are noticing and talking. A word to the wise is sufficient, I hope. It's not what you think. You don't need to be worried about it. I don't know you or what you're hiding or even why you're here, but you'd best stay away. I could make things very difficult for you. I work at one of the biggest and most influential law firms in London. One call from me and I could have you thoroughly investigated both here and stateside, making it very uncomfortable for you to be here. Rachel pretended she had nothing to fear and remained silent. But inside, she was quivering from fear of Jane finding out her billion-dollar background. I think we understand each other. Good day, Mississippi. Good day. With that, Jane pulled the bakery door shut hard and the bells jangled loudly. The verbal exchange with Jane and the article in the tabloid about Kurt and Rachel's upcoming marriage, and being just a short distance away from her father all shook her to her core. Faye noticed her slumped-over body and her hands covering her face. You all right, Rachel? Faye came over and asked with concern. You've been so happy since you came back from London with Arthur. Don't let that Jane get you down. Take 15 minutes and compose yourself. Go ahead. It's been a long morning. Don't let Jane get under your skin. Rachel took the break, but she knew that a few minutes to herself would probably make things worse, not better. She started processing the negatives that were weighing hard on her. Things were not seeming like a fairy tale today. Why wouldn't people just leave her alone? She did not come to Clovelly to find a man, but to escape one. She craved a simple life, and now things were turning out like a soap opera no matter where she went, or what she did, or whom she met. This was not her intention. Thinking about her problems, she thought Arthur would probably be better off without her. The saddest part was that she had no one to turn to for support, since her entire existence in Clovelly was based upon lies and omissions that she could not keep straight enough to remember whom she had told what. She had two options. She could ignore everything, or confront her problems and fight for the peace she felt living in this small parish. She was more than willing to sacrifice the 2 men and 1 woman who were making her life hell, but not brave enough to do so. Did her late mom encounter anything similar, pushing her back to America and into her father's money after feeling like there were no choices? Oh, how she wished she could talk with her mom now. The only one she felt could understand her and her growing problems. Her father was an international businessman. Of course he could be in London, but she put nothing past him, and some things could be more than mere coincidences. He and his associates could be hot on her trail, and the incident in London could be a warning. The jet-setting world of the idle rich still regarded Kurt as a fiancé and someday soon bridegroom. Now that she had found a deeper connection with Arthur, she could not imagine a loveless, arranged merger marriage without a profound distaste in her mouth and limit on the freedom she enjoyed in Clovelly. Jane was another problem. All she cared about was getting Arthur and keeping him from anyone else. A true lawyer, she was willing to zealously fight for what she wanted, and she wanted him. It was more than that, however. She actually saw him as hers. They had grown up together, gone to school together, and had the same profession. For her, on paper they were a perfect match, and he was her due. She was not about to lose him to a fly-by-night woman without the background and pedigree that she had, and she was willing to stop such a woman in her tracks. Arthur came in just in time. He kissed her on the cheek, and then she leaned into his chest, giving him a tight hug. There. What's wrong? Everything is okay. I had this feeling that I should pop over for a coffee break. You seem like you have the world's problems on your shoulders. He rubbed her back and patted her, unaware that his kindness and comfort care was making her even sadder. Arthur! Saying his name out loud and holding on to him was all she could do at that moment. Should she tell him about Jane, her dad, and her fiancé? She wondered if she cared enough about him to let him go for his sake and for hers. Chapter 31. Writing Dad? She had made a spontaneous choice to come to Clovelly. In spite of its ups and downs, it had given her some much-needed distance from her relationships in the States, her dad and Kurt, and now she had new relationships that required her time, thought, and attention. She decided that she liked the small parish enough to call it home. Rachel had carved out a niche in this community. A home, a job, and friends. Never before had people responded positively to her, just because of her personality, and not her father's money. She also proved that she could survive as an independent, young woman on her own. It was challenging at times, but she had what she needed personally and professionally, and that was enough. If it had not been for the trip to London, she thought that she might have forgotten about the people she left behind in her old life. Seeing her father, there was an unexpected surprise. She could have reached out and touched him if she had wanted to. Skimming another tabloid article about Kurt and her upcoming marriage had a sobering effect on Rachel. Nothing was perfect, however. Jane, her bakery customer and now her rival for Arthur's affections, was proving to be a thorn in Rachel's side. No matter what side of the Atlantic she was on, there was always someone there to make things unpleasant and imperfect. For Rachel in England, that was Jane. Rachel's relationship with Arthur was just starting to flourish. He was not putting her down or criticizing her. He seemed to trust Rachel more, which caused him to start to like her more as a fellow human being and friend and argue with her less. This foundation of friendship was opening the door to something more between them, if they wanted to act on the new and confusing attraction they were beginning to feel. Then there were the 2 necessary and respected maternal figures in her life in Clovelly, Beatrice and Faye. What would Rachel do without their wisdom, support, encouragement, and mother love? Beatrice was an excellent listener. Faye was a mentor. Both demonstrated that life in later years can be rewarding without a man as long as one has a purpose. Beatrice had her garden and Faye was a successful entrepreneur. As content as she was, Rachel still needed closure with her life stateside, and that included her father. She considered calling her father, then decided against it because she did not have a phone, and even if she did, he could trace her call. She considered emailing him, then decided against it for similar reasons. After weighing the pros and cons of different methods of communicating with him, ultimately, she chose an old-fashioned letter. Dear Daddy, I am sorry for the inconvenience I caused when I ran away from my wedding. It was a good start in how she felt now that she had some perspective on it. She admitted that she was at a loss for all the things she wanted to say. There were so many things that came to mind. She made some notes of what these points were. She did not want an arranged merger marriage with Kurt or anyone else. Whether or not that meant that she would be disinherited, she was adamant about this point. Although it was not much, her modest bakery income was enough for the basics. She would reevaluate it again in the future. Plus, there was always her trust fund that her mom left her. She would not be able to access it, however, until she was 25. It was considerably smaller, but it did not carry the same demands and limitations as her father's multibillions. She had tasted freedom from under his thumb and his money, and she did not want to go back to his very conditional dollar-for-duty love. She had to tell him that she did not want to go back to the United States. She wanted to have a relationship with him, just not one that required her to follow all of his rules in order to stay in his good graces. Not only was that kind of lifestyle stressful, but until they renegotiated what her not living in the States would mean for him and them, it was not how she wanted to be treated in her 20s or beyond. What else, she thought? She felt she needed to tell him that there was no other man. She knew how he could be with threatening, using dead hand control in his will if she were to choose to date, live with, or marry anyone. He was willing to disinherit her for that reason and evict her and her paramour from any housing he paid for or stop any monetary sum he might leave her, just to make sure he was not supporting some man. He did not trust her choice of men, and she did not appreciate his selection of men for her, just because of what they could do to expand his financial empire or political power. Lastly, she would let him know that she was safe, and did not want to be found until she was certain that they could relate to one another as a family, not in a dictatorship. She put her rough draft in an envelope and addressed it, but did not seal it. She would give it a few days, proofread and polish it, then mail it the next time she was out of town. It might require a delay before she could get postage and send it. London would have been the perfect postmark to throw him off her track for a while, but it would give her a good, clear conscience. Most of all, by the time he got it, she would be completely certain that she was going to stay indefinitely. The letter would convey that completely. She left it on her desk so she would not forget that she wanted to send it as soon as she felt ready to do so. Her alarm clock sounded. She had a late shift at the bakery and decided to walk to work so that Arthur's study time at the library would not be interrupted. Rachel still had Jane's words to contend with and decided to lay low on carpooling with Arthur, and spending so much time together outside of that. But she had wanted to make it clear to the girl that they were not pretending to enjoy being together, or to have a relationship as close friends. She wasn't ready to have her life exposed just yet, and a veiled threat from Jane was the result of that newly defined reality that she shared with Arthur. Chapter 32. Secrets revealed? Oh my God! Rachel screamed at the top of her voice. It's gone! It's gone! She bounded down the stairs and headed for the kitchen. Beatrice, it's gone. What am I going to do? Calm down, dear. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Now breathe. What's gone? My letter in the envelope on the desk. I wrote a letter. A very important private letter, and it's gone. Oh my God. What am I going to do? It probably just fell into the trash bin and has been thrown out. All is well. No. All is not well. What if Arthur read it? I'm dead. He read it and he hates me again. I cannot bear going through that anymore. What am I going to do? Well, we can get to the bottom of this when he gets home from the library. You two did not carpool again today. No, we didn't. You need to get a hold of yourself. I'll make you some tea and we'll get to the bottom of this. Then everything will be as right as rain. Okay, have a seat at the table, please, dear. Beatrice turned her back to Rachel to get the water started for tea. She gave her a questioning look and then turned around to see if she had calmed down any. The tea was exactly what the doctor ordered. As Rachel sipped, she breathed calmer breaths. As she became calmer, she was more rational and willing to listen to Beatrice. Now slowly, please tell me what you are worried about, she said, sitting across from Rachel at the kitchen table and patting her hand in an attempt to comfort her. I wrote a letter that I put in an addressed envelope. But it was a rough draft, just notes really, and I was not ready to send it as is. I left it on top of the desk in my room. Now it isn't there anymore. Okay, that's better. Did you do a thorough search of the room? Yes. It was nowhere to be found. I'm afraid Arthur might have gotten it and read it. I can tell you that he has not been here since he left for the library this morning. Is he in the habit of going into your room? Right. That's none of my business. But he is not a concern. Does that make you feel better, dear? Somewhat. What about the bin being emptied? Do you have a cleaning person who might have been in my room? I do. I'm getting too old to keep things clean and tidy around here, so I have hired a cleaning service that cleans up for me. I doubt you noticed it before because they just started cleaning your room. They were not aware that anyone was renting the room, so prior to today they left it alone. I meant to mention it to you, but I guess it just slipped my mind. Oh, is that an O of relief or an O of worry? Maybe a little of both, Beatrice. They stopped talking and sipped their tea. They are very trustworthy and would never take anything, or take it upon themselves to mail a letter that was left on a table? Not at all. I think you are letting your worries from whatever you wrote get to you, dear. Maybe it is a blessing in disguise. How so? Rachel said, unable to imagine this situation having a good outcome. Well, you said it was a draft of notes. Ideas more than a finished letter, right? Right. Maybe the time was not right for mailing it the way that it was. Perhaps it was more of an exercise to get your ideas out for the sake of release and not to send and share. Yes, maybe that's it indeed. Probably did just fall into the bin while they were dusting and tidying. You can put your worries to rest. It was not the time to release your letter, so the universe made it so it would literally be thrown away. This is why it could be a blessing in disguise. I still would like to have it, she concluded, with her fears struggling to remain hidden at the back of her mind. I can understand that, dear. Tear it into pieces in your mind and start over, or give it a few days before you approach setting your ideas down with pen and paper again. You'll see. You'll probably have more clarity this time if you choose to do so. It made sense. Maybe the letter, the way she phrased things, would have caused her trouble and made it easier to track her down. Maybe it would have made her father even angrier. She tried to embrace Beatrice's worldview. I think you're right, Beatrice. It did feel good to get those ideas and feelings out, you know? Even if my intended recipient never receives it, it helps me to forgive and forget and release all of the emotions surrounding the ideas and feelings I opened up, just to be able to say that I was right and they were wrong. That's the spirit. Look at it as a blessing that protected you from who knows what. How did you get to be so wise, Beatrice? Years of life experience and lots of opportunities practicing what I learned from those experiences. Now how about another cup of tea, dear? Thank you, Beatrice. Oh, it's nothing. No. You calmed me down, listened to me, and gave me advice that spoke to my anxieties. I value that. And you did not have to bother yourself with my problems, but you did, and I feel much better thanks to you. You've brought life back in this house and I feel a kinship with you. You remind me a lot of myself at your age. But I would not go back to my 20s if I had the chance. My 70s suit me just fine. Both women laughed, recognizing the merit in the other's perspective. And then, like clockwork, Arthur walked through the door. What has you two ladies in such a good mood anyway? He said, kissing each on the cheek in greeting. We just finished solving all of the world's problems. That's the power of tea and conversation, grandson. Well, maybe I ought to join you. Maybe you could bring some light to a couple of challenging legal principles I struggled with today. No thanks, Arthur. Sorry, but I think we are just about maxed out for the day. You'll have to make an appointment for next time, right, Beatrice? Absolutely. The evening ended just fine, with all of them having a really nice time together. The closest to family that Rachel had ever had. But even though Beatrice's kind and wise words had put her in a calmer state, Rachel couldn't help but feel nervous every time she thought about the letter. Chapter 33: Avoidance. Since Jane's warning to leave Arthur alone, Rachel had been avoiding Arthur every chance she got. No more carpools. No more hanging out in public. No more dates or kisses, fake or otherwise. She wasn't sure if Arthur noticed the difference or not, since he was so busy studying. Even at the house, she would excuse herself if she was talking to Beatrice and Arthur came into the room. She did her best to make sure it came off as polite, not rude, and under the guise of giving him quality time, which was limited until after he passed the bar with his grandma. On her walks into town and sometimes when she caught the bus, she realized that Jane's words led her to the tipping point of her relationship with Arthur. Amid all of the arguments and tears, she admitted to herself that she had strong feelings for the guy. As wonderful as that could be, Jane made it clear that a future of Rachel and Arthur together for a lifetime was not hers to have. Rachel found herself agreeing with Jane. A British wife like her would be able to support him in his career goals and understand the bulk of his background. An American girl could only make fresh old wounds from a brief yet painful time, beginning with him as unwanted and being shuttled around, then ending with him taking care of his dying mother. Do I love him enough to let him go? She wondered, knowing the answer before she finished formulating the question. All of that work at carving a place out in the community only in order to yield to another woman who was there before her, and who implied she was more fit to be his wife. Now Rachel was thinking of giving it all up. She did her work as if in a daze. She wasn't aware that Faye was watching her as she wiped the tables off for the third time. Honey, are you all right? You couldn't get the tables any cleaner, she said, gently teasing her. Oh right. Sorry, I was just thinking. Think any harder and those tables would be fit for the queen. Rachel smiled, but inside her heart was breaking. Living in the same small parish as Arthur and his choice of another as his wife and mother to her children would destroy her. Sorry, Faye. No problem. We had a pretty busy morning. Do you need a break before the tea time crowd? I'll push through. That was not a suggestion. As my assistant manager, I need you to be in top form. Take a walk. Clear your head. Okay. Acknowledging Faye's firm direction would help her get through the rest of the day, and maybe bring her some peace of mind. Rachel window shopped and strolled, trying to recapture her thoughts back from the impending loss of a man she almost had. Even if he did not choose Jane, small-town life did not make living with a broken heart any easier. Rachel wondered if she'd have a destiny like Henry. Desperate to connect with the next new single person who came to town? She had to put away her thoughts and get back to business. Just as she was about to reach for the bakery's door handle, she felt the door swing open. It was Arthur. I've missed you lately, he said, welcoming her with open arms and kissing her on the forehead. You're not the only one who can give a spontaneous display of affection, he said, smiling at her. Oh wow, she responded completely transparently. I've been thinking about you all day long. We've got to get you a phone so you can communicate. How about that as a business expense, bakery owner? He asked, partially teasing and partially serious. She knew she could not get a phone in case her father had his security personnel watching and waiting for her to do just that. If only things were so simple. I came for tea as a pretense to see you. How about a dinner of beer and burgers tonight at the pub? It's karaoke night, so that ought to be fun. I don't know. I don't think so. Faye might need me to stay. No. I checked beforehand with her and she thinks you have been working so hard that you need a night off. Arthur, don't you need every precious moment to study? I don't want to interfere with your goals. I need balance, Rachel, and a night out with you would help me to get refocused when I resume studying later on tonight. Plus we need to catch up. I'll give you a firm maybe. Okay, short notice, I know. But a firm maybe is better than a definite no. Definitely. I mean, I agree with you. Great. See you there at 8. If the maybe becomes a yes. Once he left, the bakery filled up and Rachel served the customers while engaging in an internal debate of whether or not she should go out with Arthur tonight. He had noticed after all. And if he noticed, others such as Jane, Faye, Beatrice and even Henry did too. The entire week without him she had lived inside of her head. She lamented the fact that she had no one to turn to about her problems. Perhaps she should get a therapist. Perhaps she should open up to Arthur and let the chips fall where they may. She had feelings for him, but she did not know if the feelings were mutual or if he cared to reciprocate. If you're debating whether or not to go, Faye said after the rush, I think you should go. Spend some time around young people your own age. Arthur is a solid fellow. He's a hard worker and a caring human being. He's always been that way and I think big things are headed his way. Don't let anyone try to take away your destiny. Thanks for that, but it's just a little bit more complicated. How complicated could it be, honey? You like him and he obviously likes you. Give it a full chance or worry for a lifetime about the one that got away. Is it that obvious? Yes. Look, it's none of my business, but when you two were starting to spend more time together, you sailed through the day with a song in your heart. Now something only you know what has changed. You have maybe one great love in your life. Trust your heart, you've found yours. Don't talk yourself out of it in your head. Okay, Rachel finally said after debating for a while. She was going to meet Arthur at the pub. She only prayed that nothing bad happened from that decision. Chapter 34. Leaving. Despite Faye's words to her, she still didn't think that Arthur would ever forgive her for lying to him, so it was best to just leave. Arthur decided to call his grandma and let her know he would be late getting home. Hi, Grandma, he said, excitement evident in his voice. I'm meeting Rachel at the pub tonight, so we might be late getting back to the house. Really? Well, that's super, she said, reflecting her surprise. Grandma, I guess that question implies that you don't know. I think you need to tell Rachel how you really feel before it's too late. Why are you saying this? If I were you, I'd be open with her. Open? If you have any feelings for the young lady, as a close friend hoping for more in the future, this might be a good time to share that with her. I see. Why now? She may feel like she's lost you to another, so your feelings for her could make her feel otherwise. Are you sure, Grandma? You doubt me? If you don't, at least let her know that she matters to you. Okay. I don't want to be late. I'll do my best. I'd expect nothing less, grandson. Arthur made it to the pub right at 8. He found Rachel in a booth by herself with a pitcher of beer and 2 mugs. Hi, Arthur, she said, with the excitement she used to have in her voice when she saw him all but gone. Rachel, he said, kissing her on the cheek. What she wouldn't give right then for another one of the surprise, passionate kisses on the mouth they had shared instead of a friendly peck. It was probably for the best. She was already starting to distance herself from Arthur so that she could bear to leave him. Intellectually, she knew it was the right thing to do, but emotionally, she wished there was some other way. I see you started drinking already. One of those days, huh? Yeah, but the whole pitcher is for us to share. Okay, did you order any food to go with it? I told Grandma that we'd miss dinner at home. Oh, no, I didn't. It was hard for her, despite pretending it was no big deal. But her heart was being broken despite the thought of leaving him and everything she built behind. I am going to leave Clovelly. I thought the small-town aspect of Clovelly, and being part of a small community was what you liked most. Well, I misjudged things, she said, feeling a lump in her throat and unshed tears burning her eyes. I'll have more opportunities in London and I'll leave you. Right. You'll leave me, period. I know we got off on a rocky start, but you shouldn't leave now, or ever. Why not? You, Beatrice, Faye, Henry and Jane, you all have a history here. I was crazy to think I would fit in as an expatriate outsider in a parish of 400. Maybe it's better for me to be an expatriate in London with other Americans. Rachel, where is all of this coming from? Maybe at first I refused to let you into my life, but now that I have, I want to keep you there. That means keeping you here. Who got to you? What? No one really. I just feel like it is better to move on before getting too deeply attached or involved. Please don't. Don't go. Why not? I'm no one to you, I'm a nobody. You have a history with the other girls in town. They would be a better fit in the long term. What? Are you completely off your rocker? None of those girls matter to me like that. What are you talking about? After all, I'm just a random American, she continued as if he wasn't saying anything at all. Okay, now I know what's up. Jane got to you. Don't let her intimidate you. If I wanted to be with her romantically, it would have happened by now, trust me. It's her fantasy, not my reality. Are we clear? Really? She's full of hot air with her ultimata. She thinks she can bully people into getting and doing whatever she wants. But even if she was the last single lady around, with or without our history, I would not choose her. She's a friend I grew up and studied with. Nothing more. Arthur, I didn't want to stand in your way. I didn't want to stand by and watch you choose someone else either. I'm just a little confused about us right now. Then let's choose to seek clarity from confusion together, and figure it all out and work it out together. We owe each other that much. I mean, I'd hope you would be willing to do that much. Of course, she mumbled, knowing that he was right, but also aware that he did not know the whole truth behind her willingness to leave. If you left Clovelly, you would make me very, very unhappy. Look, I thought I only had room in my heart for a narrow number of safe people after all the hurt I experienced growing up. I was so focused on my goals and my life's plan that I had shut the door on getting to know other people. Especially an American woman. But you came to town so different. You took me by surprise. I don't know if my feelings as someone new in your life would count in your decision to stay or go. But I hope you would choose me in Clovelly. Arthur, that's all I needed to hear. I'd be unhappy if I left town too. There's so much more I'd like to explore here in town and with you. Good. Likewise. I think we have an understanding now. The special of the day is shepherd's pie. Let's eat. All of this talk has made me extremely hungry. They dined together. Arthur was at peace, but Rachel was just faking it. What had she agreed to? A face-off with Jane? Risking the threat of being exposed? Telling Arthur everything before he found out? She was not good at confrontation, so for the time being, she would wait and see and live the lies for a little while longer. Chapter 35. I don't want you. Rachel had just cleaned up after the early morning rush for coffee and pastries, and was about to take stock of things before the late morning break began. Then she became aware that she wasn't alone. Henry had stopped in and was watching her. Who knows how long he had been there. What's a guy gotta do to get some coffee around here? He asked Rachel, while doing his best to make conversation. Oh, hi, Henry. I'm joking. I didn't come for coffee. I wanted to see you. Henry, I thought our last conversation was clear. I don't want to date you. And I have a boyfriend, she repeated for what felt like the 100th time. That tall bloke who came for you the other night? She rolled her eyes impatiently. Yes. He's the one. He complained. Everywhere I go I see you two together. That's because I'm with Trace, so I can't be with you too, Henry. Understand. But you have never really given me a chance. It's like you already chose someone else. I have, Henry. And that someone else is my boyfriend, Trace. Look, I love him. We have a future together. That's something I can't say for us, Henry. Even though I sent you drinks and took you out for a real Italian dinner? He asked. That's right. Even though you sent me drinks and took me out for a real spaghetti dinner. Rachel was starting to feel that he was either doing that to piss her off or he really was completely unaware of how to socially communicate with another human being. They both paused in silence for a minute, holding each other's gaze. Then he surprised Rachel by saying, Okay. Yes. Okay. I tried with you and failed. I'll set sail on other waters. Really? Well, that's good to hear. I really liked that lady at the restaurant who came up to the bar when I went to check on you. Who? Jane. Jane Jones. Yes. I do believe that's her name. I like her strength. I've been interested in her ever since. Well, that's wonderful, Henry. I know that a woman like that could really appreciate a man like you, Rachel said as positively and politically as she could, trying very hard not to laugh at that unexpected situation, and I wish you good luck. His new outlook on romance with a different object of his affection suited him and relieved her. Gone was his nervous laughter. He finally accepted the failure of wooing Rachel, and left the bakery at the end of their brief conversation without causing a scene or making her feel uncomfortable. For a moment she thought of him pursuing Jane and Jane's bullying Henry around. He had met his match. She was his ideal woman. He might be too shy and quiet for Rachel, but he would make docile eye candy for someone like Jane. There truly is someone for everyone, she thought while smiling. She did not mean for Henry to be the first person that she told about her feelings for Arthur, but floating on a cloud of emotion accidentally let the cat out of the bag. She had not even told Arthur yet. He was prone to surprising her, so she decided to surprise him. It was after the lunch rush and she decided to stop over at his home away from home, the library, and take him a hot drink and a warm snack. Hi, handsome, she whispered, setting a large cup of coffee and a paper bag full of some hot glazed donuts in front of him. How's the day going? Better now that you're here, he said, turning around to greet her face to face, then getting up from his chair, ever the gentleman, to acknowledge her entrance. Please sit. I thought you could use some sugar and caffeine to get you through the afternoon slump. I can't stay long. I just came over to lift your spirits. Nice surprise. Do you want to ride home today? That'd be lovely. I have a real story to tell you on the way back. Ah, 2 surprises in one day. I might faint. She laughed, hugged him and departed, not wanting to be too loud or leave Faye alone too long at the bakery. Once back, the rest of her shift flew by with her thoughts on Arthur. Even though they were not married, she knew that she never would have had 1/10 as good of a relationship with Kurt as her husband as she enjoyed as a close friend of Arthur's. Hey honey, were you out and about to visit that man of yours? Something like that, Rachel responded with more than a little bit of embarrassment. And it all took off from the pub date at 8. I told you. He's a keeper. Faye had put out an eco-upon to all of the regular customers whose phone numbers she had. All they had to do was pull it up on her phone, and the bakery staff would scan the discount. The first day they had a line around the block, and almost ran out of food. Days like that could be deceptive for a small business, making it seem as though they were doing better than they thought. After the last person in the line was served, Faye and Rachel had a relaxed business meeting before closing. Faye, is the bakery doing okay? Sure is, honey. Why are you asking? Did your direct deposited paycheck not go through this week? No, it's just that. Well, I wanted to make sure that I can count on the bakery and the modest income it provides me for a long time to come. We single ladies need to be able to take care of ourselves, right? Of course, Faye replied, superstitiously knocking 3 times on one of the wooden tables in the bakery's in-store dining area. Leave the worrying to me, honey, she reassured, but avoided looking Rachel in the eyes like she usually did. Rachel was grateful for what she had, and the ride home with Arthur that she had to look forward to in the near future. For the first time since she had been in Clovelly, except perhaps during the fake date she had with Arthur, she felt really good. She made a contribution to the town with her job. She had friends that cared about her welfare and not her father's billions. She liked the life she had. It was simple and stable. She wished things could stay the same. Chapter 36 Truce? What are you doing here? Jane asked as she reached the front door of the bakery, suspicious of Arthur before he uttered a simple greeting. I'm picking up a friend that I carpool with, if you must know. Arthur responded gruffly, to mirror her initial hostile mood and frosty, cold tone. Oomph, she grunted, not satisfied with the answer, yet also not able to find fault with it. Along with the career role of corporate litigation attorney, she also excelled in the vocation of ice queen. But since you're here and I'm early, would you care to have a seat and talk? He inquired, trying to put Jane as much at ease as possible. All right. I'm here and you're here. What do you want to discuss? I can't help with any of those American bar topics, though. No, Jane. I've got it covered. I spent a year and 2 summers studying. This is basically a review. I wanted to talk about something else. Something personal. Something important. Very important. Okay. Jane was so self-absorbed, absolutely selfish, and had such a low emotional intelligence that she had no idea what Arthur wanted to discuss. She assumed, of course, that it was about her. We've been friends for life and grew up together. We went to school together. We worked together. It's easy to assume that we would be in each other's lives forever or even together in a romantic way. But no matter how good it looks on paper, sometimes our hopes and dreams for a compatible, amicable, lifelong mate can fail in real life without a foundation in true friendship, the precursor to true love. I see. She sighed, thinking before that this might be the way that he would work up towards getting the confidence to propose. They had known each other forever. She had reached her professional goals and was on the fast track to partner this year, freeing up her time to plan a wedding and then start having babies. It was about time. She sat up straight and tried to feign sincere interest in each of his measured words until he'd kneeled down and gave her the ring. I think that you should call a truce with Rachel. You and I are not a couple, never have been a couple, and never will be a couple. Please don't threaten her because a romantic relationship between you and me is what you wanted, yet it never happened. I don't belong to you, Jane. I want to be clear. I am not yours to fight over. Stop threatening. Rachel. She tuned back into his speech the instant he said the name Rachel. I'm sorry, Arthur, but I was just helping out. You and I have the same education and professional background to be and have anything we want. Together we could lasso the moon. How could he pick someone like Rachel as her rival? It was hard to be jealous of someone she thought did not measure up in looks, intelligence, or power. It does not matter what rationale or invented justification you may have for what you were doing, but it was mean and I will not tolerate that from you. I am not your man. I don't want to be your man. Stop fighting for me. We won't be hanging out anymore and we will be distant associates, former schoolmates but never friends. A cordial greeting to her when you come into the bakery or see her on the street, at the pub or anywhere else in public, is all that is required of you. Please give her the polite greeting that I expect you to give me after this conversation. Arthur, no, please listen, I only thought of our future. I could make a good wife for you. That won't be necessary, Jane. There is no third person plural when it comes down to it. No we, no our, no us. Please be a lady on your way out and know when it's time to leave. Please also do so without making a scene, of course, should be your top priority. You work in London, not in Clevelly. There is no reason for you to spend so much time at this bakery or expel so much anger at Rachel because you think she is your rival or for any other reason that would lead you to dare to talk to her. Are we clear? Yes, Arthur, Jane reluctantly agreed, with tearful eyes and her head bowed and shoulders slumped down with the posture of defeat. She sneaked one last look at Rachel, still unwilling to see her then as the better woman. Arthur and Jane both stood up at the same time. Jane left in silence. Arthur stayed and walked over to be closer to Rachel, who was listening to the whole conversation from behind the counter, to comfort and console her. She's gone, he kindly whispered to her. If she ever verbally abuses you again with threats or intimidation or even criticizes you publicly or privately in any way that makes you the slightest bit uncomfortable, I want you to promise that you'll tell me and let me handle it. As of now, she knows where she stands and that her bullying behavior will not be tolerated. Rachel came from around the counter near the cash register and hugged Arthur. He kissed her on the forehead. Rachel, there is something I left out of what I said to you the other night when I asked you not to leave Clevelly, he said, looking from her deep soulful eyes to her sensuous mouth. I wanted to tell you something that I have been running away from, but I am now willing to accept if you feel the same way. Tell me, Arthur. I'm all ears and safe in your arms. Okay. He cleared his throat, then gently cupped her head with his hands, took a few deep breaths and started with, Rachel, Faye showed up unexpectedly in front of them with a very concerned look in her eyes. Rachel felt her heart skip a beat. Excuse me, folks. I don't want to interrupt, but we have a serious problem. Adopted granddaughter and beloved godson. We need to talk before it's too late. I have some terrible news, you two, and soon everyone will know. Chapter 37. The bakery in danger. Faye, Arthur, and Rachel all sat down at a table. What's wrong, Faye? Are you sick? Arthur asked. No, thank goodness. It's not about me, it's about the bakery. Oh no, Rachel said, fearing the worst. The bakery is close to closing. I owe a great deal of money, and even if I had the money, I can't keep up with demand. It's a great big complicated mess. I'm sorry, Rachel, honey, I made you think I had everything under control, but I just don't, she said, covering her face with her hands in an effort to close herself off from her problems and hide her tears. Rachel could hardly believe her ears. Hadn't Faye said a few days before that everything was well? So how come now things were starting to fall apart like this? Especially now since Arthur was about to confess his feelings for her. We could raise the money somehow. A fundraiser perhaps. Rachel suggested. Honey, the people of this small parish have been supporting this place with their purchases as much as possible. They can't afford to give any more than they already have. Plus, by creating a big demand, they have created an odd problem. A demand so great that we cannot meet even if I had more ovens and more workers. Well, you don't know until and unless you ask, Rachel replied, trying to keep things on a positive and upbeat note. We have to do something. You've put everything in this business which has helped build the community here. It's the bakery and the pub. The mainstays that people support. The bakery is more than about buying food and coffee. It's about coming together. Maybe we could find a new investor. Someone with deep pockets. Rachel is right. Once people know, I have no doubt that they will come together in unforeseen ways, Arthur asked. Arthur, you are a townie. Do you know anyone with several £1,000s to invest in a bakery? Faye asked, slightly raising her voice, as she realized more and more how desperate the situation was and how far away she was from a solution. No, I don't, but then again I never asked, he retorted. Well, I think we ought to give a fundraiser a shot. We could make it a sort of game, Arthur. Let's see who can raise the most money. Rachel enthusiastically commented. I don't know, honey. I don't want to take handouts. It's not charity. You are asking for a business, not for you to be funded personally. You could make contributors shareholders in the business. It would be more like a loan that you could pay back with dividends. Arthur's mental wheels were turning. How much do you need? Rachel asked. £100 or 10,000, it doesn't make a difference. It's all beyond my reach right now. I'm going to go by the bank and see if there's some line of credit I could apply for. Faye decided. You two can continue brainstorming if you like. I appreciate your positive creativity for this problem. With that, Faye left. She looked as though she was already beaten, and that bothered Rachel for many reasons. The bakery was to be the modest income she needed to survive without her father's money. Now that source's stability was in question, and her employer was in dire need. I still believe in a fundraiser, Rachel stated. And I believe in a new investor, Arthur maintained. Why don't we make it a fun competition then? Rachel said with a grin. How so? He wondered, lost in thought about the distressing predicament his godmother found herself in. She had been so helpful to him while he was in school in England and needed a job for spending money, that he wanted to do anything and everything he could to help her out. Like I said earlier, let's see which method can raise the most money to save the bakery. Rachel exclaimed. Splendid. And I say that not because I know I can win, but because it is such an awesome idea. It seems like I came up with it myself, he chuckled. Very funny. What will you do for work if the bakery goes under? No. Let's not entertain any negative thoughts until we've both given it our all. We have to keep positive for Faye. She looked worried sick. Yeah, when I worked here growing up, the bakery had just opened and sometimes she had to use her personal funds to make payroll. I only know this because I overheard her meeting with the banker here. I guess she forgot I was still here cleaning up. Oh, Arthur. Yeah, I think she has a lot more to lose than we originally realized. She might have poured all of her personal funds into the business over the years, and will have nothing to live on. You're right. This has to work. It's business, but it's also personal, Rachel resolved. Rachel and Arthur strategized their fundraising efforts until Faye returned in time for tea. Faye went to the back of the bakery and stayed in the kitchen until close. Rachel realized Faye needed time to herself and was a competent assistant manager, smoothly handling things on her own. At the end of the day, she and Arthur went to the back to check on her and then leave. When they got to the back, they saw her packaging day-old bakery goods for sale. There'll be a lot more of these once word spreads, Faye said in a quiet, almost inaudible voice. Don't count yourself out of the race yet, Rachel warned. The solution could be right around the corner, and we haven't seen it yet. We came up with a few ways to get the money. I'm going to work on getting new investors, and Rachel, with her beautiful smile and pleasant disposition, is going to use a more grassroots approach. No pity and no charity, understand? Faye stated in an upset tone, not wanting to get her hopes up at their mention of a solution. Not at all, Rachel agreed. How did things go at the bank, Faye? Arthur asked, trying to see if Faye had any success there. Dismally. They just reminded me that with small businesses that already had a loan or two, they had to monitor how well they were doing with their current financial commitments before they would be eligible for a line of credit. I am not doing well with my expenses. If I was doing well with my other loans, I wouldn't need the help. I don't own the building or the land it's on. If I could satisfy the demand, I would be in a better spot financially, but I do well just getting through the day with its ebbs and flows as is. DMN. It's baffling how we can be so busy with customers, yet be so financially strapped, Rachel said, struggling to understand a problem she had never before encountered. Not having enough money. We sell flour and water. We are not a basic need. We are a luxury, a want, meaning people can do without us, but we can't do without them. That's how. Everything else is a gamble, Faye explained soberly. At that, Rachel and Arthur took their leave of Faye when they started to question themselves and their way of trying to help. They decided to let her process things on her own and in her own way. They had every certainty that fundraising might raise some free publicity and increase foot traffic. Nevertheless, they were hopeful, but it was hard to stay upbeat with their leader, Faye, casting a cloud of doubt and hopelessness about the bakery's chances of survival. Chapter 38: Fundraising. The next morning, Arthur and Rachel set out on Project Donut, what they were calling their fundraising efforts for the bakery. Arthur would use the databases available at the library to research potential wealthy and corporate investors for the bakery. Rachel would take more of a grassroots approach. She would put big jars in every business and public place in Clevelly asking for contributions, including at the bakery. When the rush hours of service were over, she would borrow a bicycle with a basket for the jar, and go strategically canvass the residential neighborhoods and local schools. Her mission was simple. She requested any contributions people could afford to save the bakery. At night, she and Arthur would go together to the appointments he had made with some of the parish's richer residents who might be able to give much larger donations. Rachel felt like she was a real townsperson now. She was a part of things. No longer a tourist, she believed her fundraising for the bakery was contributing to the community and making a significant difference. She chose to ignore Faye's water and flour, want not need comments about the bakery's importance or lack thereof. Faye kept to the back of the bakery in the kitchen, packaging the day-old goods for first responders and essential workers in the community with a satin ribbon tied around the top. There was also a small, hole-punched, attached card Rachel had created for getting the word out about the bakery. It read, "Follow me to Clevelly's Bakery," in a clear font. The address, phone number, email and website addresses were printed on the back. On the website, the fundraising story was posted and directions for different ways to help by safely donating online at various levels were listed. Cookie, cupcake, scone, tart, and big bread. What first started as Faye's lament over money troubles and excessive day-old bakery goods became a full-scale marketing campaign that brought more customers. People from Clevelly and neighboring villages were not just going to the bakery, but they were ordering massive quantities of the day-old goods online, and Arthur was delivering them in person for a special touch that larger businesses could not provide. Visitors to the website could leave their phone numbers and email addresses and receive a daily newsletter or coupon, follow the bakery's blog, make an online donation, and participate in their diverse, up-to-date social media presence. All of the content was written by the owner from the back of the store after Rachel set up these tools for her to use and helped her with the basics. Information featured included how much money had been raised, how to become an investor at different levels, testimonials, a little lovin' from the owner's oven column, and recipes of creative ways to use day-old bakery goods. Volunteers took shifts and helped out with the massive increased demand. Even Beatrice had a role in the success of the bakery. She called or texted customers with a satisfaction survey, then entered this data into a simple database. The parish of Clevelly seemed united in the fight to keep the place going. One day, Arthur and Rachel crossed paths. He had just come from making a delivery. She was coming from collecting the children's change at a nearby school. "How's it going, Arthur?" "I'm holding my own. Feels good though. You created all of this and it is going well. We'll reach that goal in no time," Arthur beamed confidently. "I don't know. I've been getting lots of coins and few bigger bills and checks. I hope you're doing better with the upper crust set," she confessed, hoping for some encouragement. More like upper crusty, he said, lightening the mood. Rachel laughed. Too bad Project Donut has a hole that money can go through. Definitely, Arthur joined in her laughter. You should come with me through the neighborhoods. One lady just cleaned out her coin purse and dumped what she had into the jar, she shared. The children make a bigger show, giving their allowances. The adults should take a lesson from them. He expressed slight disappointment. Every week after all of the activity, the four met at the bakery and held a business meeting to see how close to their goal they were. They had 4 weeks to reach their financial goal. The first week ended with Clovelly's mayor giving Faye the key to the city, and a parish proclamation of Faye Day. Faye did not respond well to notoriety, but she was pleased to do whatever was important for her to save the bakery. She had sunk her savings, pension and loans into the business. She was much younger when she started. Then she felt like she could always get another job and support herself. But now, in her 70s, what could she do? And if she found something she could do, what company would hire her? She tried to convince Rachel to handle the press and publicity as the face of the bakery, but Rachel adamantly refused. I don't want my picture or my name in any paper. Faye did not push it, especially since Rachel asked for so little and did so much to help her. The second week featured a surprising, silent donation of a week's worth of bakery goods to the orphanage. It was located just outside of town. The generous contribution was confidential and underwritten by Jane's law firm. The third week, the Big Four, Faye, Rachel, Arthur and Beatrice, were interviewed on a podcast of one of the local high school students. It was an excellent chance to get the word out to Clovelly's younger parishioners who, hopefully, could influence their parents' pocketbooks with their cause. Rachel had the idea to give any student who brought in a report card with all top marks, and made a contribution 10% off of a day-old bag of goodies. Once school was out, the bakery had a line around the corner. And the fourth week, the final week, although they could afford to buy a new oven and had cured their problem with excessive leftovers, they unfortunately reported having raised only 50% of their goal. Chapter 39. Not enough. DMN. We recounted the jar money and our net from the online sales. I guess it just seemed like we had more than we had, but really we only nickel and dimed it. And with volunteers from the parish picking up the slack, we were always able to meet the demand, even when it increased due to the day-old goods. What are we going to do? Faye exclaimed, her worry written all over her face. Rachel and I met with some wealthy people, but maybe they were just being polite to entertain our concern for the bakery, Arthur rationalized, then continued. They took our time but didn't help out financially with a contribution. Here, look at the spreadsheet, he said, pulling out his laptop. All of that research was for naught. My search for a new investor was in vain. Rachel's grassroots giving jars and online campaign, along with finding a market for the day-old items and running on volunteer labor, made the real difference. I guess. If only we had more time. If only. How could so much passion fail for such a worthy cause? Rachel said, with as deep a degree of worry as the others. Arthur started to praise Rachel to try to boost her spirits, but given the rawness of the reality that they did not raise enough to reach their goal, the mood was profoundly dismal. He could not cheer for Rachel, who was young enough to start over, instead of finding a way to comfort or counsel Faye, who was going to lose the business she had given her all to for the past 2 decades. Rachel, on the other hand, was glad for the recognition from the volunteers, Arthur and Faye, although visibly frustrated. But now, she was even considering making an anonymous donation. The bakery saved her at one of her darkest times. She was more than happy to help. Even if her heart was in the right place, she was very aware of what the risks were for her in doing that. She agreed to say a few words as the organizer of the fundraising. Thanks everyone. Thank you for donating your time, treasure and talent to this fundraising effort, which we affectionately know as Project Donut. The deadline is tomorrow morning. And I believe in miracles. I believe that this is not over until it's over. This for us means that it does not have to end until we have exhausted every option and creatively overturned every stone up to the moment they put locks on the doors and boards on the windows. We made it halfway there when no one thought that was possible. That is better than it was when we first started this project. Do not regret that we did not succeed with raising enough money. Remember that we succeeded because of people like you that made a commitment and saw it through. For that, we are grateful and forever in your debt. She paused for a moment to compose herself and then continued. We can use this to our benefit, show our profits, and still ask for an extension and not stop asking the chain of command at the bank until we get one. We can continue to leave out the giving jars. Maintain our online business that repurposes our high-quality baked goods at a discounted price. And hopefully we can continue to count on volunteers to help us to meet demand as it continues to grow and morphs into markets that we never would have thought of. No dream is too small. As long as there is a Clevelly, there will be a bakery to serve our community and those new supporters that we have started to serve. Thank you. I am in your debt for your service. Faye called out. That's my girl. A catalyst for the group, Rachel's goal with her speech was to change their mood from sadness to excitement, from focusing on hopelessness to feeling proud of what they were able to achieve by volunteering. The three of the big four came to the center of the store, where Rachel was standing, and surrounded her in a group hug. She was so caught up in the moment that she failed to see or hear a photographer snap their picture. Faye and Rachel wanted to give them all something back for their tireless help, no matter how hurt and worried they both were about the outcome. Thinking this would be their last night in the bakery, Faye allowed them each to choose a baked good that they wanted and accept a pencil with the word volunteer baker on the side. Those volunteers who were present exchanged kind words with each other. They took a brave cue from the bakery's leadership, Faye and Rachel. They came together to boost morale. What they did for others by lifting the weird mood in what was arguably a true community organization effort, they did for themselves. If only they had for more weeks, who knows? But as it stood, they only reached 50% of their goal, and half was not enough. They would need a miracle to raise in one night what they were able to raise in 4 weeks. They also recognized the sad reality. It was tonight that things ended and possibility made a permanent pause. They were meeting to say goodbye to each other. These new friends who became dedicated volunteers around a common cause. Although some of them would meet to take the money they raised to the bank in the morning, they realized that after that formality, there would now be a hole in part of Clevelly and in their hearts. They had no reason to celebrate, however, they needed to meet to have closure. They did not regret the time and the effort they put into the project. They just wished they had been able to do more. After pondering it, weighing the pros and cons and speaking words to these people, once strangers now friends, she decided that she would definitely become that new investor that Arthur searched for and spoke of. But she wanted to remain a secret investor of the other 50% needed to reach their goal. To do so, she would access one of her old accounts that would slip by hopefully unnoticed by her father or his associates. She would ask the bank to wire the money to the local bank where the bakery's business account was, then make an anonymous online donation to Faye's business. She had to pretend until tomorrow to be upset that they failed. Tomorrow morning they would take the money from all of the grassroots giving jars and deposit it, then include the online money. At that time Faye would get a well-deserved surprise. Chapter 40. The bakeries saved. The night ended and the morning came. Faye served customers coffee and donuts all morning for a set price, with 90% of the cost going to a last-ditch attempt to keep the bakery running. When the time arrived for the bank to open, the big four all loaded up in Arthur's car with all of the various contributions packed safely inside. Some volunteers followed along with several dozen full giving jars to take to the bank. Others stayed behind to run the bakery. I'm nervous for her, Rachel whispered to Arthur as they got out of the car. We all are, Rachel. We all are. It's in God's hands now, he responded, moving quickly to help his grandma out of the back seat of his car while Rachel did the same for Faye. They went into the bank together for moral support with arms interlocked, forming a human wall of victory and success, their new mantra and community marketing campaign. Faye's contact at the bank sent security guards with carts out to gather all of the contributions so they could be properly counted. Once the bank had all of the money, the big four were shown to a conference room where they waited for the total of all the funds from their online platforms and grassroots sources. Beatrice tried to lighten the mood. It must be good news. They would have been back by now if they didn't have enough to count. Everyone responded with anxious grins. The bank manager came into the conference room several minutes later. Faye, thank you so much for your patience this morning, and for the remarkable work you and your associates have been doing to save the bakery. This morning we counted the funds that you supplied, and we are happy to say that the bakery can stay open. But wait, I did not meet my goal, Faye said, wondering if this was someone's idea of a cruel joke. We counted last night and only reached 50% of what we needed. The bank manager explained, technically that was on Sunday the weekend, and the letter we sent you clearly stated that you had until noon today, Monday the first business day of the next month, to satisfy the balance due on your small business loan. I am proud to say that you exceeded it. He continued. The online portion of your fundraising was used significantly at 9 a.m. by an anonymous donor of the remainder that was needed. Plus, by meeting your goal in advance of the deadline, we are going to extend you the opportunity to buy the bakery's land and building from the bank within 90 days by extending you a line of credit to maximize the potential of this year's Small Business of the Year, the bakery in Clevelly. If you continue to do as well as you have been doing lately, you should have no trouble reaching that new goal, if that is you so desire. Again, congratulations. My wife simply loves the blueberry scones you make. The big four returned to the bakery to make the announcement on-site and online. All of those who had been involved with the project were excited to hear the good news. Faye tried to think of who could have made such a contribution that was so big and so timely, but she was mostly grateful. Arthur was suspicious, however. Although his thorough research and work with the databases showed him the wealthy in the parish, none of the people on his list were financially well enough off to contribute that much that fast or as liquid funds to give or pledge a lump sum of that amount. Once things calmed down, Arthur searched for Rachel and found her pouring coffee and serving donuts to what felt like hundreds of customers that glorious day. "Rachel, isn't it amazing that all of your organizing and hard work with the help of the divine resulted in a win for Faye and the Clovelly community? The miracle at the end was an unforeseeable piece of luck." "Yes, I guess it was. It all definitely worked out in the end, and that's what counts, right? I think about your inspired and passionate speech last night. You certainly gave us hope when everyone was feeling low with disappointment. You included, or so it seemed. I just did what any other assistant manager would have done. I did not give up on our supporters, volunteers, or our leader, and I tried to get them to do likewise. If holding a torch until we were victorious was not needed, then what should I have done instead? But I think you did a little more than that." "What are you getting at, Arthur? No more beating around the bush. Do you know who gave the money? Be honest with me and tell me if you know," he accosted her. From Rachel's point of view, the old Arthur with his rudeness and interrogation was back, and making an unexpected and unwelcome appearance in the midst of the joy everyone there was experiencing. "I don't know anyone here with access to that much money to donate as a no-strings-attached monetary gift. Maybe it is one of the new investors you spent your time researching and courting. Maybe they came through at the last hour," Rachel snapped back at him. "Or maybe. Yes. Or maybe it was you." "Arthur, come on now. You can be so rational, why abandon that skill right now? I'm no millionaire. If I had that kind of money, would I live in a rented room and work in food service for minimum wage? You're losing your touch, counselor," she joked, pretending she was not worried deep down inside and not paying attention to the consequences. "Do me a favor and let me know when you solve the mystery. I'm going to get some more coffee and fresh, hot donuts before we run out," Rachel said. She was not completely lying. No, she was not a millionaire, but her mother and father were billionaires. And it was true. If she told Faye privately that she had made the donation somewhere in the near future, she wanted Faye to see her as an investor and co-manager. Rachel had proven that she could take on more and handle more. She could not afford to let Arthur get too close right now and put the spotlight on her and the money. She took her hot glazed donut and black coffee and mingled with the eclectic mix of new and long-time, loyal customers and volunteers that were quickly filling up the bakery. Word was also circulating that Faye was going to throw a huge party for the entire parish to celebrate. She'd need her assistant manager to set things up and get the word out. Rachel looked forward to returning to running things from behind the scenes, and helping out when, where, and as needed. And sometimes anonymity was part of that professional role. Chapter 41. Let's celebrate. Faye decided to rename the fundraising effort to Save the Bakery Project Success, because she got to keep it. Due to the positive role that the community played, this party was not restricted for volunteers and financial supporters only. It was for all of Clovelly. Faye and Rachel both baked for the party. "You've come a long way, Miss Lady," Arthur said to Rachel, who was busy making and baking cupcakes. "I'm impressed by you. You made all of this happen." Arthur tried to kiss her cheek, and she tried to resist him, but succumbed to his charms and forgave him. Okay, enough of that. We've got a business to run," Faye teased lovingly. Rachel looked Arthur in the eye and gave him a smile and a wink. "Can I lick the spoon?" Arthur asked playfully. "This ain't your grandma's kitchen. Now get." Faye shooed him out. Once Faye and Rachel were alone, they had a conversation. "Rachel, you have been a godsend. I never would have been able to save this place without you. When I made you my assistant manager, I only envisioned you opening and closing when I wasn't available, counting down the cash register and making deposits. Basic, typical assistant manager duties. But most of all, I needed you to become an expert at waiting on customers with kindness and accuracy. You took ownership of the role like a real entrepreneur, and for that I am so grateful. For that reason, I'd like to offer you the position of co-manager with 49% ownership in the business. You are my sole heiress." Rachel was taken by surprise with that offer. She didn't think she deserved it, but even so, quickly moved from making cupcakes to hugging Faye. "I guess that means I can have my lawyer draw up the papers by the end of this week." "Absolutely," Rachel said. "Be patient with my godson, honey. He's a keeper deep down." Rachel smiled, then lowered her head in embarrassment. "Will do. Thanks for the reminder and the vote of confidence." Tell me, how on earth did you come up with all of those ideas for our bakery? Did you look that up somewhere? No, it was all me. It's hard to describe, but I don't think I would have had all of those ideas without having worked here. What do you mean? Well, to be honest, I would have thought that Arthur's work would have been enough. 100 wealthy people giving $100 each minimum perhaps. Maybe we also would have gotten some change from well-wishers, and that would be all. Arthur came back into the kitchen. Go on, go on. I heard my name. Ladies, don't mind me. Even if my ears are burning from you talking about me, I can take it. They all smiled and laughed. Then Beatrice came in. I've heard of after-parties in those tabloids I get at the grocery, but before parties, that's new to me. Sounds like the before party is in here. I left the volunteers in control of the front store area, in case anyone comes in before we kick things off. We were just talking about Rachel's creativity that was so instrumental to the bakery's success, and to our making a successful transition by stepping into the 21st century. I just made her my co-manager. Congratulations, Arthur and Beatrice said. Oh, I almost forgot, honey, Faye said. There is a penthouse suite above the bakery if you want a larger place. It's really just a studio apartment. If you pay the utilities, it's yours. I'll also have my attorney draw up a lease to that effect with the rest of the paperwork. I told you I adopted you, girl. Oh my. I don't know what to say, Rachel replied as tears started to well up in her eyes. Say thank you and accept, Faye insisted. Thank you, Rachel exclaimed with happiness as tears of joy rolled down her cheeks. They all hugged and then got to work baking the final goods for the party. They were a good team. Everyone had given their best and Clevelly was much richer for it. Perfect cupcakes, honey, Faye said to Rachel. I'm super impressed. Yeah, me too, she replied. When I first came here, the only thing I was qualified to do was eat baked goods, not make them. They all laughed because it was true. Now I not only know how to bake a dozen, but also I can whip up enough for the whole town. And they're delicious. Bite after wonderful bite, Arthur chimed in, focusing his attention on her mouth. Hey, save some for tonight, grandson. They're irresistible, just like the woman who made them, he said, praising the Rachel he knew now. She's so very talented, you know? The kitchen was heating up and people were starting to arrive. The partygoers were numerous and not just from Clevelly. The mayor had suggested making it a block party and closing off the streets to car traffic. People had the chance not only to celebrate the bakery's success, but they could patronize the other businesses in the downtown area who came outdoors and onto the sidewalk for a true taste of Clevelly. Success breeds success, Faye said to Rachel, pulling her aside. Just continue to know that without you, none of this would be possible. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. You provided the foundation, Faye, Rachel stated, slightly embarrassed by her compliments. You welcomed me and gave me a chance and a job when no one else would have. I was a stranger to town, but you took the risk. You've been a strong manager and a kind, supportive friend. Your consistent encouragement and stability simply brought out the best in me. It was exactly what I needed. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. But you had the vision and carried it out, Faye stated. That changed everything. At that point Arthur returned. Can I steal her away from you for a while? Be my guest, godson. Be good, she said with a smile. I'll do my best, but she'll have to be the judge of that, he replied. Chapter 42. I like you too. There must have been something magical in the air, because it seemed like the chemistry between them was stronger than ever. He kept finding reasons to look at her and her sensuous mouth that he wanted to kiss, and she kept finding reasons to touch him any and everywhere she could get away with. You know, I think you have done your duty tonight at this celebration. Can I take you away from here? Arthur asked, hoping that she said yes and wanting it to be as soon as possible. Sure, what do you have in mind? Well, now that you asked, there's a little cottage on my grandma's property that I am charged with taking care of. It has a solarium filled with green plants. We could grab a bottle of wine and hang out in the solarium. How about it? Will you come with me for a private celebration just for us two? I'd love to spend some unknown time together with you. Okay. Yes, I've wanted to do the same for a while now. Let's go. Would you like a tour of the cottage? He asked, casually reaching for her hand. Nice. Okay, he said, his heartbeat racing in hopes of what might be about to happen. This is the solarium. And this is the kitchen, which we keep fully stocked at all times for long-term visitors. This is the bathroom. And this is the bedroom. They stared into each other's eyes, knowing what both their hearts and bodies wanted, and before thinking, they were kissing each other. Fantasy and reality joined together as they began to satisfy themselves with one another's lips. The longer their kiss endured, the more their passion ignited. From that point neither one of them was speaking with words, just exploring with touch as they kissed each other for real, and as though for the first time for what felt like forever yet not enough time. He scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the bed. It was as though he was the first man on earth and she was the first woman. He explored her body as he carefully removed each item of clothing slowly and deliberately from her body. He kissed her all over each place where her clothes had previously been. Is this okay? Am I moving too fast? He was breathing hard and trying to take his time with her. Yes, and it's wonderful. You are so beautiful. Then he took off his clothes and climbed into the bed with her. He made love to her that night for the first time, the second time, and the third. After that, he passed out and slept soundly, holding Rachel in his arms as she rested on his bare chest and found solace in the constant rhythm of his heartbeat. For Rachel that day had been like Christmas, her birthday and Valentine's Day, all wrapped up in one. Never had she been with such a tender, generous or skilled lover. Regretfully, she would have to descend from heaven with him in order to search for something to eat. She was going on donuts, coffee and cupcake batter. She was beyond hungry. She was starving. She decided to explore the kitchen. Just as he said, it was fully stocked. She made them an omelet with 3 brown, cage-free eggs, locally sourced goat cheese, sun-dried tomatoes packed in olive oil, bacon and pitted Kalamata olives. She found some bananas, berries and frozen vanilla yogurt and made him a smoothie. It was 4 a.m., too late for dinner and too early for breakfast. But a savory dish and some crushed, sweet fruit might do the trick and give him a much-needed boost of energy after the evening's activities. She took it to him in the bedroom on a bamboo tray that she found on top of the fridge. He had just started waking up and feeling around, noticing she was no longer there, when she entered with his breakfast in bed. He sat up and she set the tray on his lap. Surely you don't expect me to eat all of this on my own, while you watch me devour this amazing-looking meal, do you? Well, I was kinda hoping you might share. She opened his cloth napkin and showed him 2 forks, one for him and one for her. In my book, that's the kind of premeditated planning that I like and appreciate. They feasted together, talking, laughing, and feeding each other. They reminisced about their initial hatred of each other. When they finished, Arthur put the tray to the side and showed her his gratitude for taking care of his appetite for food by taking care of her appetite for their love-making. I'm not normally like this. So desirous for sex, Rachel apologized. There is no need for an apology. All that matters is that you are that way for me, he said, then kissed her for the umpteenth time. I think I have fallen in love with you. And trust me, I'm not normally so captivated. But then again, we didn't know each other for me to be able to soberly say that to you. I've never met anyone like you, Rachel. I do love you. I love you too, Arthur. I don't want our passion for each other to ever end. It was a lover's paradise. Food and sex. Sex and food. Luckily Rachel was on the late afternoon shift at the bakery. When she got up to go to her rented room for a shower and a change of clothes, Arthur pulled her close for one more time. Call out, Arthur begged sheepishly. You have perfect attendance so far, right? No, I can't. Then they'll know something is going on. I'm one of the co-managers. I have to live up to my responsibilities. And I can barely walk right now as it is. I know. I understand, he smiled. And I love you for it. It was just a shot. Don't forget about your solarium plant duties. And restock the fridge. That was genius. You should pick me up tonight a little after 9. I'm closing. We haven't been together for 24 hours yet and already you're giving me a honey-do list? He teased her lovingly. She left him behind, but carried the glow of their own project's success for the rest of the day. Chapter 43. Together at last. Okay, Faye, I'm going to close up now. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up, Rachel announced. Oh, okay. Your what? My boyfriend, Arthur, the Oxford-educated attorney, Beatrice's grandson. You know. Are you kidding me? No. I'm just being honest, Rachel replied, only knowing how close the comment was to her actual truth. She was being honest this time, and it was a rarity that being in a relationship was causing her to do. Well, honey, that's simply fantastic news. That explains the glow and the shift-long smile. All sorts of good things have been happening this week, haven't they? Yes, they have, Rachel enthusiastically agreed. They closed down the store for the night, and just as Rachel was about to lock the front door and put the alarm on, Arthur showed up with an equally big smile. He's here, Faye, Rachel beamed. Hello, godson. I just heard the excellent news. You two deserve to be happy, and what better way than to be coupled with each other? Thanks, Faye. It couldn't happen to two finer folks. Now don't keep her up too late, Faye said with a wink. So what would you like to do on our second night of official couplehood? Coupling? Coupledom? Asked Rachel, unsure of the vocabulary they would choose to define their very new romantic relationship. They both appeared content with the titles of boyfriend and girlfriend for the present, at least. Well, I know of one thing, but I don't want to wear you out, he said with a grin. How about you? Any suggestions or ideas? Not one. I think that Project Donut swallowed my short-term creativity, she mused as they motored along. Well, thank goodness there's Project Success. Maybe there's a different part of your brain that this one will use and still leave you with some left over, he jokingly suggested. Funny, Mr. Funnyman, so you've got jokes, huh? He laughed. While they sat at the stoplight, he stole a kiss from her. Now that's much better. What do you want me to call you? He asked her, sweetheart, baby, sugar, love, or something of your own creation. Rachel is fine. No, it has to be one of those cloyingly sweet pet names that make you supremely disgusted when you hear it, knowing that they're getting sex on the regular and you're not. Oh, I see. The funny man has an axe to grind, she said, flashing him her beautiful smile. Make up your mind by the time we get to the next stoplight or I'll. You'll what? She asked, calling his bluff. I'll have to kiss it out of you. Seriously? Absolutely. So basically I win either way? Yeah, he realized, happier than he'd been for longer than he could remember. What should I call you? The name Arthur does not truncate easily like some other male names might. Good point and good question. How about Artie? I'd like to think I know a good deal about you, although not everything. Trust me when I say this from a position of love and respect. And Artie, you're not. Yeah, I kinda thought you would say that. Believe me, I've been trying to get that to catch on for years without success. Artie is an internationally known, award-winning architect, speaks 7 languages fluently and climbs Mount Everest for a regular workout. Perhaps you're right. If not Artie, then what? Okay, I've got one for you. Oops, wait, we're at a light, she said, pausing and positioning for a kiss. Now that's better. How about Love Kiss? Since you love to kiss, I think it suits you perfectly. All right, let me see. Love Kiss. Could you pick me up tonight? Love Kiss. I thought we talked about that already. Love Kiss. That was so thoughtful. Love Kiss. Thank you for letting me use your platinum credit card. Yep, it works for me. Any thoughts on one for yourself? I know this is going to sound like I am elevating myself on the highest possible pedestal, but I am rather partial to being called Princess. Yes, Princess Rachel. Sounds good. Case closed. Case closed? You do realize you are in the United Kingdom and it is always possible that you could be sharing that title with the real deal, right? Choose another. Arg. Okay. I did like it when you called me Miss Lady. You think very, very well of yourself, don't you? I don't think I have ever been with any girl with a higher or healthier sense of self-esteem. Okay, but only if you are absolutely certain. Miss Lady it is. And look, just in time to seal the deal with a kiss, we are approaching yet another stoplight. You definitely got game, Love Kiss, she said, turning her face toward him for a kiss. Magnificent. I love it already. From that day forward, nothing would be the same again. Arthur and Rachel grew closer together and more in love. After a fruitless search for a house they could afford in Clovelly Parish, Arthur asked his grandma if they could take up residence in the cottage until he got his bar exam results in the mail. Those exam scores, pass or fail, would determine what came next for them together. One thing that did not change, however, was that they were blissfully happy all the time. This time it was completely real and not for show. They had the respect of the community and the love and support of their friends and Arthur's family of one Beatrice, at least for the most part. Beatrice remained cordial, but there was something that was not right for her that she was not sharing. Arthur wondered if it was a health matter. Rachel wondered if Beatrice felt cut out of the loop now that they were a couple. Before, it was the 3 of them or one of them with Beatrice enjoying unknown quality time. Now she was home alone in an empty nest. Even if they were only a few feet away from her main house, Faye thought Beatrice might miss all of the bakery salvation excitement that kept her connected, gave her purpose, and made her feel needed. These were the thoughts of her friends, who were all partially correct. Only one other person knew about the secret lie of omission that she was keeping. She had taken, read, and kept Rachel's letter to her father. She could confront the person with what she knew or she could bury it with her, and none would be the wiser. But, despite what she had done first, starting with taking the letter, Beatrice did not like to lie in any way. She knew what she had to do. She was aware that after she confronted the other person involved, She would rock the foundation of her house of cards, and risk losing that relationship forever. That might be uncomfortable for a short while, but after carefully thinking about it, she decided to do the right thing for the long term and let the cards come crashing down, with the chips falling where. Chapter 44. Too much, too late. Rachel's life was great. She had a job promotion and a new boyfriend. It had been a long time since any little thing would send her running away with tears in her eyes, or trying to be brave on the outside when inside she was terrified. She had conquered a new land, job, and people. She was even content to love her father from a distance and read about not be a part of Kurt's life in the tabloids with a different group of women each week. This new phase of living in Clovelly for her was perfect, peaceful, and hers to enjoy without interruption and with no reason, to her recollection, to end. For her, she was living the good life. Beatrice walked into the bakery. "Hello, dear," she said, kissing Rachel on the cheek as she came forward to greet her. "You are the very person I wanted to see today." "Really?" "Yes. I wanted to talk with you about a private matter. Can you see if Faye can cover things for a few minutes while we sit outside in the cafe section?" "Sure. That should be no problem." While Rachel confirmed, Beatrice made her way to the sidewalk cafe-covered seating area. One of the new ideas that Rachel had implemented to make the bakery look more continental. "Okay, Beatrice. You have my full attention. What did you want to talk to me about?" Beatrice was noticeably nervous. She crossed and uncrossed her legs under the table in a vain attempt to get comfortable before she got to the heart of the matter. "It's about something of yours that I found." "Goodness, I am so nervous about this." "Well, I guess the best way is just to say it. I found your letter on your desk. The letter that you wrote to your father about not returning to New York and choosing to stay in Clovelly." "What?" Rachel shrieked so loudly, bringing several cars on the road to a full stop. "I am shocked and disappointed. Oh my God. Oh my God. How dare you? So not only did you find it, but you read it too." "Yes. I'm sorry to say it, but yes, I did read it." Rachel lowered her head, then took a deep breath. The hour of reckoning she had dreaded for so long had come. In the midst of all of her happiness and success, this one small thing with a huge impact was facing her right now. "Okay. I didn't know that you came into the room I rented when I wasn't there and looked at my private things. Why did you take it? How could you read it? When were you going to tell me about it? What were you thinking when you saw me frantically searching for it?" A million thoughts raced through her head. "Dear, I'm sorry. I don't know why I opened it or why I even thought it was okay to be up there nosing around in the first place. But now that I read it, I'm glad I did. For Arthur's sake." "Arthur's sake? You looked at my private thoughts and kept it to yourself for weeks, and now you're coming forward. Because of your grandson?" "Sadly, yes. I am. Beatrice, I don't know what you must be thinking, but I wrote that note when I was experiencing my own moment of truth. It was a snapshot in time. Nothing more. I just did not want him to worry." "And by him you mean your multi-billion-dollar father? Is that why you left the tabloid lying around? Were you trying to find out what kind of lies there were about me?" "Well, those articles might have reported lies about you, but you based your entire relationship with all of us on lies ever since the beginning of your stay in Clovelly. Your omissions about who you were and where you came from were all lies. How can he or any of us trust you again? Choosing to keep a part of my life private was my private business for my own personal reasons. I don't recall listing information about my father as a prerequisite for renting the room to an adult woman." "How could you?" Rachel cried out in a mixture of anger and pain. "How could you?" Beatrice responded, feeling Rachel's separation from her over all of this exactly as she thought she would. "I had to protect my grandson. He trusts and loves you. I just want you to come clean and tell him yourself in your way. Or else." "Or else what?" "Or else I'll present him with the letter and let him draw his own conclusions. You took my private documents and now you are issuing me an ultimatum. You based everything you told us on lies," Beatrice reminded Rachel, sounding upset and hurt. "Based on my desire to keep my past my business. There's a difference. I'd be curious to know if Arthur feels that way or sees things similarly. The woman he loves has been omitting a significant part of her background. He was already suspicious of you, but now, with this, it will push him over the edge in anger. You need to make this right." "I need to make it right? What about you? You took it from me. Why didn't you just tell him yourself or give him the letter?" "I care for you, Rachel, and I wanted you to have the opportunity to tell him yourself. But I love my grandson, and I will not sit idly by and have you build an entire relationship and a future based on lies, young lady." "Well, there you have it. Yes, I could have given it to him, leaving you out of the picture, but I feel that you need to be upfront with him before things get any more serious." She continued after allowing a brief pause for Rachel to process everything she just heard. Arthur tells me you two are looking for a house together. What if you got married and had children, then he found out years later? That would destroy him even more. I owe my allegiance to him as my blood. You owe him the truth before it's too late. Heed my warning, Rachel. After that, Beatrice and Rachel stood up and went their separate ways, with Beatrice heading home and Rachel returning to work, wishing she had the past to do over again. Telling Arthur would be the open and honest way in the spirit of full disclosure, but it would never make things right. He would probably never be able to see her the same way again, let alone trust her. And a future together with him in addition to her desire to stay in Clovelly would be out of the question. Telling the full truth now was already too late. She reluctantly went back inside, bracing for the worst that was sure to come from him no matter how she tried to tell him. She realized that it was getting harder and harder to hide from who she was before the lies. It was a challenge to keep the lies and the truth that she revealed separate and straight. By taking, reading, and keeping the letter, Beatrice took away Rachel's choice. Her initial reasons for lying seemed immaterial now. That was certainly how Arthur would probably see it. Blood was thicker than water in this case. She could only imagine the negative fallout with him that would happen after the full truth about herself was revealed. Chapter 45 Found. All of the pieces were coming together, just not the way Rachel hoped. Just as she was starting to collect her thoughts after her conversation with Beatrice, she saw a limousine pull up in front of the bakery, to the attention of the people both inside and out of the bakery. For those in the parish who saw it, the vehicle was a huge curiosity. For Rachel it was doomsday. Within seconds of parking, the man who exited the limousine was no stranger. It was her father. He entered the bakery and commented, quaintly provincial, under his breath with a tone of disdain. Then his eyes located his daughter. There was no exchange of emotion or even a hug. She knew why he was there, and she also knew that her life in Clovelly was over. Rachel, he addressed her. Father, she replied. The car is waiting. As upset as she was, she had no more words, too overcome with fear and embarrassment. Although she was a young woman, being in the intimidating presence of her father made her feel like a 7-year-old who had misbehaved and was nervously awaiting her punishment. Faye heard the commotion and came to the front. May I help you, sir? She said, a little afraid of him herself, seeing him in the presence of his 6'4" burly chauffeur and bodyguard. No, I doubt that you can. I'm taken care of, thanks. I'm here to collect my daughter. As though Rachel was an inanimate series of disorderly pieces, more to be owned and objectified than understood. Rachel, do you know this gentleman? Faye inquired, also overcome by his powerful presence, the likes of which she had never experienced before. Rachel, dutiful daughter that she was, nodded, then got her purse and left the bakery without even a goodbye, taking her place in the limousine. Thank you and good day, her father said and left, closing the door to the Clovelly bakery, with all that it meant, setting off the jingle bells on the door behind him. Once both were seated in the car, her father addressed her as though nothing had happened and they had never been apart. If you have any personal effects that you would like to gather, kindly supply the driver with the address for your humble abode, he suggested, more as an acknowledgement of his wanting his daughter to actively participate in putting the entire experience behind her. He already knew her address from his private security sources, and could have easily found it without her help. We'll take the jet back to London this afternoon and then leave Heathrow the first thing in the morning, he droned on. I have meetings this evening to tie up some of my own loose ends in the UK. You'll stay at the London penthouse with the driver outside your door, should you want anything. He'll call for it and have it delivered. Her father continued to talk at her. Remember, there's a full spa in the building, so that you can pull yourself together before we leave. Kurt will meet us at JFK. The wedding is set for Saturday and will be a small affair. All 400 of my closest business associates will be there to see you tie the knot and recognize and celebrate the merger. We expect your full cooperation. Neither his tone or his dense yet informative message left any room for discussion, so she sat there and took it, the words washing over her like hot soap and wax over a car in a car wash, where it was only able to emerge and escape after the entire messy process was finished. Riding through town and stopping at the lights that mark sites of memories alone and with Arthur, was painful medicine. There had to be some other way to break free of her family. Obviously a continental shift from North America to Europe was not drastic enough. Finding her was probably facilitated due to the financial contribution she made to the bakery. Even though her time there was nearing end, she would always have fond memories of the parish as her mom had experienced many years before her. They pulled up to the cottage. The chauffeur helped Rachel out of the car, then accompanied her every step of the way. Inside she wanted to bolt and run again, like she had the first time she was scheduled to marry Kurt. But her father had gotten wiser, and the man that she thought was there for his protection was truly there to keep her on a short leash before, until, and throughout the marriage ceremony. If she never uttered another word, she doubted anyone in her father's camp would notice the difference. But she had a few more words to say, and these were for Arthur's ears only. This was probably not how Beatrice imagined it, but the silent expectation with her father allowing her to make this stop to gather personal effects was more about Rachel's peace of mind that might make her more amenable to embrace her duties to her family than any belonging she might have wanted to take from her time with her friends. Stopping at the cottage itself was especially about tying up her loose ends with the significant people from her adventure, so that she could fully and completely perform her new role in the family, and produce an heir without any hesitation. Kurt, however, was not required to do the same, although he had significantly more romantic attachments in terms of mistresses across all of the continents and at least one in each Big Apple borough of the city that never sleeps. She vacillated between hoping Arthur was at home, and hoping he wasn't. If he wasn't, maybe she could send a letter that he could read over and over again explaining everything. At different stages of his grieving the loss of the relationship, he might eventually come to clarity about the lies, her father, and his billions, with all the power and obligations that amount of money brings. But how could she get the letter mailed or any other form of communication sent with a bodyguard on her 24/7 to make sure she did not escape going through the wedding ceremony this time? Once she was married, it would be too late. True, she'd have access to her father's billions, but to what avail if she no longer had access to Arthur? Chapter 46. I don't know you. Hey, you're home early. I thought you wanted me to pick you up? What's the deal with the big black limo outside? My car is not good enough for you anymore, Miss Lady, Arthur asked from their bedroom, where he had laid his study materials across their bed, and was working on making outlines for different subjects that would be on the bar exams. Rachel was shaking. There. Seriously, what's wrong? Arthur persisted. What the? Who is that man in our home? Rachel, talk to me, he said, shaking her, momentarily forgetting the presence of the large man in their living room and focusing all of his attention on her. Tell me what's going on. Arthur, she said, breathing harder and faster once she spoke his name. My father is a billionaire. He's outside in the car. The man in here is his driver and bodyguard. He has come for me to return to the States and go through with an arranged marriage for business reasons. I'm sorry I had to hurt you this way. I am leaving immediately. What? Arthur blinked, trying to make sense of what he had just heard. I wanted to try to make it right before I went away and promised your grandma that I would tell you the whole truth. I can understand if you hate me right now. You can understand if I hate you right now? No, I don't think you can understand one iota of what I am going through right now. You have no idea about my feelings, you Ice Queen. If you did, you would not have lied to me. His feelings for her suddenly changed from love and fear of losing her to anger and disappointment. Processing beyond the twin emotions of shock and surprise, he somehow found the strength to continue questioning her, becoming more and more aware with each rhetorical question. He asked her that the foundation of their relationship was built on her falsification and quickly slipping away. He probed further in vain to get a better sense of the depth of Rachel's betrayal. Have you been lying all the time? About us or loving me? How stupid of me. How can I trust or believe anything you say from here on out? You lied. You lied to me. I'm done with you. Get your stuff and get out. I don't even know you. Go back to where you came from and leave me the hill alone. He paced nervously back and forth for a while, overcome with profound disappointment, then angrily opened drawers in the bureau and the door to the walk-in bedroom closet and began tossing all of her clothes and underwear at her, leaving her stuff to hit the floor. She started trying to pick it up, but failed in her efforts to keep up with him, a man possessed with hurt and upset over being duped by the woman he loved. Miss Rachel, do you need any help? The bodyguard called after her. Rachel was silent and worn down after telling Arthur the whole truth. The atmosphere was tense. Aware that the bodyguard was letting her know he was still there for her and she was running out of time, she gave up trying to take her things acquired in Clovelly, and only recently moved to the cottage she and Arthur shared. She chose to just leave after uttering two last words to him. I'm sorry. She left Arthur sitting on the paper and clothes-covered bed, his head buried in his hands, crying. A broken man in an unimaginable situation. He had just started to get vulnerable enough to trust anyone in a relationship context. Now he felt betrayed and used. She wanted closure and she got it. She thought about reaching out to hug him one last time, but knew he probably would have rejected her and pushed her away, or maybe even worse. Instead, she turned and left him to begin to purge himself of his pain. Rachel realized that she had it all and lost it twice. One time was stateside and another was in the UK. She had access to wealth in America, but in Clovelly, she discovered her soul's potential. With her father she had money and position. With Arthur, however, she had love. Clovelly would become a bittersweet experience, and who knows, maybe in a few years that memory might become a pleasant afterthought. An American girl's premarital last adventure, before settling down to stable, lifelong married life in the world of the privileged and super rich. When she had her children someday, she would share with them her fondest memories of Clovelly as her mother had done with her. She would redact the private pieces of her close relationships that she left behind, but would always keep close to her heart. As raw and as fresh as the wound was now, she could not imagine ever being able to edit out her longing for what might have been with Arthur. No matter how he was reacting right now, she wished she could hold him one last time and show him her feelings for him were never counterfeit, even when they were a fake couple. Heartbreak did not begin to describe it as she left the cottage for the last time and climbed into the limo. She put on a pair of sunglasses on an overcast day, closed her eyes, and slipped away into depression as she and her father rode off in silence. She knew enough to know that she had neither the permission or the privacy to shed a single tear in front of her father. The quieter he was, the more afraid she became inside. In the end, she did not have to worry about his retribution for her having left. He was totally lost in his work without a concern for how she might be feeling. It was enough for him that she was in the car right now, just another task to check off as complete on his daily to-do list. Chapter 47, Change of Heart. Once they were back stateside at her father's mansion in New York, she was scheduled for a meeting with him. How do we stand for going forward with the marriage to the teddy bear king? I will marry Kurt, father. Good. You are dismissed. She had stayed awake on the plane back to the States, trying to figure out if there was any way around it. If only she had been brave enough to stay in Clovelly, and not succumb to her father's wishes. She realized that when it came to dealing with him, God forbid, confronting him or responding to his commands with the word no, she was a polite people-pleaser and a pawn. She did not have the luxury to grieve the loss of relationship, job, home and community. The meeting with her father reinforced that things were moving forward as planned, and any attempts to change or escape the plan would be frowned upon. Once she left her father, she returned to the private rooms in the West Wing that were her apartment within her father's mansion. His personal secretary followed her back and handed her a folder with the agenda of events and some other documents. For the next couple of days up to and through the wedding ceremony, a detailed itinerary was on the left side. A copy of the prenuptial agreement and the terms of the merger were on the right side. Stickers marked everywhere that she needed to sign and return as soon as possible, and the secretary stood by eagerly with a pen, facilitating getting her to sign on the spot once she gave it all a cursory review and initialed the terms of the contract. She was trapped. Nothing was left to chance, not even the requirement of natural or in vitro fertilization creation of an heir within the first year of marriage. These things were strictly pro forma. They did not need to consult her for her opinion, really. It served more as a courtesy and as a polite consideration. The documents also let her know where she was expected to be, what she was to be doing, and when she was expected. Buried within the agenda, however, was the meta-message that running away a second time would not be tolerated. Most of what she would be doing involved her looks and her consistent presence as a new trophy wife everyone was excited to see after months of tabloids chronicling Kurt's freewheeling spirit, while still a bachelor, but also a fiancé. Back in Clovelly, Arthur had a change of heart and tried to reach out to Rachel to ask her forgiveness. He had read a story in the newspaper announcing that Rachel was getting married in New York. He tried to send her email messages, the only way he knew of to contact her, but her father's secretary was tasked with monitoring Rachel's email messages, intercepting, blocking, reporting spam, and destroying them by emptying them daily from the trash. Arthur would not give up so easily and offered a new email to her with a new address each day, hoping that someday he would be able to get through. The New York bar exam was in 3 days, but he planned to arrive early and use his stellar research skills to locate and, armed with the realization that he could lose her to a marriage of convenience for financial reasons, he decided to crash the wedding that the entire world was watching. If he failed, it would mark one of the biggest mergers in American history, but leave a huge hole in his heart for the rest of his life. They were soon in the same city but felt a world apart. While Rachel remained the princess in the palace being groomed to become Kurt's wife, her thoughts wandered to her time in Clovelly, the community of friends, her job, but especially her continued strong feelings for Arthur. Before, when she was supposed to marry Kurt, it would have been easier. Now that she had experienced romance and true love with Arthur, it was hard for her to even think of making marriage vows to another man she had no feelings for other than pure dislike of his character. Kurt and Arthur were exact opposites. Kurt, with his globe-trotting womanizing, clearly mocked the sanctity of marriage as a sacrament, did not see it as a lasting institution, given his many divorces, did not respect women, and agreed to it only for business reasons. Arthur, on the other hand, looked forward to the day when he decided to make a lovely girl his wife. Arthur remembered that he had a friend from Oxford in New York City, who worked as a photographer for the society page of one of the more reputable newspapers in the city. He planned to plead his case before her and beg her to be her +1 and photographer's assistant so that he could gain entry to the wedding before it was too late. He got her number from the Alumni Association and contacted her. "Michelle? How are you? Arthur here. Look, I need a huge favor." "Hello. What can I do for you?" "I need to gain entrance to that big society wedding on Saturday." "You want to go to the reception? That list has been top secret and is very hard to break. Big wig business types, you know." "That might be nice, but it's not necessary. I'd like to attend the ceremony." She was confused, but demanded to hear his plan before she would agree to put her reputation and her job on the line before that. He wanted to attend wedding, object to the couple getting married, then scoop Rachel up and off to his hotel room for the weekend on the Saturday when she was supposed to be wed. Wait, didn't she run away the first time they were supposed to get married? "I'm sorry to admit it, but I'm as susceptible to the supermarket tabloids as the average person." "Yes, but I'm hoping that she still has it in her not to go through with it this time either." "Okay, that must be another reason that the security will be so tight. It plans to be an exciting show of CEOs from most of the Fortune 500 businesses, and their ladies from the society pages too. Everybody who's anybody will be there. Almost all of the journalists and paparazzi want access to the reception, not the ceremony. So sure, I'll let you come along." If he succeeded, Arthur and Rachel would have to keep a low profile while he sat for the bar the next week. Then she would return with him to Clovelly after the interest in her and her whereabouts had died down a bit. It was an ambitious prospect and a daunting task, but with a little luck it just might work. It was all a matter of perfectly aligned timing. Meanwhile, he continued to change and send her email begging her forgiveness and asking for a second chance. Chapter 48 Preparations. The big day had finally arrived. Even though the ceremony would start early that afternoon, Rachel had been up since the crack of dawn getting ready. Her father had set up an on-site spa to pamper her like royalty. Unlike a lot of women, she did not spend hours at the salon for hair or nails or getting a massage, waxing, or facial. She was low maintenance. Her father, however, decided that it was what his daughter deserved to feel special, and would have to get used to as a merger missus. He understood and lived by the principle that the better the wife looked, the more that reflected the success of the husband. She had made peace with the fact that she was marrying for money and not love. Marriage for love was a recent invention anyway. Maybe her father knew best. Maybe Kurt would change and settle down. She put on her satin robe and began to get dressed. After she put on her favorite pair of pajamas that her late mother had given her, she heard a knock at the door. She was surprised because she couldn't think of anyone she was expecting at that hour. "Hello. Massage time." "Hello," she said, welcoming the masseuse. She set up the table, lit some incense and candles, and put on some music from her playlist. "You can take your robe off now and be comfortable," the masseuse said sweetly with a smile. "You the special girl today. So good. So fun. Enjoy." With that she stopped talking for a while and began to encourage the knots out of Rachel's back, shoulders, and neck while the flute played, and the scents and lighting had their intended relaxing effect. "You so beautiful girl. Why sad? You special today." The woman spoke with a strong accent. Although this woman was a complete stranger to her and clearly a foreigner, Rachel found herself opening up as the woman administered massage therapy. She was not sure how much the masseuse could understand, but talking during the massage was like making a good confession. Excellent for the soul. "Oh, sad you cannot do. No love you cannot do. Oh no." This was the sum of the woman's response to Rachel's monologue of premarital discontent. When she was finished and packed up all of her things, she set them down and took Rachel by the hand, leading her to the mirror at the vanity wrapped in a towel. "See, you beautiful girl. You cannot do. This man no good. No good for you. We same." Rachel felt her press something that was slightly sharp in her hand. Rachel looked at the woman's reflection in the mirror, and staring back at her was her late mother's face. When she transferred her eyes from the reflection in the mirror to where the woman was standing next to her, she was surprised that the masseuse and her paraphernalia were gone. Was it a dream? Was it her late mother trying to connect with and warn her? She was not sure, but what was once resolved in her mind but not her heart, began to unravel in her mind and go against her heart's delight. She set the object the masseuse gave her on the vanity. The rest of the morning was more normal and less paranormal. She took a bath and got her nails done. Her beautician came and styled her hair. After that, a makeup artist made up her face. Rachel decided to dress herself. She had everything any bride needed on a superficial level, down to a father to walk her down the aisle. The jewels she wore on her ears, neck, fingers and wrists were a combination of the old, the new, the borrowed, and the blue. She did fine with dressing alone until it came time for the train to her wedding dress. Luckily, the wedding planner stopped by to see if Rachel needed anything. Before opening the door, she took the masseuse's little object and tucked it into her cleavage, since her wedding gown had no pockets. After helping Rachel out, the wedding planner reminded her how close it was until time for the ceremony. 10 minutes, Mississippi. The bride was fully dressed and ready to walk down the aisle when her father knocked on her door for the last time as a single young lady. He would give her away, and after the magical moment when she went from Miss to Mrs., he would become the richest man in North America. Downstairs, everything was ready to go. The wedding planner straightened and lifted the various parts of Rachel's wedding gown, then cued the organist. As she walked down the aisle, she felt like it sounded more like a funeral dirge than a wedding march. Then she saw it. First a wink, then a smile, and finishing with a lingering glance up and down at one of her bridesmaids by her bridegroom. Her father released Rachel's arm. Right when she was supposed to take Kurt's arm, she withdrew from following through and said, "Kurt, how could you? And on our wedding day? In the church? Good riddance." At that point, Rachel reached into her cleavage and pulled out the masseuse's gift, a very small pair of scissors. Instantly, Rachel cut the train from the dress, then turned around and walked out of the chapel, prepared to walk away from her father's billions for the second and final time. Arthur did not even have to object to the marriage as he intended, but he did give her some lead time by tripping 2 bodyguards, so they would be delayed in catching up to her. Rachel ended the sham before it had a chance to begin and lead to a death do us part that she would wish for every day of her married life to that playboy. In the end, Arthur decided against making himself known to Rachel in the end. He was unsure if she would want to be with any man after such a pious poor showing of 2 significant ones in 2 different places. Rachel grabbed her passport, driver's license, credit cards, her keys, a leather jacket and some cash. Learning from the masseuse, she looked in the mirror and said to herself, "Rachel girl, you deserve much better. Now go back and get him." She changed into a pair of sneakers from heels, but did not change out of the wrecked dress, which she now wore as a badge of honor. She hopped on her motorcycle, then put on her helmet and sped off to JFK International Airport. Chapter 49. Welcome home. The first person she wanted to see was Arthur, but she wasn't sure if he would want to see her. She decided to ease back into Clevelly first. That meant renewing the friendship, then presenting the person with a token of her affection. So of course she stopped at the bakery immediately after her long flight. Her mascara had run down her cheeks, her hair was a mess, and she was still in her $1 million wedding dress, which was now torn and soiled. Faye ran up to her and hugged her long and hard for several minutes. "Oh honey, my dear, sweet girl is back. We all missed you terribly. Tell me you're here to stay." "I'm here to stay, if you'll have me back as your co-manager?" "Of course. It's not easy to fill your shoes, honey. The offer also still stands for the above shop studio apartment." "Yeah, I'll have to figure out where I'll live." She reached in her inner jacket pocket, found some rolled documents with a red ribbon tied around them like an old scroll. "What's this?" Faye asked. "Open it up and see." Faye unrolled the scroll of papers. One was the deed to the land that the bakery sat on. The second was a document saying she did not have to pay rent on the bakery since she now owned the entire building, including the apartment. Rachel had used her time at her father's mansion before the wedding to use her access to his money while she had it. Faye rushed over and hugged Rachel again. "Is this for real, Rachel, honey?" "Yes, absolutely. I want you to be able to focus on running and expanding the bakery as little or as much as you want. If you need to lean on me sometimes, that's fine too. It's a win-win for me because on top of co-manager, by paying off the cost of the building and the land, I became a new investor also." "Oh honey, thank you. From the bottom of my heart." "Just tell me when you want me back?" Rachel inquired, well aware that she would no longer have access to wealth and would have to work for a living. "How about tomorrow to close? Or is that too soon for you?" "Tomorrow sounds just right." "Okay, Faye. See you then. I still have some more stops to make. We'll catch up then." "Sounds good. Great to have you back." Several of the townspeople saw her and welcomed her back with open arms. They realized what a huge contribution she had made to Clevelly. She dropped off her things at the bed and breakfast, not presuming that either Arthur or Beatrice would want her to come back to live with them. She borrowed a bicycle and headed to see Beatrice. Rachel decided that she would take the first step and apologize to her. Beatrice threw open the door and held her close and tight. My dear sweet precious girl. You came back. You came back. Yes, Beatrice. I did. I told him you would return. I told him, she said excitedly, shedding tears of joy. Arthur? Yes. He was angry initially, but after less than a day he wanted you back. Really? She said, unable to contain her excitement at this news. Truly. I know you, and I also exchanged some strong words. Yes, Beatrice, and I ask you to forgive me. You're forgiven, Rachel. I just wanted you two to be able to move forward on solid ground. But it was not my place, and I was out of line by sticking my nose in your business as a couple and nosing around your room here. They hugged again. Beatrice had made zucchini chocolate chip bread, and they ate together at her table after what seemed like an eternity. Beatrice, tell me something, please. Why is everyone smiling at me? I know people in Clovelly are friendly, but now everyone stops and says hello like we're old acquaintances, and I'm not just another American tourist. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. It's because of this article that made our parish newspaper last week when you left. It's a news article on you by the town photojournalist who snapped a picture of you the evening before the miracle occurred that enabled Faye to keep the bakery up and running. It starts at the front of the lifestyle section, and it continues a full page inside. All about you. Very thorough and very complimentary. All of Clovelly got to know you a little better, and you became less of a tourist, but more of a champion who made all of us feel like winners. A creative community advocate and organizer. You saved it for me? Yes, dear. I didn't know how I'd ever get it to you, but I prayed and knew that Arthur would move heaven and earth to find you and bring you back. Where is he now? At the library studying, I imagine? No. He's gone. Gone. To New York to find you, then take that state's the bar exam. Since you left, he has been sending daily messages to your email, the only way he knew to contact you. Your father must have erased them all. I guess these probably never got to you, huh? No. I had no idea. He was going to crash the wedding ceremony and object to the marriage. So he pursued me? Yes. You are, above all else, a good woman, and he realized he was better with you than without you. But I'll let him explain all of that to you. I can't believe it. He came to the city for me on the eve of his test and was there at the same time I was. Who knows? He might have even been in the congregation when I left Kurt at the altar for him to flirt with as many bridesmaids as he wanted. When will he be back? The exam is over on Wednesday afternoon. He said if he wasn't successful with you or the bar, he'd just have to come back to Clovelly and try to get past his dreams for you both and try to move forward with a grave reality that, unfortunately, did not have you in it. Oh, her voice dropping to a mere whisper. Don't worry, dear. He should be back by supper time on Thursday. Great. I'll hope for the best outcome. I have something I'd like to give you. Oh my, you didn't have to get me anything. It's just a token. Here, open it up. It was a small, heavy rectangular box. She shook it, then opened it. Inside of the box were 100 cream-colored, quality paper stock business cards with her name, phone number, and email address with the title, Extraordinary Gardener, in embossed black ink. I had them made up here before I left. My departure was so sudden. And I left on bad terms with you. I had already paid for them, but I never had the chance to pick them up. I couldn't come here empty-handed. I remembered them on the bike ride here. You dear sweet girl. Now there's just one more piece to the puzzle to solve. Chapter 50. Happily Ever After. Rachel decided to work a double shift on the day Arthur was due back in Clovelly after the test. She did not want it to seem like she was sitting around pining for him. She did not want it to seem like she didn't care one way or the other either. Plus, working in the bakery all day would keep her mind occupied. What Rachel did not know, but Faye and Beatrice did, was that Arthur had taken an earlier flight and was going to surprise her. It's been pretty slow today, Faye. Sorry more people weren't around to taste your amazing zucchini chocolate chip bread, Beatrice. I think I'll get a head start on the inventory. Those items aren't going to count themselves, you know. She politely excused herself and went to the back, leaving Faye and Beatrice free to chat with each other. I think he wanted to make sure she'd be here at the bakery all day so that he could prepare a romantic ambience at the cottage, Beatrice suggested. I couldn't be more excited or happier for them. I feel like it's me that he's going to ask. Faye giggled girlishly. Are we sure that she'll say yes? Beatrice wondered. No, but she probably will, Faye stated confidently. That's what the American teddy bear king thought too, according to the tabloids, Beatrice reported. Ooh, why can't he get here already? Faye said impatiently. He'll be here, he'll be here. He just wants everything to be exactly perfect for them. We just have to wait and keep her here as long as possible until we get the text. Beatrice responded. Oh, she's coming out. Shh. Be quiet and act normal, Faye ordered. It's not normal to act normal on command, Beatrice commented. You know what I mean. Faye's feathers were getting a little bit ruffled and her sensitive ego was getting bruised. You've been like this for years. All the way back to the first grade, Beatrice reminded her. What's going on, ladies? Rachel interrupted. I've never seen you two this quiet. Nothing, they both chimed in. Okay, Rachel said, with her brows in a frown, then returned to the back. See, she's suspicious now, all because you couldn't act normal in the first place. Faye mouthed her words silently. Some of us don't have a normal that we can default to, Beatrice countered, referring to her lifelong friend. Oh, you said it now, Beatrice, Faye said. I was just trying to keep things light. It's been a while. Should I call him? Beatrice wondered. Absolutely not, Faye held firm. We were told to wait, and wait we will do. The two sat in silence together. Then came the buzz of the much-anticipated text. He's coming. He's coming to pick her up now. He'll be here in about 10 to 15 minutes, Beatrice announced to Faye. Does she even expect to be picked up? Faye said. She doesn't even know he's here. Now shut your pie hole and let's just nod and smile cordially until he arrives. Then it's showtime, Beatrice reiterated. Aren't you a regular, little Miss Bossy Pants? Faye stated. I'm just trying to keep up with you, dear. Rachel came back out. I'm too tired to do my best with the inventory. I'll head back to the bed and breakfast, get a good night's sleep. Then give it another try bright and early in the morning. Good night, ladies. Well, you don't have to go rushing off right away, do you? Come, sit and chat with us. You just got back. We could catch up, Beatrice offered, trying to buy more time and be charming at the same time. I'll have to pass. Sorry, ladies, but I worked a double shift and my lower back is killing me. I just want to find something to eat, take a long hot shower and go to bed, Rachel explained. They had to keep her there and keep her talking until he showed up. But she was right. She must have been tired after the nature of the trip to New York, its unexpected outcome, and the time change alone. Any normal person would be beat. Throw in a double shift on your feet and add an extra level of fatigue. Shouldn't you two be headed home yourselves? It's late and dark out, Rachel inquired. Even my night vision isn't what it used to be. I'll see you tomorrow and we'll talk more then. Exasperated and about to admit defeat, Arthur appeared at the shop door with a finger over his lips, wanting them to be quiet so he could surprise Rachel, who had her back facing the front door. He walked in and was announced by the door's jingle bells before he ever had the opportunity to sneak up on Rachel from behind. As she was turning around to see who came in after closing, Arthur boomed, "Don't I get a kiss, Miss Lady?" With her eyes already filled with tears, Rachel ran over to him and hugged him. He pulled her in for a kiss and then remembered that his grandma and godmother were sitting among them, so he stepped back and switched his fantasy greeting from an adult's only rating for one special lady, to a family-friendly gentle kiss on the cheek for each of the women. "Arthur," Rachel exclaimed, "why don't we hook that bicycle onto the back of my car? And we'll drop everyone and everything off, ending with Grandma. Do you mind being my guest at the cottage tonight? I'll take the sofa in the living room if that would make you more comfortable," he asked Rachel. "That would be fantastic." Upon arriving at the cottage with Arthur, Rachel was the suspicious one this time. It was too quiet and too dark. "What's going on, Arthur?" Rachel asked. "Trust me," he promised, nervously kissing her hand. When he opened the door to the solarium, clear lights came on and she heard the music of a string quartet. She could smell food and thought she heard voices. "What's going on, Arthur?" she asked him again. They paused in the greenery and he got down on one knee. "Rachel," he said, his voice starting to quiver. "Let's build a strong, honest foundation and move forward in life together. I love you and I would be honored and happy if you would be my wife." She screamed an excited yes after he proposed, and he slipped a sizable diamond engagement ring on her left ring finger. Then he asked, "Would you marry me now if you had the chance?" "Of course," she responded, overcome with the joy of someone who had been engaged for a full minute. "Then let's do it. Right now. I think we have enough witnesses." At that very moment, all of the house lights came on, revealing Beatrice, Faye, the bakery volunteers and supporters, well-wishers from the community, huge wedding cake, and a justice of the peace. 1 minute they were recently reunited boyfriend and girlfriend, committed to love each other until they were cruelly separated by an ocean. The next they became husband and wife, promising never to be separated by anyone or anything ever again.